Hello and welcome back to Water. My name is Beast. Today we're back with Kinkoi. So the recordings, the co-host recording has been pushed to Thursday. So yeah, as that. Anyways, today we'll be doing Sylvie-Route, and this time I'm not gonna be skipping through. I'm just literally just gonna like look at the scene here, and then just go back to the main menu and just press start. Because I feel like there's gonna be a CG there, so yeah. Anyways, let's get into it. Sylvie, take me with you. Yes, I'm counting on you. Anything musically related seems easy enough to get into. Someone looked less than amused, but I decided to ignore her. Honest to God, like, I'm curious how the fuck the romance gonna work, because I can feel L just like immediately being like, nope. How about you stop? How about we cut off your dick to prevent any accidents? Fashion and fencing didn't really click with me, but it could be a good icebreaker for conversational purposes. So we headed for the classroom. What does a musical ensemble do exactly? That's not a lot left. That's less than a fucking glass, I think. That's kinda sad. Anyways. Instrument? I was naive. Noble Academy was designed to culture top-notch students in every form or fashion. It would be fine if I were a second-rate student. However, I could only blend in with the rest of the class if I actually had some semblance of musical know-how. Thank goodness it was only my first day transferring in. I played it up like I'm weighing my options, tee-hee, and got them to treat me like someone just taking a tour. Given the occasion, I watched Sylvie. That's the fucking CG that was missing in the goddamn gallery. She tapped away at the ivory keys with the pads of her fingertips. Everyone else put serious effort into playing their respective instruments, but wow. She was breathtaking. No! You are breathtaking! yeah, we get it. Jokes. There were other pianists in the group, specifically 2 men and 7 women. But Sylvie stood out spectacularly among the rest. She didn't just look the part. She was fantastic. The others couldn't possibly hold a candle to her beauty or gorgeous figure, and the mere act of Sylvie placing her hands upon the piano was captivating enough that I desperately wanted to make a painting out of it. That was just the tip of the iceberg. She was also an incredible pianist. I found comfort in the light yet graceful ways she moved her fingers along the keys. Even an amateur like myself could tell. Sylvie was already a top-notch pianist.
Win の VSO がすぐにもメンバーに入れるとおっしゃったそうだけど、王族相手のお世辞ってことはなさそうだね。
Everyone else spoke her praises too. Sylvie really was an incredible girl. The 9th Sortilege Princess, Sylvia-Route crown. A beautiful, uninhibited, somewhat willful and rash princess. That was the impression I had of her based on her behavior from yesterday, but she had powerful charisma that the knights admired so dearly. That wasn't something she earned merely through her status as a princess. All of the knights had fallen in love with the person she was. Watching her here and now made that abundantly clear. Taking a step further, that explained the hostile glares I got from my classmates for being on friendly terms with Sylvie. It wasn't so much out of disbelief that a woman like her, who was so out of my league, would get close to someone like me, but more so their own inability to speak with Sylvie, fueled by their childishly simple jealousy towards me. Especially since we were of the opposite sex. Where did her charisma come from? I couldn't say for sure since we'd only known each other for a day, but a sliver of that charm could definitely be found in these piano skills.
おしまい。
Before I knew it, Sylvie concluded her musical performance and students around us began to applaud. I tried to voice some impressions of my own, but...
ねえ、オーロ。私はもう満足したし、他へ行かない？行きましょうよ。他にも見学しましょう。オーロに合う授業を見つけたいわ。
She took me outside by the hand. Sylvie, are you sure?
いいの。時間的にもう今日は弾けそうにないもの。それより、オーロとお散歩したいわ。
She smiled sweetly. Oh, my face was on fire. I was blushing because of how beautiful she was, right? Not because of how captivating she was, right?
ぐえ。
Right. No, we did have a chaperone. We walked around school together.
にしてもオーロ、楽器は苦手だったのね。どうして音楽総合を選んだの？
I can actually sing pretty well. Loosely translated, I felt competent when singing karaoke.
歌か。聞きたいわ、オーロの歌。
my throat hurts at the moment, so I won't be able to for a while.
残念。
I headed back to the classroom. Are we allowed to go home now?
はい。転校初日。これで完了です。
We're
お疲れ
back
様でした。
to having seen things. So, exit was probably just exit the game straight up. So, let's go back to... You know what? I'll pause the recording until I'm there. And we're back. Maria Holics Anonymous. Achievement unlocked. Sylvia-Route Crown Sortilège Sisua. Was her name obnoxiously long and difficult to remember just because she was a princess? Someone told me that a long time ago. Sylvie!
シルビー。シルビアさん。はい。
It was way shorter. Oh, but
クルスクラウンさん。は
maybe there were people who used her name properly. Sylvie!
ーい。なんですか？シルビー。はい。そうまく。
We were too friendly in how we spoke to a princess. Far too friendly. Guess there was no real way of avoiding that, though. At the time, Sylvie hadn't introduced herself as a princess in the first place. She said she was from abroad, and her shockingly cute appearance made me wonder if she was actually a princess. To be honest, it was love at first sight. There was no avoiding it. If you asked me, she had stolen around 99% of the hearts of the boys there. Everyone paid attention to her. But she was a foreigner, and Sylvie's Japanese was poor enough back in those days that it was awkward to talk to her, so not a single person could speak to her. Yeah.
呼んでみただけです。
What's with you? I was about the only boy she was close to, wasn't I? If you were to ask why I was the only one she got friendly with, the plain and simple answer was that I had gotten lucky.
ねえ、あれ、何かな？
What's that? What's what? It had been several years since our time at camp. It's a ring.
結婚指輪とかの箱だよね。
We spotted a box bobbing up and down in the water. The word Aurora was inscribed as on its pretty packaging. Even children would instantly recognize a wedding ring if they ever watched TV. It took no time at all for us to think to ourselves that we'd found something incredible. To grab it, help me! I jumped at the chance. Hamamatsu Lake was an ocean, but it was large, so the waves were big enough to jostle a tiny box. The box steadily made its way towards the shore. Waves cranked ashore and pushed it further out into the lake by another 2 meters or so. It was too far out to retrieve by hand, but we were at a kids' camp and had buck-catching nets at the ready. Just a little more. That.
落ちないでよ。
We may have had tools at our disposal, but we were still kids and our arms couldn't reach far enough. Just a little further and I could reach it. But I was still a kid after all. And I wasn't sharp enough mentally either. Ah! What? I leaned too far forward and fell in. Ah! Ah! Still young and my swimming abilities weren't developed enough. Swimming was banned in this section of Hamatsu Lake. I didn't know how far, but it was quite deep. It wasn't a depth where a child's legs reached the bottom, at the very least. Hey! Ah! Hey! Remembering it now terrified me. Couldn't touch the lake floor and the waves rocked against me. It wasn't like I sunk like a rock, but the most I'd ever done was to play by the shoreline. This were more than sufficient conditions for a kid like me, who'd never swam before, to drown. The kid who had been playing with us desperately called out to me, but they panicked and could only manage to struggle. So... Whoosh! Thank goodness our adorable Sylvie was the sort of tomboy who'd flung off her dress without a care in the world when she saw another person in trouble. Ah! Sylvia jumped in, held me in her arms, and I went lax. Yeah! I followed her instruction and held the butterfly net I'd brought along to retrieve the box out toward shore. Now all the kid on the shore had to do was pull us in. This was how my romance with Princess Sylvia began. With Sylvie having saved my life. Looking back on it now, I sure was a moron. Afterward... Yeah, it's the fucking pocket thing. It's definitely gold! We opened the box I had caught in the net, and found a golden Loveriche emblem inside. Part of me believed that, in a certain sense, this was better than a real ring we would have had to turn over to the police. Without a moment's hesitation, I took that golden emblem. I want you to have it. It was as a present for a princess. And like so, Sylvie and I became friends. I formed a relationship with the princess. Everyone merely watched from afar. Where we referred to each other by the nicknames Sylvie and Ichi. We played a bunch during camp, didn't we? Through the two of us, Sylvie was able to talk openly with the other kids. We were children, after all. Given the opportunities, we'd never be opposed to playing together, whether she was an unparalleled beauty or a princess. If Sylvie had enjoyed that camp, then I was positive a certain percentage of that was thanks to me. Not that I wanted her to feel grateful after saving my life, though. Anyway, those were roughly my and Sylvie's memories. And one more thing. The person who was with us at the time who worked so hard to grab that box. The person was... Now, don't be so uptight, Soma! You were there with us back then, too, weren't you? What an incredible coincidence. Childhood friends had finally reunited 10 years later. There were pretty long odds of that happening all on its own, if you ask me, but for one to unknowingly find another and then happen upon the third childhood friend by being their neighbor at the same academy, just how astronomical were those odds? I was starting to remember bits and pieces about Sylvie, but my memory is super fuzzy when it comes to you. I'm sorry. Damn it, you should have said something. It's strange though, wasn't the other person with us back then a guy? Sorry.
この点は怒ってない。こっちはお前が俺のこと男だと思ってたところまで覚えてるから。なんで俺がそう待ってあだ名になったか覚えてるか？ お前がなんだよリアって女みたいな名前だなーとか言うから、相馬の方だけみんなに広まったんだぞ。
I'm sorry.
それまで私だったのを俺にしたり、俺も俺でノリノリだったけどさ。
Was her gruff manner of speaking my fault too? Lydia flicked the ashes off her
こっ
cigarette.
ちこそ謝るべきかもな。シルビーも相馬くんは男の子って思ってるっぽい。あいつの誤解だけでも早めに解いとくべきだった。お前の恋情を邪魔する気はないんだ。すまん。
Nah, conversation that doubled back to an awful point.
にしてもシルビー、10年間も俺のこと思ってたのか。悪いことした。俺にチンポがついてれば答えてやってもいいんだけど。
I mean, you don't need a dick. You're being so light-hearted, come on.
iPS 細胞をどうたらすると女でも生やせるって本当かな？
Gotten as far as producing sperm from ovums, but they don't have the technology to grow genitals yet. Actually, yeah, that's something I'd like to ask about. There's something I'd like to ask about that.
Huh?
Why are you avoiding Sylvie? They were childhood friends, but Lydia never went out of her way to see her. In fact, based on our conversation just now, she's essentially been avoiding Sylvie for over a year now. That could also be why she's been saying she was suspended and not going to school at all.
別にあいつだけが理由じゃない。あんまりたくさんに顔見られると気づくやつが出てくるかもだし。気づかれたらめんどくせえからな。城ヶ崎にも龍蔵寺にも迷惑がかかる。なんでもない。こっちもこの10年でいろいろ事情があんだよ。あんま聞くな。
She turned me away completely. I wonder what those things were, but I knew she'd never tell me. Well, it would cause problems for everyone from Sortilege if she went to go see their princess and told her, I'm your childhood friend, that she was an open delinquent and smoking addict. Lydia put out her half-smoked cigarette in her portable ashtray. Then...
俺は、お前とシルビーがくっつけばいいと思ってる。だからどんな協力でも惜しまないぞ。困ったことがあれば言え。iPS も使う気ないから。
She whipped her face away. She must have been shy, that wasn't like her. Thanks, Lydia. I was grateful for what she told me. But the issue was it actually feasible for me and Sylvie to get together?
金色ラブリッチ。ねえねえ、オーラ。
Uh-huh. Her relationship with Sylvie was...
ねえ、イチ。
Again, what's up? Fundamentally unchanged? Sylvie looked entertained, like always, too. Everyone around us was all smiles as they watched from afar, almost like nothing had changed.
しばらく悩んだけど、決められないわ。これからあなたのこと、なんて呼ぼうかしら。イチって呼びたいけど、これまでオーラって呼んできて、急に変えるのもおかしな感じよね。
Either's fine, really.
よくないの。
She wagged her head side to side. Sylvie looked like she was having fun, almost like a little kid.
私ね、オーラのことが大好きなの。
市松殿、困ります。
Telling me that isn't going to help anything.
でも、イチのことも大好きなのよ。
市松殿。
I told you, this is out of my hands.
なんていうのかしら、こういうの。二人の大好きな男の子に挟まれてるみたい。どっちで呼ぶかで、どちらか選ばなきゃいけない感じ。悩むわ。
She's enjoying this way too much.
どうしたらいいかしら。
Siri was all worked up. Do whatever you want. Turn away. I'd probably blush if I hadn't. Quit saying I love you so much, you gorgeous princess.
なるほど、なるほど。二人の往路に詰め寄られて、喧嘩をやめて二人を止めて私のために争わないで状態なわけね。
Come on, it's not like that. That was dicey for adult reasons too, so knock it off.
でな、何かいい案はない？こういう時はやっぱ、間を取るといいんじゃない？間を取る。 一郎
I wouldn't call mashing my names together a good middle ground.
いいと思わない一郎って。
いいね。メジャーリーグで殿堂入りしてそう。
That's kind of an honor, but knock it off. The sudden change is pretty iffy for me.
じゃそうさんな。全く違う呼び方とか。
全く違う？
本人に決めてもらおっか。オーロ、シルビーに呼ばれ方のリクエスト。
Let me think. If I had to pick, I'd go with, How dare you? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare... You know what? We're gonna pick all options from the bottom to the top, because the top is probably what I'm gonna end it on.
私、オーロの妹ではないわよ。
That's fine. That's fine. It's exotic.
よくわからないわね。でも、あなたが望むなら、お兄ちゃん。
うわ、ニヤニヤしててくっそキモい。
オーロくんのツボだったようですね。
日本語では、肉親以外にも特に親しい相手に敬意を込める意味で、兄と呼ぶことがあるとは聞きます。
I got scary person's permission.
ねえねえ、お兄ちゃん。
What is it, Sylvia?
あら、こうやって呼ぶと、なんだかオーロが大人びて見えて素敵だわ。
Say what you will, Sylvia. Your Onichan will do anything for your sake.
何？オーロって妹萌えの人？
I don't really care either way. It's been my dream to be called Onichan ever since I was little. I wouldn't mind a little brother either if they called me that. Not that I had one.
お兄ちゃん。
You sure are cute, Sylvia.
転校してからこれまでで一番幸せそうですね。
This dude.
本人が幸せなら何も言うまい。
ねえねえ、
What's wrong, Sylvia?
なんだか、お兄ちゃんと呼んだ時のオーロ、すごくだらしない顔になるわ。
Huh?
この呼び方はやめておくわ。オーロ、あまり人に見せない方がいい顔してるから。
うわ、あのシルビーが引いた。確かに、あまり褒められない顔でしたから。
Even Sylvia was like, okay, you know what, just keep it down. Jesus Christ. Kind of disgusting. What was that? Face was more than... a face that was more than Sylvie. Someone who was always all smiles could take. I guess I'd better be wary of that one.
決まらないわね。
Back to the choice. Okay, the next one, the next two actually, Elle will probably beat the shit out of him for.
ご主人様？
少々命知らずではありませんか。
Ah, I'm sorry! She twisted my arm. You knew it would come to sudden corporal punishment. Must have overstepped my bounds.
どうしたいシルビー？
実は日本語の中でも、ご主人様って呼び方は、どんな状況で使うかわからないの。漫画とかで見る分には、メイドさんなんかが使える相手に使う言葉よね。でも私は、侍従たちにはそんな呼び方されないわ。
それは、お姫様だからじゃない？
菊千代くんはどう？
普通に菊千代様ですね。ご主人様などと呼ばれたことはありません。
まあ、ほら、菊ちゃんはお坊ちゃまだから。お父さんとかは？
父は六恩寺様です。
だってさ、オーロ。現実世界にご主人様は存在しないみたいよ。
Stop already! Don't chatter my adventurous spirit!
そうね。オーロが望むなら、それでいいわ。ご主人様。これからはあなたのこと、ずーっとご主人様って呼ぶわ。
I forgot that this one is broken. Right.
ご主人様。
Sorry to say this now, but we should probably find something else for you to call me. She's about to rip my arm off.
決まらないわね。
darling.
Darling?
Doesn't sound great, honey.
なんだか身近になった気がするわ。おしゃれな選択だね。何？アメリカドラマとか好きな人？
I was trying to pick the safest option.
ね、ダーリン。
What is it, honey?
楽しいわ、これ。よーし。これからあなたのことは、ダーリンって呼ぶのに決定。
ダメです。
Scary one found us.
どうして？いいと思うわ、ダーリンって。
同学年にダーリンと呼ぶ異性がいるなどと世間に知れたら国が動くレベルのスキャンダルになります。お控えを。
じゃあ。
Well, not much we can do about it.
当然の権利のようにハニーとか呼ぶのは言語道断です。
I'm sorry. I got a little carried away.
決まらないわね。別にオーロでいいじゃん。最近まで使ってたんだから。
Nah, just go with that, Sylvie. I'm used to it.
了解。そうね。オーロはオーロよね。イチは私の心の中にいるの。もう10年も前の大好きだった男の子なのよ。
It still made me as shy as ever. What the fuck was that just now? I just looked like the fucking something about someone like that were one message from the same person, but like I just out of the call of my girl, like just read something about booby girl, and like what?
にしても、オーロとシルビーがね。
Sylvia had been going around talking about it enough that our relationship had leaked to outside parties.
キャンプでみんなから遠慮されていた私をみんなの輪に加えてくれた恩人なの。この教室で言うなら、レーナみたいな感じかしら。
Are people still being modest around Sylvie even now?
ちょっとね。
I'm gonna think. I guess Reina was about the only one in class who spoke to her casually.
最初のうちはちょっとみんなと壁があったわ。でもレーナが話しかけてくれて、そこから普通にみんなとも喋れるようになったの。ねえ。
Yeah, there weren't many who spoke to her freely, but she could hold an ordinary conversation with the girls in class when she had that slight opportunity during lessons or otherwise. I guess you could say she was out of place, but not isolated.
ねえ、オーロとシルビーは幼馴染で、エルチンはどうなん？フラグあり？
私は当時日本には来ていませんので。
フラグ未遂か。
Don't worry, her flags have already been thoroughly, inspected. Are you sure you didn't actually attend that camp when you were little and set any flags like that yourself?
うちの親が町内会のキャンプなんてお金かかるもんに行かせてくれるわけないじゃん。
Heartbreaking.
他に誰かいないの？わからないの。当時のみんなは名前こそ覚えているけれど、身元までは知らないから会いたいんだけどな。特に相馬くん。
Sylvie whispered that quietly. Her precious Solma was my next door neighbor. Not being able to tell Sylvie was frustrating, but Ria didn't want her to know.
でも
は？
会えるかもしれないわ。
は？
まだ確かめたわけじゃないから何とも言えない。別人かもしれないけれど。
A bit.
相馬くん、会えるかもしれないわ。
You could potentially actually just use your country's intelligence system to find out.
位置に続いて見つけちゃったもの。
Huh? Did you know about Ria? Almost totally surprising given that she was also a student here, and her full name, Maria, was on the school's official registry. Sylvie flitted a glance my way. She simply shot me a mischievous smile and wouldn't say a word, but it was an insinuating smile for sure. That afternoon, Afternoons at Noble Academy were mostly free periods set aside for expertise
そうい
training.
えば、オーロ君。結局、エキスパートプランは何に参加するか決まったので
Yeah, I did.
ズバリそれは。
To skip.
オーロ君。
Don't get me wrong, Kichio. This is extremely important training for my future. Japanese people work too much, but there are those who earn money while slacking off and taking it easy. Sometimes those are the kinds of people who lead long, healthy lives free of stress and illness. My point being, they lead ideal lifestyles. I'm going to master the art of slacking off without worrying about getting caught while I'm still a student, so I can eventually get my hands on that easygoing lifestyle.
あまりよろしくない発想かと思います。
Well, can I get the noble to butt out? This is a reality for commoners, and only the most clever can lead such relaxing lives. You nobles are the ones who made society that way.
ガーン
That's most of us commoners have to look forward to, because you nobles are the same ones who designed it that way, all to look down on us. Before you deny another person's way of life, why don't you take a good look at what all of you have done?
その通りです。僕としたことが、目が曇っていました。庶民の方々は貴族なしにも生きていけますが、貴族は庶民なしには生きていけない。おお、なんてことなんだ。目が覚めました、オーロ君。
Right. I was just putting together a random argument, but it apparently shocked him.
現状を分析し、その中で最善の生き方を選んだあなたに、周りに流されてばかりの僕から言うことは何もありません。僕もまた、自分の生き様を見つめ直します。
Don't brood over it too much. Had I touched some sort of weird nerve? Oh well, it's all good.
いいことありますか？
Ah! A certain girl from a different school had appeared.
さっきから黙って聞いていれば、サボタージュにつらつらと大層な理由をつけますこと。
Kikuchi tacked on the last part on his own.
イエロー、あなた、曲がりなりにもお姉様のご友人ですのよ。自覚がございまして。
Well, yeah.
あなたの恥ずかしい所業は、そのままお姉様の恥になりますのよ。ご覧なさい。
She pointed outside.
いやー！あかねちゃん、準備運動からそんな飛ばさなくっても。すいません。魂が燃えちゃって。今日はカバレロ様はお休み。そんな。
だからこそ、今日腕を磨いて、次お会いするとき褒めてもらうんです。
さて、社交ダンス部行くよ。今日も華麗なターン決めちゃおうかね。
性格は豪快なのに、趣味は繊細ですよね、先輩って。
青春に打ち込む姿は、どれも美しいでしょ？
You sound like a principal, Mina.
いらっしゃい。ちょうどよろしいですわ。その腐った少年を叩き直すためにも、ちょうどいい場所があります。
Why am I worried? She grabbed me by the scruff of my neck. Where are we going?
座禅部というのに誘われておりますの。
You can find just about anything at this academy. She pulled me along with her. What did he do here?
その名の通り、座禅を組み、精神を集中させるところですわ。
Why the fuck is everyone like here? No, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that right now. I don't know why this is like the only GBCG that has like the whole screen taken up.
明鏡止水です、市松殿。
Elle, you're here too.
ここには時々お世話になっているのです。護衛は集中力の必要な作業ですから、精神を静まらせ、鋭敏な直感を養う修行になる。禅の精神、奥が深いです。
Seeing a blonde-haired foreigner practice Zen teachings was like something out of a TV show.
集中なさいゲロ。心を静め、無にするのです。
He just suddenly actually fades into hot air.
できないと痛いですわよ。
カーッ
Akane got struck in the shoulder by that long pole. She went from running around the sports field 1 second to Zen meditation the next. What a busy girl.
心を静めるって苦手です。だって、魂がいつも燃えてますから。ファイヤーです！
修行が足らん。
ああなりますわよ。
I'm sure Akane has especially little concentration, though.
修行するでない。
I heard long poles only sounded strong, but it hurt when you actually got smacked with one.
集中です、市松殿。ここに来たということは、あなたにも何か自分に向き合いたいことがあるのでしょう。それと向き合う時間です。
I just got dragged here by Mina, actually. Oh, whatever. I closed my eyes. As long as I kept silent, this quiet space was perfect for thinking. A lot had happened recently, after all.
集中に入りましたね。さすがです。
やればできるじゃありませんの。この男、決してポテンシャルが低いわけではない。磨けば光るタイプではあるはずですわ。あのお姉様が気に入るんですもの。当然ね。ですがお姉様は人のすることに口を出すのは苦手。あるがままを目で受け止めるタイプ。それでは困りますわ。ソルティレージュ第9王女たるお姉様がそばに置くなら、それなりの素養を備えていなくては。
I just hope and pray that the, let's call it the cliche they already defied in L's route stays defied. Because, she's the 9th princess, so it shouldn't matter as much, quite. So hell, I hope it's more a case of not, oh no, he's a commoner, he must not marry her, but more of a case of, you know, fine. Time to put him through a fucking crash course that will make him wish he died.
私が磨いて差し上げます。
And Mina will get smacked.
それにしても完全に気配が無です。凄まじい集中力。
一体何を考えているんですの？
寝るでない。
まあ、こんなオチだと思いましたわ。
困ったものです。
Wait, they've been whispering to each other this whole time, but they didn't get hit?
で、お姫様を叩くとか怖いじゃん。
I see. After school. My shoulders are killing me.
ザ全部言ってきたの？
I got a taste of the depths of this academy. Where the heck even was that temple-like clubroom?
修行中の坊主とかならともかく、禅をみんなで集まってやろうって発想がそもそも禅からは外れてるけどな。
Are you into that kind of thing?
寝てていいなら、始まって1分で集中して10時間はいける自信がある。
That's a talent in its own right. We headed to up to the water tank. How many times have we been together like this? We didn't even talk about anything. We just idled around and waited for golden time. Zen meditation and whatnot did leave you with a pretty clear mind, in my opinion. Oh, by the way, about Sylvie. Whispering naturally wasn't off limits. She may have seen through you.
マジ？
She said something like, I found Solma. Did you see her walking around or something? She had some pretty flashy hair, but she didn't wear makeup or anything. Depending on how sharp her memory was, Sylvie probably recognized Lydia as her childhood friend with one good look at her face, which was more than what I could say.
そっか、この前。
Do you matter?
お前もその場にいたじゃん。
Huh?
お。
Hint, but never reveal.
来た。
Our conversation was cut short. It was in that brief moment when the day turned to night. The world was encased in gold. This was the one time where the two of us fell silent no matter what. This was how powerful this beautiful sight was. Then self-important artists tend to say it often. The most powerful force in the world was nuclear energy or money, but beauty. According to them, beauty contained power, which exceeded everything else. For me, I preferred Cash featuring Yukichi Sensei's portrait more than the Mona Lisa. This was the only time where that sentiment made sense. Annoying. Beauty held tremendous power and value. I understood why people from long ago valued a particular currency that couldn't be eaten or weaponized, but whose sole worth was in its sheer beauty. Gold.
ゴールデンタイム。今がちょうどいい時期なのかもな。あいつに会いに行くためのちょうどいい時間なのかも。
金色ラブリッチェ。
Oops. During class, the details of these lessons tailored to those with a T-score over 70, which I couldn't begin to understand as it went into one ear and out the other. So he was seated in front of me and diligently taking notes. She let out a shriek. Oh, it was immediately clear to me in the seat near her. It was a wasp, and an unseasonably massive wasp at that. It hadn't gotten into the classroom through the skylight. Likely in search of refuge from the cool November and weather.
スズメバチ
Wasps don't normally— Whoa! The bug freely buzzed its way around the room.
あ、こっち来た。
じゃあ、怖い
That sounds about right.
うわー、でかでか
The entire classroom instantly bugged out. I told you, fucking puns are my job. I'm going to find the writers. I mean, I do know where the headquarters for Nekonion are, and they're the ones who wrote this, so, you know. I just, of course, doing amazing work there. I doubt anyone from Nekonion actually watched these, though. Paper wasps weren't especially dangerous, but they were so much more gigantic than honeybees that they were simply scary.
静かにしなさい。
The uproar only spread despite the teacher's attempts.
みんな、落ち着いてください。
One brave woman stood up to exterminate it, but Wasp must have sensed the knight's bloodlust and promptly sped up towards the skylight and it came in through. Or put another way, towards Sylvie.
シルビー様
The wasp bolted straight for Sylvie. Snatch.
お、お
So I grabbed it without thinking. Ow! And for my trouble, I got stung in the palm. Hurled the wasp at the window. After slamming into it, the wasp tottered its way out the window. He's just like, oh, son of a bitch! Ouch.
オーラ、刺されたの？
Yeah, sure did. Yeesh, I can't even stand shots. Give me a break here.
どうしましょう。エル、病院に連絡。
はい。
The school nurse's office will be fine.
保健室ね。わかったわ。先生、私とオールを早退します。
はい。
No, I could go along. Ah! She dragged me along by the hand.
やるじゃん、オーロ。
ええ、今回ばかりは感謝しかありません。それに、シルビー様のためと見るや、自分の怪我も顧みずかばった。このとっさの判断力が素晴らしい。騎士院に欲しいくらいです。
But, is that going to be the story? That he just becomes part of the Knights?
よかった。オーロが死んでしまうかと思ったわ。
That was pretty dangerous, huh? According to the nurse, Shinomiya, paper wasps were a species not unlikely to cause death through anaphylactic shock. I had an idea what anaphylactic shock was. That thing where you're fine on the first sting, but your life could be in danger on subsequent stings due to the antibodies produced, right? I would apparently have to be careful going
ご
forward.
めんね、オーラ。私のために。
Nah, it was my own choice.
オーラ、かっこよかったわよ。
I was just showing off, to be honest. Wasn't grabbing a wasp bare hand kinda awesome?
それに、思い出したわ。昔もこんなことあったなーって。ほら、オーラ、キャンプでも私のところに来たミツバチから私をかばって刺されたじゃない。あの時のオーラもかっこよかったわ。オーラ？
I got stung twice! I'm gonna die! That anaphylactic shock or whatever's gonna kill me!
落ち着いて。あの時はミツバチだったから。
I see, that scared me.
今のはかっこよくなかったわ。
Thinking back on it now terrified me. But I really did manage to act cool at critical moments.
へえ、シルビーをかばって。かっこいいじゃん。
Right? I showed her where I'd gotten stung somewhat proudly. What do you think? It's a battle scar right here.
うん。
Amazing, isn't it?
自慢するとこはかっこ悪いな。
Now it's just getting complicated. Dia giggled in spite of me. By the sound of it, Dia was impressed by what I'd done today, too. So, like, when the wasp swept in to attack Sylvie, the heroic spirit inside me awakened.
しつけえな、こいつ。
On the way home with Dia.
ちょっとプリンになってきてるね。そうですかね。でも、これくらいで染めるってのも。まあ、願掛けに染めてるだけなら気にするほどでもないかな。
Spotted Dia in the knockina. What are you two talking about?
先輩、お帰りなさいです。
She went stiff the second she saw Dia. I see a pacifist like Yakina was afraid of the currently suspended delinquent. She was a nuisance without even speaking a word, so Dia took her leave. There was probably no need to back her up, more importantly. What's this about roots? Went back to their topic at hand.
はい。これ。
She stroked Akina's hair.
髪が伸びてきちゃって、根っこが黒いからさ、どのくらいで染め直すかって。
She actually also had originally black hair but dyed it? So it's just everyone in this academy dyeing their hair. Is that just a thing? No one wants to walk around with black hair. His dye job was obvious, but it appeared Akina dyed her hair too. What did she have said again? It was part of a charm or something, apparently. Akina's hair had gotten longer and her dark roots were clearly visible. The contrast between her black and bright-colored hair reminded me of pudding. Dyeing hair sounds like a pain.
まあね。オーロって髪染めたことない人？
Nope.
そういや、転校してきたばっかりの頃は短かったもんね。染めるほど髪ないか。私も、ここまで気を使うとは。
I doubt I'd ever dye my hair. It seems like a huge pain. Although I knew people who had dyed their hair before, I had no idea why they even bothered.
情けないの？二人とも。
Aina shrugged her shoulders, seemingly exasperated.
別に髪を染めろとは言わないけど、おしゃれは人間がする最も原始的な文化行動だぜ。
Someone sounds awfully high and mighty about this. I think you're just trying to show off.
そうだよ。
My retaliatory reply was a little mean, but Aina proudly puffed out her chest and was brimming with confidence. She held up her beautifully dyed hair and said,
かっこつけてる。それだけ。それがいいんじゃん。人間はかっこつけてこそ人間っしょ。オーラのそれと同じ。
She pointed towards my hand, specifically the spot where the wasp had stung me. It was to save Sylvie, so it was a noble cause, and not because I wanted to show off.
こっちも、可愛いレイナちゃんでいることで、オーロやアカネチンを喜ばせようって高尚な理由がある。
I see. But you put it that way, the fact that Aina was attractive, cute, and stylish was partially for her own sake, but it was plus for those around her too. Everyone would prefer to have a cute girl around rather than an ugly one. I mean, just because she has a different hair color wouldn't mean that she isn't cute.
ま、かっこよさで言えば、オーロのそれの方が上だけどね。先輩 傷、どうしたんです？
Akane was more fixated on the wasp, so there was no further discussion on her hair. But strangely enough, Reina's comment lingered in my head. People are human because they show off, huh? Showed off today for Sylvie. Had gotten hurt, but it had been for her sake. I was satisfied. People were human because they showed off. Couldn't argue with that logic.
金色ラブリッチェ。
どうして俺たちを裏切ったんだよ。
ホル君。
かっこつけたかったのかよ。
Stop it.
ホル君、どうして。
Stop it! Morning. Mina was by my bedside as I shot upright.
起こそうとしたらやめろと言って飛び起きるとは。なんだか矛盾を感じる目覚めですわね。
Sorry I was half asleep.
お休みとはいえ、いつまでも寝ているのは褒められませんわよ。
Yeah. Check the clock. I checked the clock and was already around 9 p.m. 9 a.m. PM would be a little problematic. Normally got up around 6 for radio calisthenics, so this was pretty leisurely for me. Leisurely off for me. Today was a national holiday, Labor Thanksgiving Day. Wanted to show my appreciation to everyone for their hard work by snoozing away like a carefree student I longed to be, but... Well, what's wrong, Mina? Didn't you mention you had work today or something?
この後参りますわ。
It may have been a national holiday, but it was business as usual for members of this particular royal family. They apparently had an interview with some musical prodigy today. Sylvie was the featured guest, but Mina was going to be part of the photos too. And you could call it work, but they were doing it for free. The work over the holidays was to promote friendly international relations. Royalty show was something else. As for me, not only did I skip radio calisthenics, I'd been asleep since Mina said she wouldn't be here
お
today.
客様がおられるので、出られる格好か見に来ましたの。したらまだぐーぐー寝ているから。ゲロたるんでいますわよ。休日こそしゃっきりなさいな。
Sorry. Scratched inside my clothes. Was slopping me, but whatever. Mina nagged at me for some reason for a short while. I was used to her being witness to my embarrassing moments.
わかるわ。寒くなってきたから、お休みはベッドを抜けられないのよね。
Ah! Someone I didn't want to see suddenly came out of the woodwork.
たるんでいますね。先日の座禅は精神収容になりませんでしたか。
The two of them at that. But why both of you here?
今言ったじゃありませんの。お客様が来ていると。まあ、私のお客ですけれど。すいません、お姉様。ゲローメがお目汚ししましたわ。
It appeared they'd come over to spend time with Mina and wanted to take a peek at my room while they were at it.
これが心配で。あ、でももう、あれは引いたのね。
She grabbed hold of my hand that got stung by the wasp. And to think of it, not only had the medicine I'd gotten from the nurse yesterday eliminated the pain, the swelling had started going down already too. Medical science was astounding these days.
一安心だわ。何の話ですの？
Nothing. I felt fine, and there was no reason for me to continue acting cool about it now, even if word were to get out. Sylvia seemed to have gotten the picture, read the mood, and dropped the
オー
topic.
ラのお部屋に来るのも久しぶりね。
She switched to a different subject.
ねえねえ、ほら。あの指輪の箱はどこ？オローラの箱？
It's next to TV on top of the DVR.
懐かしい。覚えてる？キロちゃん。あなたと交換した天使さんは、ここに入っていたのよ。ぐえ？覚えてないわよね。知らないんだもの。
As usual, Sylvie was off in her own little world. Anyhow, I'm gonna get changed. Mind stepping out for a second?
お早く。
I wrote the three of them out. What a hectic morning it's been. And it might have Mina saw me acting weird, especially given how she could be, as I was far more concerned of what Elle and Sylvie thought of me. At the end of the day, I wasn't really the type of guy who liked showing off. I better push those thoughts aside and get changed. Knowing Sylvie, she might just go, hey, hold on, and barge in before I give the okay.
ねえねえ、ほら。あら、かわいいパンツ。
姫様いけません。
It'd be wise of me to pretend that never happened and finish getting changed. Okay, now.
ただいま。ごめんね、さっきは。お粗末なものは見せてないでしょうね。
Maybe I did, but don't blame me for it.
ねえねえ、ほら。それより、これ、何？
Oh. So if you opened the ring box and revealed its contents, it contained 4 silver Loveriche emblems. Mine and Ria's emblems, specifically. I had forgotten they were inside. I'm collecting them. Don't lose them. They're important.
はーい。
After confirming there were 4 of them there, she quickly popped the lid shut.
これって、あれよね。チョコボーロの。
Yeah, these ones are silver though. You only need a single golden one, but you can exchange 5 silver emblems for another Kyoto.
へえ。もう4枚も集まってるのね。
I wanted to tell Sylvie that it was only possible to do my collaboration with Soma.
シルビー様から何度か聞いたことがあります。日本のお菓子メーカーのプレゼント企画だとか。
これ、どれくらいの確率で出ますの？
I usually buy 20 packages a year and have found 2 in the last 10 years. No figures came up when I searched for it online, but I assumed the chances of getting a silver emblem were 1 in 100. Additionally, I had yet to find any reports of someone obtaining a golden one.
懐かしいわね。あら。
Sylvie stared straight at me with a sweet smile. It was enough to make me grin too.
何か逸話でも？
That's nothing special.
大したことよ。昔ね、この箱を拾ったとき、中に金のラブリッチマークが入っていたの。
It sank into the lake, but we managed to somehow stay dry. But it managed to somehow stay dry. Maybe someone had just lost it.
箱を見つけたのはオーロだったから、オーロのものになって。
Certain princess looked like she really wanted the golden emblem, so I gave it to
あ
her.
れからよね。私とオーロ、イチが仲良くなったのは。
Yeah. It was through the accident at the lake and that present that I was able to become a princess's friend. Golden Loveriche emblem. I hadn't seen another in a decade since, but it was a cheap price to pay to become friends with a princess. Incidentally, she immediately exchanged it for her prize and arrived just before Sylvie returned to her home country.
私にとってのキロちゃんは、オーロたちとの友情の証なの。へえ。
何度かお聞きしています。素敵なお話ですね。
でしょ？ふえ。
Sylvie gently held the box against her chest and smiled. I, on the other hand, didn't have any particular attachments to that toy. However, she seemed to be as attached to it as the ring
ちょっ
box.
と、いい？
Sure. She opened the box back up for her. I opened the box back up for her. She didn't ordinarily wear it, but she did apparently carry it with her. She took out the golden ring.
これをね、最後まで確かめられなかったのが、ずっと心残りだったの。
Plop. There was a pedestal made of white felt inside the box with a long, thin grove designed to hold a ring. She placed hers inside.
ぴったり。この指輪、この箱に合うように作ったのよ。相馬くんと。
へえ、それは初耳です。
Same here.
作ってる途中で、他の目的もできたけど。お姉様、そろそろお時間が。あら？
Yeah, did you have work? Royalty had it rough even on holidays.
もっとオーロとおしゃべりしたいのに。
Just come with us!
年に2回だけ許されてる特別休暇、使っちゃおうかしら。
What's that all about?
姫様にはほぼプライベートがありませんので、さすがにどうしてもという時には、どんな用事でもキャンセルしてよいと約束しているのです。
年に2回だけね。
2 vacation days a year, huh? That's pretty abysmal.
ですがシルビー様、急なことでは市松殿にもご迷惑です。
It's fine by me, really.
ダメです。
Sylvie didn't really want to leave. Forcing her to go was a little sketchy, but it didn't make her work any less important. All I could do was climb up and avoid taking sides.
ですがお姉様、今日の取材、龍蔵寺から頼まれてのことではありませんでした？そうだったかしら。
Ryuzoji. Sounds like the name of a temple.
そういう広告会社があるのです。日本では有名なはずですが。
I have no interest in advertisement companies.
うちと懇意なところだから、頼まれると断れないのよ。
城ヶ崎殿いらっしゃるでしょう。彼女とも縁がありますので。
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it. She was the daughter of the president of a TV station, wasn't she?
それに彼女もよ。マリア・ビショップ。彼女のテレビ出演なんかは、龍蔵寺のマネージャーに通してのものであることが多いわ。
How about that? I had no idea. She gave off the solitary impression, like she was doing everything all on her own. Then again, people like that could never make it out to TV these days. She sounds like a capable person.
扱いきれてるとは言いかねますけれど。
奔放さも売りになるマリア・ビショップ殿と違い、こちらは仕事のキャンセル一つに理由付けが大変です。シルビー様、どうか。
はいはい。ごめんなさい、オーラ。行かなきゃいけないみたい。
Yeah, work is important. This conversation was finally coming to an end. If you just want to chat, I'll keep you company anytime. I tried to see her off with a smile. Him saying that immediately, like, makes the light go off in her head. We're taking him with us! But
いつでも？
I plan to lounge around in my room all day today, so we can hang out after you get back if you want. Huh?
休みだってのに、近くをヘリが低空しててうっさい。
He's just already sitting in the helicopter like, how the fuck did I get into this situation?
シルビー、ヘリうるさい。はーい、今出るわ。大荷物だね。
Could you not drag me?
男一人持ってくなんて、大荷物だこと。オーラを借りるわ。壊さないよう返すんだよ。
Sylvie ended up dragging me along, and we somehow ended up airborne in her helicopter. Everyday's tough when you tag along with royalty.
申し訳ない。シルビー様はあまりわがままはおっしゃらないのですが、一度言い出すと急に頑固で。
She has been making selfish requests quite frequently since we started this game, I feel.
まあ何もする予定がないようでしたら、移動中のおしゃべりの相手になるくらいよろしいじゃありませんの。
Yeah, I guess it's fine. I'd been asleep a half an hour ago, and now I was flying through the sky. This whiplash from highs to lows was enough to make me dizzy in various senses.
ありがとう、オーラ。お礼と言ってはなんだけど、お昼ご飯は何でもごちそうするわ。
What was the background strip suddenly like pitch black instead of like see-through? Is Dark Sylvie gonna come out again? Sylvie Alter. That's the joke somebody made.
何が食べたい？
Why is that a thing? In that case, treat me to something outstanding that even royalty has a tough time getting their hands on. That'll make my eyeballs pop out of my head.
さらっと強欲ですわね。
And now they're there. Doesn't cost anything just to suggest, after all. If I phrase it that way, then I'd probably get to try something much more impressive than some high-grade sushi or massive steak.
難しいわね。キャ ビやフォアグラ、トリュフなんかは食べ飽きておりますし、単純に一番美味しいもの。メロンパンは日本人のオーロは驚かないわよね。難問ですわ。
Princesses were stumped. Maybe I've been a little mean and should just concede to eating sushi, but I bet if I kept quiet, I'd get to eat something I ordinarily never would.
僭越ながら、
何かある？
私が以前、とある国に国防関連の話し合いに行った時出されたものが条件に当てはまるかと。
Oh, what was it like?
面白そうですわね。
You all seemed to like quite the upper class lady yourself, so this gave me high hopes.
はい。
Is it gonna be like the fucking cow dung coffee?
猿の脳みそです。頭を器にして出されて、私も目が飛び出るほど驚きましたし、猿の目玉も飛び出ていました。
Are we in fucking Indiana Jones or something? I need to pick up those that pack of tissues again. Sushi, let's go with sushi! Ellen suggested that on purpose. Sushi's tasty.
気に入ってくれてよかった。
Following their interview, I had them treat me to sushi for lunch. And although I'd called it lunch, it was already past 2. It was past 4 by the time we made it back into town. Can't believe we went all the way to Aomori in such a short time.
大間のマグロ。確かに大変な美味でしたわ。日本は料理が侮れませんわね。エル、落ち込んでる？
申し訳ありません。恥ずかしいところを。
Boss, you was shocked when you spat it out all of a sudden.
食べたのは魚肉のはずなのに、口の中で溶けるような感じがして、つい。
She was apparently surprised by the tuna's mouthfeel. Advertisements would often note how some food would melt in your mouth, but the sensation was quite bizarre once you experienced it firsthand. It was like eating gel.
まあ、とにかく、どうだったかしら、オーロ。今日一日いただいちゃった形になったけれど、満足してもらえた？
Absolutely, thanks for everything, Sylvie. It cost me a full day trip to earn this high-class sushi, but in the end I got to eat something incredible. Something truly incredible. For that matter, getting to fly around in a helicopter with 3 gorgeous women was a pretty sweet deal.
豚のお返しはできたみたいね。
It feels very disproportionate if you ask me. It was actually my first time having non-rotating sushi. That's what it's like?
回らない寿司？
Yeah.
逆説的ですが、日本には回転するお寿司があるのですか？
Yeah. What do you think that means?
お寿司がくるくる回るということ？でも、今日食べたものも回るといえば回るわよね。あの小ささだし、切り分ける前のマグロは、
市松殿の話からするに、回転する寿司というのは、いささか安物を指すようです。今日のような希少品であれば、回して遊ぶわけにはいきませんが、逆にくるくる回して食べる安物があるということでは。
お姉様、エロいな。甘いですわね。これは言葉ズバリ。回るとは、お寿司ではなくお客。客が回りながら食べねばならないお寿司屋さんがあるのですわ。なるほど。
Definitely the sort of idea a ballerina like Mina would come up with.
でしょう。
You're all wrong. Look, that's what what I was talking about. I pointed towards the shop we just so happened to pass
こ
by.
っぱ寿司？
あら、看板に書いてありますわね。回転寿司チェーン。回転寿司というお寿司があるの？
It means it's served on a conveyor belt. You pick it up as it goes around and eat it. Elle was right, and it was cheap though.
面白そう。ぬぬ。我々まだまだ日本のことは勉強不足のようですわ。
Yeah. Well, yeah, one of the top 5 questions commoners love to ask celebrities if they've heard of conveyor belt sushi, so this would make for a valuable experience.
ちょっと寄っていきましょうか。お腹が空いたわ。
Hey, Sylvie! There she goes! To reiterate, it was a little past 4 o'clock, and we just had lunch 2 hours prior. She's Hungry?
お姉様の胃袋なら仕方ありませんわ。
Swear to God, if she was not a princess, she would probably starve.
困ったものです。今夜は夕飯をどうするか未定なのでいいのですが。
あら
What's up? Just came back, sounding frustrated.
話が違うじゃない。お寿司全然回ってないわ。
Huh?
なんですの？ゲロ、嘘をつきましたの？
Who would lie about something like that? What's going on? I peeked into the window. Ah, I get it. There was a conveyor belt in the shop, but the sushi itself wasn't revolving. Instead, the revolving carousel contained photos of their offerings, which allowed customers to order what they wanted to eat electronically. I guess conveyor belt sushi isn't nearly as popular as it used to be, so they don't put the food on the carousel directly anymore. Food would eventually dry out and become inevitable, so everything was made to order. Most of their clientele would be during peak meal times, so there was no reason to put out food when it was only 4 in the afternoon. It's sad to think about it, but conveyor belt sushi will probably disappear in the next 10 years or so. I'm glad I could joke about celebrities getting asked about conveyor belt sushi while it was still relevant.
なぜおじいちゃんみたいな顔してますの？
わかりません。
Our conversation continued until we made it back to the dorm. Mina returned to her room, leaving the three of us
ど
alone.
うせだからお夕飯も一緒していい？
If that's okay with you.
了解しました。そのように。
Elle likely had to notify someone from the estate and made a phone call. And then...
おいっす。あ、シルビー、いたんだ。ええ、朝からオールをお借りしちゃったわ。
We had another guest. I bet she was going to join us for dinner too. But it still wasn't even 5 o'clock. It was a little earlier for... That was a little early for dinner, so the four of us killed time together.
今日はどんな仕事してきたの？
I'm curious about that too. What was the deal with that interview today? Before we flew to Aomori, Sylvia had spent around half an hour talking to this reporter-looking person at some hotel. It sounded more like a conversation than an interview, especially when there was another party present, and they were prattling on about nothing. Additionally, our conversation partner was not what I was expecting. Who was that older man?
おっさん？
Was some old guy they brought on with them? When I say he's old, I say he's old, but he's probably middle-aged. Even if she were to have a conversation with an older man, it would have made sense if he'd been dressed in a proper suit and had a more refined air to him. However, it looked like he had walked straight out of some factory.
私の恩人よ。確かに、もうおじいさまってお年だったけれど、これを作ってる工場の技師さん。
She retrieved something from inside the bag she had Elle carry. It looked like some sort of tool. It was made from iron, had a bent tip with a hole at the end that could be used as a ratchet.
ああ、調律用のハンマー。え？愛用品よ。
She has a favorite tool? Piano tool, huh?
これを作ってらっしゃる工場の職人さん。愛用品なのだけど、メイドインジャパンなの。それで、技師さんにお会いできないかって思って、今日はお時間をいただいたというわけ。
Tradesman?
対談は後で文章にも起こされますが、映像としても撮ってあるので、この後編集したものが送られてきます。今日は日本では職人の方々をねぎらう日だそうで、それに合わせた形ですね。
Are they gonna flip their shit because Oro wasn't with them? Like, is the media gonna flip their shit because of that? I feel like the media is gonna flip their shit because of that.
勤労感謝スペシャルってことか。
Let me see. Sylvia handed me the device. I'd heard of him. I'd never held a tuning hammer before. It had a wooden handle with a hole at the end of the metallic shaft. How does it work again? You put the screws that tug on the piano strings through this hole and adjust it.
ええ、簡単に言うとね。ほら、ここを見て。
She gestures towards the metal hole at the end of the instrument. You could tell the cavity was octagonal.
ここで四角いチューニングピンを噛んで固定して、弦の高さを調整していくのだけれど、その時、ここがどれだけ正確に四角形であるかが大事なの。普通のハンマーは型があって、鋳造で作ることがほとんどなんだけれど、この製品はなんと、 細い刀でちょっとずつ形を削いで成形していくのよ。ミリ単位で切り揃えていくことで、誤差 0.01 ミリの形が出来上がるというわけ。
Casting can cause metal to swell and contract. So this sphere generally has to deal with about a full millimeter margin of error, right?
正直、それでもいいんだけどね。チューニングするには誤差1ミリくらいはありだから。
I don't know why, but my lip hurts roughly, here. And I don't know why.
でも、実際にこっちを使ってみると、全然グラグラしないから癖になっちゃって、もう元のハンマーには戻れないわ。何より、この精密なハンマーで調整したと思うと、音に自信が出て、ピアノを気持ちよく弾けるようになるな。今では、私の自信っていうか、皆さんにおすすめしたいですね。もう手放せません。
It's sad to ignore the fact that last bit sounded straight out of a TV shopping program. Most
シル
importantly,
ビーって自分で調律するんだね。
yeah, aren't there people trained to tune pianos professionally? That got me interest. Compared to a guitar, pianos are a huge hassle to tune since they have around 200 strings. I've also heard it's rare for anyone to do it themselves.
詳しいですね。
Just because I know someone plays guitar.
そうね。ピアノの調律を演奏者本人がやることはあまりないわ。技術的なこともあるけど、ピアノの静音はどうしても機材のある調律師さんに頼るから、普段の調律も任せないと信頼関係に響くしね。
That was another way of looking at it, one I hadn't
でも
foreseen.
やっぱり私は自分でやるのが好きなの。自分で締めた弦の張りや遊びの方が演奏していて楽しいから。おー、なんかプロの意見っぽい。
技術的な観点からも、シルビー様は並の調律師よりよほど優れておられるとのことです。経験も音感もですね。
Sense of pitch. That reminded me. Do you have a perfect pitch, Sylvie? She replied nonchalantly.
おー、
Yeah, this was only half a glass. Oh. Oh.
なに二人とも。
Don't worry about it. Perfect pitch gives Japanese people this strangely romantic impression.
貴様のリズムは理解した。この能力が支配する。
What? Ah, my body won't move!
踊れ！パーフェクトピッチ！
Ah! Impossible. Not after I've mastered dark matter.
ダークマター、恐ろしい敵だった。
What the fuck is happening, Help?
みたいな。
Like I said, don't worry about it. Perfect pitch, dark matter, perfect memory, and lucid dream. The aesthetic of these terms will provoke anyone's delusions of grandeur.
あ、ねえねえシルビー。
Playing a pad to the
今
floor.
のはレのフラット。なぜ絶対音感があるというと、みんな同じことをするのかしら。
That's awesome, perfect pitch, huh?
別にすごいことではないわ。訓練で誰でも得られることだし、結局演奏に使うのは相対音感だけよ。
I have heard that. Something like how perfect pitch is useless for getting a grasp on the acoustics of a venue or the instrument you're playing. Still, perfect pitch. Like this is more potent, yeah.
字面で勝ってるよね。
Yeah,
二人ともよくわからないわ。
she forced a smile.
あ、というかオーロ、あなたにはこのこと昔話したはずよ。
は？
昔、どんな音でも音階でわかるって何度も説明したわ。覚えてないのね。もう、何度も説明したのに。
Sorry, but I was still just a little kid who didn't even know what you meant by scale back then.
そうね。それに、思い出した。私、それで相馬くんと仲良くなったんだったわ。相馬くん？
シルビー様の古いご友人。市松殿にとってもでしたね。
Yeah, You're close to him thanks to your perfect pitch.
相馬くんもあったのよ。絶対音感。
Huh? Oh, really? He had a skill like that? Himself was less than surprising due to her usual ambience.
懐かしいな。二人でよく遊んだわ。音階の当てっこしたり、逆に外させっこしたり。絶対音感同士にのみ成立する遊びがあるんだね。二人だけの秘密の信号も決めているのよ。当時、楽団派に入ることになって不安だった私が、ピアノを弾くのを恐れなくなったのは、相馬くんのおかげね。
Sylvie looked a little lonesome.
相馬くんの方は、音感だけでなく耳も良くて、だからよく苦しんでたっけな。
苦しむとは？
絶対音感というのはね、音を脳が勝手に分析してしまって、だから、雑踏なんかでも勝手に音を音階分けしてしまうの。だからたまに気分が悪くなるのよ。いろんな音が混ざったり、音の波長が狂ったりすると。
Hence why why Ria gets headaches when it starts to rain heavily.
ああ、聞いたことある。雨の日はそれで辛い人多いみたいね。私はいいの。無視できる程度だから、よっぽど変な音が混ざらない限り平気。でも、相馬くんは私より耳がいいし、感覚も鋭敏なのね。よく苦しんでた。定期的に鳴る電子音とか、気が狂いそうになるって。
For real? That was news to me.
今もまだ苦しんでるのかしら。なんとかしてあげたいのだけれど。
It could actually technically be then that Ria started smoking because it at least dulls the senses a little. Sylvie's expression turned unusually meek as she looked to the ground. Went without saying who was on her mind. Sylvia really want to see Ria again, didn't she? Reality was most likely in the next room over at that very moment. The fact I couldn't tell her made me feel immensely guilty.
今でも耳はいいままだな。お隣の会話も丸聞こえなくらい。頭おかしくなりそうなのは一緒だけど。盗み聞きにはちょうどいいから、プラマイゼロだ。な気にするなよ、シルビー。
That does mean that she can perfectly guess
そろそろご飯にしよっか。
whatever's going on in his room at all times. So in Reina's route, she knew about that threesome.
そうね。もうペコペコ。
And to change the mood. Are you hungry?
食べられないほどではありません。
I'd gone. We'd eaten not too long ago and weren't feeling especially hungry. But we'd better go along with Sylvie anyway.
そういや、みんなは昼何食べてきたの？
Sushi.
いいな。私も行きたかった。
That was delicious.
シルビーがいるってことは、やっぱ回らない方？
You nailed it.
またも回転を軸に定義していますね。
本場日本では、お寿司は回転するか否かが大事。国に帰ったら、みんなに教えてあげましょう。いいなぁ。裏山、裏タン。ちなみに、おいくらくらいのお寿司？
We had a couple rounds of tuna, which went for a market value of around 8,000 yen for our main course.
はぁ？
I've never eaten sushi with a market value attached before.
そこもだけど、何 ?8,000 円って
They apparently just got in some of the most staggering servings in a couple of years.
それは何？もう寿司じゃなくない？
いえ、寿司でしたが。
美味しかったわ。嘘！私もついていけばよかった。そうね。レーナも呼びたかったわ。
99% of Japanese people don't use high-speed helicopters, so it's rough going all the way to Aomori for a day trip.
ちくしょ
Now I felt like we'd done something pretty wrong.
で、夜は何食べるの？金箔でももしゃもしゃ食べるわけ？
美味しくないわよ、そんなの。
何にしましょうか。行きたいお店があるようでしたら、車を出しますが。
もう出歩きたくないわ。ここで食べるものがいい。
だそうだよ、オーロ。金箔持ってきて。
I'd love to if I could. Eating here, cup noodles again or something?
それもいいけど。
ちょい待ち。
And I'd headed outside. Then immediately walked right back in.
これ、期限やばばだから、勝たしちゃいたいんだ。どうせだからここで食べようよ。
なにこれ。
She brought with her Yakisoba.
一玉18円の時に買い込んだんだけど、いやー、なかなか食べないよね、こういうの。これも借りてきた。
She plopped a hot plate onto the table. Must have been something the door was equipped with, one given its massive size. We're capping off a day where we went all the way to Aomori for sushi with an 18 yen per pack Yakisoba party.
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。美味しいよ。
いいわね。楽しそうだわ。
I was very eager, but the princess was certainly into it. I would certainly be on board if Sylvie was, but so there was 3 against 1. Any suggestion I made would be overruled by a majority vote. Oh well, let's go for it.
一品だけじゃ飽きるかしら。エル、スープをお願い。
了解しました。
Just like that, we had a yakisoba party for dinner. I all headed to the kitchen to make her special request. What about the yakisoba?
もちろん私が作るよ。4割くらいの確率で、夕飯が元焼きそばだった焦げになるけどいいよね。
Why would I be? And I couldn't cook. Sylvie was iffy too. I'd be terrified letting her get anywhere near a knife. Guess I'll do it. And I grabbed some cabbage and meat at the convenience store.
はーい。
I sent her off to do the shopping.
オーロが作ってくれるのね。
You know my cooking abilities from the flour dumplings before, right?
あれ美味しかった。
Crude though. I know it's a man's dish, but I guarantee I'll score at least 65 in flavor.
あ、でも覚えてるオーロ。キャンプの時は芳しい結果にはならなかったわ。
They did not. Well, bringing up cooking at the camp 10 years ago, she won't have to main. Oh yeah, I was on mesquite duty. I charred the rice to a blackened crisp, I believe. I've grown up a lot since then, so don't worry.
期待してる。
By the way, how good of a cook are you, Sylvie?
できなくはないと思うのだけど、クッキーやケーキしか作ったことがないわ。
Sweet specialist. Sweets were a degree of difficulty higher than ordinary cooking, so she could probably manage. But I guess it was fine for today. Yakisoba's a man's dish. Stand back and
オ
watch.
ーロかっこいい。
Sure am. Aren't the ingredients ready yet?
へい大将、持ってきやしたぜ。
Alright! Then I handed over a head of cabbage and 1 bag of pork ribs from the convenience store. First off was the cabbage, sliced clean through the entire
え、
head.
一玉丸々使うの？ 4人分だよ。
The more cabbage, the better.
多すぎても全部食べるから安心して。
That was reassuring. Light the fire!
よー！
She switched on the hot plate. I waited for it to heat up. Probably dumb of me to say this after we turned it on already, but you think the break will be okay? Such a massive hot plant certainly seemed like it would consume too much electricity in a dome setting like this.
ここなら大丈夫だと思うよ。この量、4部屋でブレーカー1つだからさ、1部屋使ってないわけだし。
I guess we'll be fine then. My room was on the end of the hall, so a full set of 4 should include Ria next door, Mina across the hall, and the vacant room diagonally across. Mina didn't use many appliances, and Ria was constantly lazing around in bed. One of the rooms didn't even have its lights, which meant that we were probably in the clear. While we were lost in conversation, the plate had heated up. Alright! Sizzle.
いい音！
First was the pork, then the cabbage, and I continued to cook. It's the perfect time to add the sauce!
早くない？
Just a little, but you can put a larger helping of sauce on the cabbage later if you do it now. Next the noodles and the rest of the sauce.
スープできました。
We're all set an hour into. Turn out the flame. Dish complete. Ichimatsu Oro specially made yakisoba.
美味しそう。腹減った。早く食べよう。
Yeah. The boys sat down for a meal
い
together.
ただきます。
And away we ate. Incidentally, if I asked for how it turned out.
美味しい。ほんと、すごいよこれ、プロ級。とても美味しいわ。ありがとう、エル。
恐縮です。
なんだっけこのスープ、ミネストローネ？
That seriously tasted. The minestrone Elle brought out was so good you'd never think she'd put it together in so short a time. I was actually a little moved by it. Should ask sooner, but you're a really good cook, aren't you?
大したことはありません。簡易食だけです。ただ、慣れていることは慣れていますね。行軍訓練における娯楽は食事だけですので。
Maybe I should have left the whole meal to you. Now the yakisoba, that kind of tastes like sauce. It appeared the minestrone had stolen the show and taken its place as the main dish, thus demoting the saucy yakisoba as its side dish. It made for a questionably disorganized meal, but it was delicious.
Kinko Loveriche.
Fucking adorable.
あるよ。絶対音感。
Wow. I checked with it the next day. Sounded like it was for real. Whack! I smacked the water tank. What was that?
ごめん、よく聞こえなかった。もう一回。
Listen closely. Whack. How about that?
さっきと音階が違う。さっきと同じ音出さなきゃ答えられない。
Okay then. Whack. Was that about right?
微妙に違う。
Whack. That?
全然違う。
Whack.
音が弱くなってるぞ。
My hand hurts. There was no need to go out of my way to make these noises against an iron water tank.
絶対音感持ちって言うと、絶対この音何ってやられるから、こっちもいい加減面倒なんだ
Yeah,
よ。
Sylvie said the same thing.
ちなみに最初の音はミ。次がファのシャープ。他は忘れた。
Awesome. Oh, I didn't know the answers, but I couldn't even tell if she was I couldn't even tell if she was accurate. Either way, she really did seem to have perfect pitch too. You should leverage your talent to get a job in the music industry in the future.
将来の夢は未定だ。つけるんなら、音楽関係でやるかもな。
She said with a slight grin. I was being serious now. Did you think I was joking?
昨日シルビーも言ってたけど、絶対音感って言うほど大した才能じゃないぞ。
You heard?
耳がいいんでね。
Sylvie mentioned that too. Thought it was weird. Sure, the walls in this dorm aren't thick, but haven't heard anyone from any of the other rooms. Again, I barely heard any outside voices from the neighborhood foyer when I retreated into my room either. For that matter, a dorm built for rich kids across the country couldn't possibly have thin walls. Your hearing is just that good, huh?
これも才能っちゃ才能かな。
Ah! Smash. Oh, I took a knee to the pit of my stomach.
びっくりした。おい、脅かすな。反撃しちゃっただろ。
Sorry, I just meant it as a practical joke. I figured shouting would be a funny way to tease her, but her reaction was more violent than I ever expected. To think you'd just up and knee me in the gut like that. You're brutal down to your very core, you damn delinquent. I complained under my breath.
そのくらいの小声なら聞こえる。
Amazing, and sorry. My check-in determined she was definitely the real deal. She had perfect pitch and her hearing was fantastic. It's talent I never knew. Are there any upsides to combining those two together?
そうだな。やっぱ音感は圧倒的に良くなる。普通の人が練習してようやく安定するような音域の歌とか、感覚だけで歌えるようになるし。
You're a good singer.
人からはそう言われる。
I'm actually great at karaoke myself. Why don't we go together sometime? If you're a good singer, then give Maria Bishop's melody practice a shot. It's apparently pretty complicated, so I've never seen anyone who can sing it.
気が向いたらな。
She turned away with a raw smile for some reason. Anything else?
才能的なのはないかな。そもそも絶対音感からして日常では使わないし。むしろ困ることの方が多い。
Ah, glad you mentioned that. If I recall correctly, Sylvia had a gloomy look on her face at the time, too. People with a perfect pitch feel sick when there are lots of clashing noises. So if you have good singing, that probably
普
means...
通よりひどいっぽい。特に苦手なのが機械音だな。自販機とかドリンクバーとかさ、ブーって音がする系はそれだけで。
Are air conditioners okay?
平気じゃない。だからなるべくつけてない。
Wow.
あと雨の日とかそれだけでダメ。屋根を叩く音と壁窓を叩く音で音階が違って、聞いてるだけで気持ち悪くなる。
You were down and out during the last big storm, weren't you? You had a reason like that?
あと、まあいろいろ。
Sound like there were more sounds she couldn't stand, but she wouldn't tell me. Maybe it's a maybe it's a case of they recognized each other because of the voice. Like, that's why she immediately recognized Ria. Why Sylvie immediately recognized Ria when she came to complain. Was like, I recognize that voice, but I don't know from where. Like, what if it wasn't like oh hey, that looks like an older version of the kid I used to know, but instead just, hey, voice. And that's how she didn't recognize him earlier, because, you know, the voice of a man changes more during puberty than the voice of a woman. So-called... Maybe did I read that? Sound like there were more sounds she couldn't stand, but she wouldn't tell me. So-called physical idiosyncrasies sound like a huge pain.
大変だよ。たく、面倒な頭に産んでくれやがって。
She scratched at the back of her head.
いや、俺のことはどうでもいいんだよ。
I didn't think it mattered, but she changed the subject.
昨日はシルビーと遊んできたって？
Yeah.
青森まで行ってきたって聞こえたけど。
Yeah, to Oma City.
寿司とは言わないけどリンゴパイ的な？そういう青森といえばなお土産がないかと昨日から密かに期待してるんだが。
Sorry, I don't have it.
使えね
Mean! Oh, but it did hear some authentic Sylvie-Route dialect. You used to like that dialect, right?
好きじゃねえよ。どっから出たその情報。
Like when you said before that French sounded like Sylvie-Route dialect and stuff.
それでなんで津軽弁好きになる？悪いけど明日政府が津軽弁禁止令を出しても、俺は一向に困らねえぞ。リンゴパイ食べたかった。
Sounded like she was really looking forward to it, and I felt like I'd done something horribly wrong.
ああ、ね。目的はリンゴパイにしろ。
Sushi, actually. I guess you liked apple pie.
シルビーと小旅行。なんか進展あったか？
She brought up a trap subject. Nothing, most because me and an L were with us.
こぶつきか。
Lydia clicked her tongue. This girl. Man, there's something I've been wanting to say for a while now. It's not like I'm trying to get closer to Sylvie that way or anything.
はぁ？
Why do you sound so surprised? Didn't I tell you before? Sylvie and I aren't like that.
でも昔は好きだっただろ？結婚するっつってた。
Well, yeah, I may have said that. That charm of hers had left me positively love-struck. But that's when we were kids, and I told you how I felt now. We're just friends.
それは。でもその後俺のアシストで指輪の箱を渡して、あっちも位置がお前だって思い出して、いい感じになったんだろ？
You're not wrong, but... Wait, you didn't do anything though? Maria Bishop was the one who tossed it to her without thinking.
はい
without
はい、
asking.
そうでした。いい感じになって。その後、まあちょっと計算外にシルビーの初恋相手があれだったけど。
Yeah. If I had been in love with Sylvie, this woman right here would be my biggest obstacle.
でもそれでお前悔しがってたじゃん。
Well, true. Certainly was jealous of Soma, her first love. That was because I found out he was really Maria. If that man actually existed, I'd likely have mixed feelings about it. Did that mean what I thought it meant? I wasn't happy about Sylvie liking someone then.
ほらな。よし、じゃあ作戦決めるぞ。いいか。シルビーはお姫様とはいえガードはゆるゆるだ。まずは二人きりで会える環境だな。
Wait! I wasn't entirely sure how I felt about it yet, but it didn't need a third party pushing things along without my input. I mean, heck, I don't even want the two of us to be together in the first place.
は？
Let's just assume, for argument's sake, that I did like Sylvie. Why would she support us?
目標だから。
Huh? She mumbled under her breath, so I couldn't hear her.
小さい頃は何もできなかったけど、今ならできることはある。今がゴールデンタイムだから。
This is going way over my head. Leah cleared her throat to put an end to the
とに
subject.
かくだ。お前の意思は関係ない。俺はしたいようにする。
She's an obnoxious Tumblr shipper. I'm gonna put that in. Hold on. Just gonna grab that. It reminds me of someone today recommended some VNs to me that I very much probably would never be able to actually record. Because apparently they are very lewd in nature. It's called Megasuki. It's apparently about girls wearing glasses, and the two I was sent were of highly mature looking women. One very teacher looking, so I'm fucking all about that. Anyways.
お前とシルビーを絶対にくっつける。
You're saying that to my face?
以上だ。
They ended the conversation and vanished up onto top of the water tank. Jeez. It didn't look like she especially wanted company today. I just stayed down below and waited for sunset. Huh? Do you hate that color?
はい。
Ah! Woke up. He's having some kind of dream. What was it again?
土曜日、今日もお休みですね、先輩。
I wish there was some law that automatically allowed you to get Friday off when a national holiday falls on Thursday.
ああ、いいですね。でも、それだと火曜日がお休みでも、月曜日を休みにする法律が欲しくなりますよね。
You'd end up with one too many holidays at that rate.
お休みが多いのに越したことはないんですけどね。というわけで、ラジオ体操です、先輩。
I'd rather take a break on holidays. Though it hadn't happened on Labor Thanksgiving Day, I got caught by the radio calisthenics girl today.
はい、1、2、3、4。ほら、市松、背筋伸ばしな。
Okay. Mornings are pretty chilly now.
心が燃えてれば、暖かいですよ。
Oh man.
今日もお疲れ様でした。
So cold!
ですが寝起きにちゃんと動いたことで、血行は良くなったのではなくて？
Well, yeah.
カミナルさんは、 ラジオ体操参加しませんか？朝は昔からストレッチの習慣がありますので、そちらの方が気が楽でよろしいですわね。ストレッチですか。あれもいいですよね。心も体もバーニングしちゃいます。
Is your heart never not on fire?
お疲れ。
That seems like a very not on fire soul over there. Certain someone who had been laying down on one of the sofas in the foyer appeared. Kishar slacking off as hard as he can.
休みだもん。
Then idled about.
今くらいの時期って一番外出る気がなくなるよね。寒いんだけど、がっつり着込むと暑いし、着込まないと寒いっていう。わかります。だらけたい口実にしか聞こえませんけど。日本の気候はそうなのかしら。はあ、テラスは快適じゃの。あかねちん、ジュース買ってきて。はーい。
Don't take advantage of the situation to make her run errands for you.
買ってきました。センキュー。はい、お金。差額はおだちんでいいから、おやつでも買いんさい。はーい。飲ませて。どうぞです。
How could I put the straw into Reina's beverage and brought it up to her mouth?
ジャパンの先輩後輩関係はスパルタだと聞きますけど、本当ですのね。
You shouldn't base anything off those two. It was a peaceful day off. Doy off, yeah. But.
そこそこは身についてきましたわね。では次は、主に立食の場での礼節を教えますわ。こちらは手順がなく臨機応変なので難しいですわよ。
Although we had a day off, it didn't look like I would be resting anytime soon.
違う！立食の際はまずテーブルのそばから離れぬこと。最初からフラフラしない。
Well, I wound up stuck in Mina's etiquette class. I had no idea why it was necessary, but Mina felt compelled to drill party and table etiquette into me. She subjected me to this hell for the past few days, almost to the point where French dining etiquette was firmly rooted in my brain. I was obviously exhausted and promptly plopped over on the bed.
だらしのない。
Come on. Oh, well, there was no harm in memorizing it. I won't complain about being taught, but still. When and where would I ever need to use this stuff? If nothing else, I think it's a given that nobody in modern-day Japan would know any of this.
まあ、そうですわね。ノーブル学園の生徒ですら、ちゃんとできる子はあまり多くありませんわ。
Like, turns out Mina knows. She knows that she's grooming him into the perfect husband for Sylvia. I think it would even apply to royalty. There wasn't no real meaning in a comment like me learning this, in my opinion.
ですが、いつか使う日が来るかもしれない知識です。なら仕入れて損はないはず。いざ使う場が来たとき、盛大に間違えて恥をかいたり、立ち居振る舞いがわからず、あうあうする羽目になるよりよっぽどいいでしょ？
So she was saying after having thought it through. Would I really be that embarrassed about it?
恥をかくのを良しとしますの？
Good argument, but still. Everything Mina said was correct. Correct yet strict. I wasn't sure there was any reason to act so formally. I wasn't sure. Maybe this was the difference between commoners and royalty.
よろしくってゲロ。恥をかくなとは申しません。人間には限界がありますゆえ。しかし、恥をかかない道があるのに、それを選ばず、書いてもいいなどとおっしゃるのはおやめあそばせ。人間は矜持を持って生きる動物です。それが保てないのは仕方ない。しかし、保とうとしないのは言語道断ですわ。
I was getting a full-on lecture from someone younger than me. Worse yet, someone else had said the same thing to me once before. So you're saying to show off and act cool?
まあ、そうですわね。かっこいい悪いで話を図るのは下品ですが。格好のいい自分であろうとするのは大切なことですわ。 お分かりになったようで何より。
Alright, why don't we pick up where we left off? We resumed our etiquette class. Etiquette was important, huh? First, you know who told me that, then Reina, and now Mina. That was a ridiculously complicated thing to do, though. I'm sorry, Mina. My phone rang. Interrupted the lesson and picked it up. Let's see. I nearly reached for the hold button. I'll see how I take this call back.
今日はこのくらいにしておきますか。あ、お飲み物いただいてよろしいかしら。
Go for it. I would feel a national dance with Mina here. Beep. Hi, Torio. Hello.
久しぶり、
Or not.
オラくん。
Chica. Yup. What's up, Chica? Do you need something? Call from Chica. Someone I didn't really want to talk to.
なんかようかじゃないよ。ノーブル学園急に行くことになって、それから一回も連絡してこないじゃない。
Sorry, I've been busy.
寮に入ってるんだよね。ちゃんとやれてる？ご飯は？掃除はしてる？今から見に行こうかな。
My God, Chica sounds like a fucking worried mother-in-law. No, thank you. I'm doing just fine. The dorm provides a meal, so I'm all set there. As for cleaning, I've got a wonderful maid keeping an eye on me, so my room is dirty.
メイド？
There's someone overseeing the dorm here, and they perform inspections.
それはそれですごい量だね。
Panic.
まあ、声を聞く限り元気そうで安心した。
Eh.
棟梁くんにはまだ？
I haven't, and you shouldn't tell him either. I especially don't want him to know where I'm going to school.
棟梁くんも他のとこに通ってるで納得してくれて
Why
る。
does she know? Please and thank you. He'd like to come all the way here if you did tell him.
待ってあげなよ。心配してるよ。
It'd be a huge pain. Isn't it enough for me to just tell you how I'm doing over the phone? She reluctantly agreed. Oh boy. Even if there was no sidestepping Chiaka, it didn't feel like seeing Torio yet. The three of us had been together since we were little, so it did feel strange to suddenly be apart
じゃ
now.
あ明日は棟梁くんなしで私一人で行くね。
Yeah, Torio's... Huh? What do you mean tomorrow?
だから明日そっちに様子を見に行くけど棟梁くんはなし。私一人で。
Ah! She repeated that unexpected tidbit of information once more. Wait a second, why would you do that? Don't come here!
食事も掃除もしっかりしてるんでしょ？じゃあいいじゃない。
Oh, it's not fine, I have plans too, you know.
そうなんだ。じゃあ出かけててもいいよ。こっちはこっちで部屋のチェックするだけだから。
Would you knock it off already?
ゲーム、姫消し物はいいけどさ、触手系のやつはパッケージ見えないようにしててね。ああいう虫っぽいのすごく苦手だから。
I don't want you to come
明
here!
日、11時。時間があったら寮にいて。いなくてもいいけど。じゃあね。
She hung up.
どうしましたの？苦虫を噛みつぶしたような顔をして。
It's nothing. I thought Mina's lecture was the most I'd have to deal with before having an otherwise laid-back weekend. Tomorrow was looking to be the worst of it. Fished through an unopened cardboard box. Placed the game with box art of an exorcist girl caught in a web of tentacles so on top, so it wouldn't be visible the moment it was opened. Yep, all set.
何をやってるんだか。
Just, you know, preparing traps. Talk about off-putting. And help me feel any better as I headed outside. Tomorrow was already looking like it was going to be obnoxious as hell. What should I do? And then... Elle?
ああ、市松殿、奇遇ですね。
At school gate, I found Elle speaking with several people in black suits. She was here, that meant, headed inside. It is sudden, but are the black suits free tomorrow?
なぜ？
Some weirdo might turn up at the dorm tomorrow morning. She's a year our junior, but could you take her into custody if she shows up? I may have lost the battle initially. But I'm sure as hell gonna win the war.
あら、ほら。
What are you up to on a day off?
お休みだからや。今日は久しぶりのオフなの。
夕方には龍蔵寺の会長殿と会談ですが。
半日オフでも久しぶりなの。せっかくだから、この子をたっぷり手入れしたくてね。
She softly patted her favorite piano. Sylvia had likely tuned it as the hammer from before was in her other hand. So this is piano tuning.
そういえば、市松殿の前では初めてでしたね。
見ていく？
ん？
Can I? Okay then. Didn't have anything else to do and I was curious. May as well have her show me.
それじゃ、始めまーす。
Oh! Took off the front of the lid and fiddled with its internals. That's pretty exciting. It scared me. I thought she had split the piano in two for a second there.
ここのピンね。ここを、こうして、固定するの。
She fastened those screw-like pieces lined along the inside of the piano with the aforementioned hammer.
キュラちゃん、上。
Kyuro assisted Sylvie and adjusted strings alongside her.
あとはこうやって、音を聞きながら、好みの音階にしていけば OK。
は。
最近ちょっと高すぎたから、緩めようかしら。冬だし、あったかい音がいいわよね。
Warm tones?
我々には調整どころか分かりもしない世界ですね。
The subject reminded me of a difference in sound quality between CDs and records, or how audio could change depending on the voltage of the speaker. There really are tons of strings. How many are there? As many as there are keys.
今日やるのは200ね。
That is a lot. More than I
定
expected.
期的にやってあげないと弦が拗ねちゃうの。ちょっと待っててね。
Sylvie adjusted the tension on the pins as needed in order to verify the integrity of each string. She clearly knew what she was doing and was quite entertaining to watch. But 200 strings too many. I thought it would take so much time. Stood by and waited for some time, even though it seemed like she was nowhere near finished.
申し訳ない。シルビー様はこういうところおっとりしてらっしゃるので。
It's been quite a while since her princessy side reared its head.
何か予定がありましたでしょうか？
None really. Forced a smile. If this were hypothetically one of Sylvia's concerts, then I would thoroughly enjoy listening to her music and could easily spare the time. But tuning, this was a job for true enthusiasts. Since sound was important, it also meant I had to keep quiet. Definitely boring to watch for an extended period of time. However, Elle shook her head.
予定がないようでしたらお付き合いくださいませんでしょうか？シルビー様がご納得いくまで。
Sure, I guess I can. It was unusual. Elle normally prioritized common sense over Sylvie's
シ
wishes.
ルビー様が調律しているところを人に見せるのはかなり珍しいことなのです。
Huh. Was it? As you mentioned it, Elle and those black-suited gods were standing outside earlier. Sylvie was was kept at distance, and it would naturally go for watching her tune a piano too.
調律できたら市松殿に最初に聞いてほしいのでしょう。お願いできますか？
Well, of course,
よかった。こちらへ。
She led me to a corner of the concert hall. It shouldn't bother Sylvie if we chatted from this distance.
それよりさっき言っていた不審者がどうのというのは。
Sorry, that was obviously a joke.
でしょうけど何かあったのですか？浮かない顔でした。
Elle looked straight ahead and peered at my face. Though she lacked worldly sense in a different way from Sylvie, I guess I should say this much was expected. But she did seem exceptionally trustworthy. You might say she's like a big sister. She had this ambience that made you want to rely on her. Chiyuka said she was going to stop by tomorrow. Chiyuka hadn't told Elle about it, but she should be the one person who knew after doing an investigation into my private life. But he investigated the sort of life I led up until summer of this year.
そうですか。島殿は島棟梁殿でしたか。
We're not on speaking terms right now. Thanks for being considerate of everything with my old school.
市松殿のプライベートです。こちらが荒らすのは最小限にする所存です。
That was reassuring. The thing that I liked most here at Noble Academy was that nobody here knew anything about my old life. It wouldn't interest them in the slightest because I was a commoner, and that was comforting in its own way. The one and only person who had investigated me, Elle, was also being considerate. I was truly grateful. It was a time in my life I didn't want to remember.
終わったわ。
Good work.
何の話をしていたの？
Nothing. Forget that. If you're finished doing anything, aren't you gonna put it to use? Would you let me listen?
え？
Sylvie turned to the piano. A concert for Elle and me. Nah, that was wrong. A concert just for me, and the only invited guest began. At this academy, Michimatsuro was a semi-vulgar commoner with poor grades. The nobles often looked down on him, but this mysterious man had caught the eye of Princess Sylvia. It was a great position to find myself in. Remarkable yet special. Ideal, if you ask me. I didn't want to go back to the old days anymore. To those times where I was so uncool. Yeah, she had finished doing. I had her play a few pieces for me before taking a break. To be honest, I couldn't tell the difference between the tones. Regardless, Sylvie's performance was beautiful. She had some wiggle room on her schedule before she had to get back to work, so we killed time together afterward. Elle had cleared out, so we had a little tea party for two in the classroom. Or so I'd like to say, but it was just plastic
ペ
bottles.
ットボトルの紅茶もなかなか美味しいわね。
Sometimes I think that I drink too much during these recordings. The fucking splotch of like liquid on my goddamn glasses for some reason. The fucking bottle splash. I think it's kind of iffy and overly sweet personally.
確かにミルクティーはちょっと甘いかも。
Lemon tea is too overpowering, and when you drink it black, subtly sweet, huh?
そういえばオーラって紅茶にはお砂糖入れないわよね。
That's because I only consider black tea. Putting sugar in it just doesn't click with me for some reason.
そうそう、日本人ってお茶にお砂糖入れないのよね。グリーンティーも苦いまま飲むし。
On that point, I'd actually love to tell foreigners something. Don't put sugar in green tea. It's gross.
でも美味しいわよ。
In the worst case, it's fine in matcha. Matcha is too bitter, so adding some sweetness suits it. But green tea is a
美
no-go.
味しいのに。
We would always have lovely conversations like these whenever we were alone. Everything came naturally to her. I guess I also felt that way around the Rian Arena, but it was still baffling to me at times that I had the honor of speaking with the great Sylvia-Route Crown. This was a true luxury.
午前中はずっとみなに？
She was giving me etiquette lessons. What do you think? Do I seem much more noble than usual today?
いつもと変わらないけど。
Well, let down.
でも、そうなの。
Sylvie glanced away. After acting apologetic.
ねえ、オーロ。みなのこと、こういうのもなんだけど、いいのかしら。
Huh?
オーロの邪魔というか、迷惑になっていない？みなは自分の、ひいては王室のことには完璧を求めるから、オーロにちょっかい出すのもそのためだと思うの。私がオーロと仲良しだから、オーロにもいろいろと求めてしまうのね。
Yeah. Kinda think these etiquette lessons all started because I wanted to be Sylvie's friend.
でも、オーロは普通の日本の学生だわ。王室のことなんて知らなくても、それが普通でしょ？迷惑になっていないかしら。
She sounded apologetic. Well, I wouldn't call me no bother. I had second-guessed myself and wondered how I'd gotten into such a troublesome situation. Still, it's not a big deal and everything is fine with Mina.
そうなの？
Mina can be a little fussy at times, but her flawless etiquette more than makes up for it, and she knows when she's pushed too far. Her being a perfectionist also means my room is always clean, so she's been a huge help. I have such an adorable maid looking after me. As a man, I've got nothing to complain about.
そうなんだ。よかった。
We should spare me the whip, though.
無知は仕方ないわ。
I think royalty's perceptive on these sorts of situations was perception on these sort of situations was a little skewed, though.
ミナはちょっと厳しいけれど、先生としてはとても優秀よね。
Does she?
私も昔、王族についての多くのことをミナから教わったのよ。
Even though she's younger? Also, they always have been easygoing since way back. So Mina probably took her duties much more seriously at an early age.
ミナのおかげだわ。シルビア・ル・クルスクラウン・ソルティレージュシッサーができたのは。すごく感謝してる。時々わからなくなるけれど、感謝はしてるわ。
Huh?
なんでもない。
The quiet mumbling barely reached my
で
ears.
も、さあ、よかった。ミナとオーロが仲良くしてくれて。ミナはね、こう言ってはなんだけど、私の兄弟姉妹の中で一番の仲良しなの。
Wow, you have around 10 brothers and sisters, right?
ええ、シスア家だけで16人。
That was a lot. I put the 9th princess, Sylvie, just about in the middle.
こんなにいると、やっぱり偏りが出てしまうの。この子とこの子は仲良くとか、誰とも仲良くするからみんなの関係が薄いとか。私は、ちょっと事情があって、小さい頃はお客様扱いを受けることが多くて、そんな私とずっと仲良くしてくれたのがミナだったのよ。
Do you like a guest? I was curious, but you didn't seem at all interested in elaborating, given that ambiguous for reasons, but...
だから、こんな言い方はなんだけど、国で一番の仲良しがミナなのね。それで、日本で一番仲良しなのがオーロでしょ？そんな二人がって思うと嬉しいわ。
I see. Closest friend in Japan. She said it in passing, but it made my heart race.
ねえ、ミナって可愛いと思わない？自慢の妹なのよ。あのね、バレエがすごく得意なの。もう全く軸がぶれずにくるくるって。
Sylvie's sisterly side must have emerged as he started to brag about her little sister. Yeah, I do agree that she's cute.
でしょ？自慢の妹よ。
I'd love to have a girl like her as a little sister too. Have to ever call me Oni-chan.
兄になったとしても、呼ぶとしたらお兄様くらいじゃないかしら。
That'd be great too. Oni-chan would still be better though. But Oni-sama's kind of growing on me.
そういう憧れがあるの？
Ever since I was little.
あらあら。
Oops.
なんだかオーロの好みが垣間見えたわ。
Ever since I was little, I always thought I wanted a little sister that calls me Oni-chan. Actually, I wouldn't mind having a little brother. I just want someone to call me that. And then she says this. Whoops, that's one of my many secrets, but I don't recommend prying any further.
はーい。
Sylvie giggled. It was fun talking about ourselves like this, and we had a wonderfully lively mood going. We really did have good chemistry. I have a vague inkling of it for a long time, but was convinced of it now.
それでね。この前オーロがお料理しているのを見て、私もしたくなってきたの。
Conversation continued.
今度パイでも焼こうと思うのだけど、何か食べたいパイってある？
Pie, huh?
自慢じゃないけど、パイは得意料理なのよ。
Sylvie held her chest high. Mina and Reina had mentioned Sylvie's sweets before, but I'd yet to try them
ま
myself.
ずは大別して、どっちで食べたい？ご飯で食べるなら、ミートやミックスにするし、おやつで食べるなら甘いのにするけど。
Like it as a meal if it's going to replace a main course.
ならミート。じゃあ、ちょっと芸がないわね。
What about with potato?
もっと芸がないわ。 あ、うなぎ。日本人はうなぎのパイが好きなのよね。あれに挑戦してみようかしら。
It's a little different since it doesn't usually use eel, but a fine powder.
そうなの？よくわからないわね。じゃあ、
Sylvie looked stumped. She seemed to be running out of options now that we narrowed it down to a meat pie. I'd honestly be fine with something sweet like chocolate or apple pie. There we go. I was wondering, like, why, like, he's gonna say apple pie. So I was confused when he went like, oh, meat pie. Like, no, I feel like he. Why the fuck isn't he going like apple pie and then like, oh, you know, can I have like an extra piece to give to my neighbor? My neighbor was very peeved when they found out that I was down in, I forgot the name and didn't bring apple pie with me as a souvenir. Apple pie.
What?
I love an apple pie. One that uses apples from Aomori if possible.
青森が好きね、オーロ。
It has a strong French influence there, so... Could you make an apple pie?
もちろんよ。期待してちょうだい。
Sylvie smiled sweetly. Bet Ria would be over the moon if I saved her a piece. For that, I had selfishly requested a princess's home cooking. Had quite the luxurious life, huh? Should I tell her about tomorrow and Chica coming to the dorm? Oh, I know. Hey, Sylvie, do you remember Chica? Sylvie put a finger to her chin.
キャンプで？
Yeah, when we were little. You should have also taken part. Sylvie seemed lost in thought. It's fine if you can't remember. She got in touch with me recently and I was just thinking about her. The thing is, Chica... Huh? Did you remember?
思い出したわ、ちえかちゃん。思い出せないことを思い出した。
Huh?
昔、イチが何度か話していた女の子よね。一つ学年が下で、口うるさいからどうこうって。同じく仲良しの島くん、高藤くんたちも含めて、イチのグループでよく遊んでいると聞いたわ。
Yeah.
でも私、結局その子には会えずにみんなとお別れしちゃった。
Didn't?
自由時間の時も、イチはよく会いに来てくれたけど、他の子たちは用事があるとかで。どう
Ah!
かした？
Oh, nothing. She was right, I remember now too. Chica often hung out with the group of kids I got along with, like Torio and Takato. But I didn't want to let Torio or Takato get close to Sylvie and tried my best to make sure they never met. Takato aside, Torio was an attractive guy after all. Some pretty handiwork if I did say so myself.
結局会えなかったのが心残りなのよね。連絡が来たなら会うの？私も同席できないかしら。
Well, I'm going to meet up with her at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
11時。ちょうど仕事があるわ。
I see, well, she's free all the time, so I'm sure there'll be other chances.
そうね。
Shouldn't be a problem for them to meet now, but I was afraid something strange would occur following their encounter.
私は会ったことないけれど、オーロは今も仲良しなの？シエカちゃんやシマくん、高藤くんと。
Like I said, I'm gonna see Chica tomorrow. Takato and I talk on occasion, mostly about our hobbies.
シマくんは？
I didn't see him anymore.
金色ラブリッチ！お客さんが来るの？へえ、先輩が人を呼ぶって初めてですね。男？女？
Girl, she's a year younger, the same age as Akane.
仲良くなりたいな。
She's only coming over for today.
オーロが女の子を招く。これは美少女率が高そうですな。
What makes you say that?
わかります。先輩が呼ぶ女性となると、多分お綺麗な方だろうなって。
I like how they're over there like, you know, considering the girls he often hangs out with, this is one who's probably also an absolute 10. Do you really see me that way?
オーロがこれまでこの寮に呼んだ子といえば、シルビー、エルチン、あと、カミニャンに至っては住まわせることになったよね。そして今話してるのが、あたしとアカネチン。 もう美少女しかいないじゃん。
I get it.
そんな、私は、照れるな。あかねちんかわいいぞ。で、その子は
I don't think she looks awful, but I don't know if I'd call her beautiful.
写真とか。
I think so. Showed her my phone. I'd often taken pictures of people I hung out with and then never deleted them. There were pictures of people I used to hang out with too. Found one. Here, this one. Showed her a picture from my birthday last year. Jake and I were beside each other with a slice of cake in hand.
おー、かわー85点くらいかわいい
That good? But I got this since we were little, so it's hard for me to tell.
おや、贅沢もん。幼馴染なんだ。
I guess you could say that. We had a group of friends we'd hang out with.
おうほう。あれでも、この子オンリーの写真はないのね。
Hey, no snooping! Snatched away back my phone. These were just photos from around my birthday, so they probably wouldn't be anything significant to see anyway, but still.
オーロ意外と自撮り多いね。
Just on my birthday. It was a special occasion, and it's like keeping a record for me. As for other days, my phone was filled with other ordinary pictures of my friends. Not that I even wanted to look at those anymore.
あと気になったんだけど、オーロって去年坊主だったん
She figured that out from my birthday photos? That definitely was shaved and nose.
坊主の人か。ハゲてたの
I'm not going bald and shaving your hair are two totally different things.
いいじゃん、ハゲたんなんて気にしなくても。
It's not falling out! It's really thick now that it's had time to grow out.
日本の増毛技術ってすごいらしいね。昔、お昼の司会で有名だったグラさんの人、80年代はくっそ薄かったのを増やしたらしいよ。
I'm not augmenting anything. Look at these roots. These pure unadulterated hair roots.
冗談だって。怒ると本気で危なく思われるよ。
Damn it, she was teasing me.
でもそうだ。オーロって転校してきたばっかりの頃も、今よりだいぶ短かったっけ
Yeah, more or
い
less.
つまで坊主だった
Summer.
むずーい。
Twirl.
かわいい。私、かわいい。
あかね、さっきから鏡の前で何やってんの？
普段お子ちゃますぎて出てこれなかった女の本能が急激に湧いてきたみたいです。
Knock knock.
すいません。よく見るとこの部屋、いつもよりちょっとだけ綺麗になってる気が。
Yeah, it's because I cleaned. What is it?
いえいえ。ねえねえ。ちえかちゃん、だっけそのお客さん、ぶっちゃけ、どうなん
Huh?
幼馴染っつっても、この年になって誕生日にツーショットで写真撮る異性って、そうはいないよね。どうなん
Why are you asking me that?
いやー、私の感覚ではさ、オーロはもうシルビー一択、シルビー一筋だと思ってたのよ。でも意外な伏兵が過去から登場。燃える展開だ。どうなのよ。
I was laughing while rolling around on the bed. She must have had the wrong idea. Chick and I weren't even remotely like that.
こんにちは。
Huh?
お
こちらが市松くんのお部屋ね。ああ、市松くん、お客さんだよ。
どうも。
Chica! Huh? I thought we were going to meet up at 11? I wasn't even 10 yet.
そう言っとけば、オール君のことだから、今くらいの時間に部屋の掃除始めるでしょ。でも、普通に綺麗だね。
I told you! I clean regularly! I guess it was supposed to be a trap. Damn her.
不意打ち仕掛けたのに、衛生度はなかなかの。
Chica took a look around the room.
はい。
Her eyes landed on a trendy girl sprawled out on my bed.
あ、どうも、レイナです。オーロとはクラスメートで。はい。チエカです。じゃあ、私は邪魔にならないようにおいとましますわ。オーロ、 また後で。
Sure. Then the upperclassmen who guided Chica both left.
オーロくん、なんかすごいエロい感じの人がベッドにいたけど、
Don't mind that, she's just a friend.
友達がなんでエロい感じでベッドに？
The only provocative thing about her is the length of her skirt. She's just a normal person. Without straight-laced Chica was a trendy girl like Elena must have given her that impression. In reality, the way Elena rolled around in my bed would have put anyone in the mood. Between us, I partially let her have free reign of the room because I looked forward to that sort of behavior.
新生活、楽しくやってるようで何より。
Yeah.
ゲロ、今日はお客人が来ると言ってましたけど。
メイドが？
あら、もう来てましたの。邪魔しましたわね。はじめまして。ちえかさんでよろしかったかしら。私、ゲロ。市松さんの私生活を管理しております。神なると申しますわ。
私生活を？
今日は挨拶までということで、お二人で楽しい時間をお過ごし遊ばせ。
どういう新生活なの？
It's pretty deep now that I run it back through my head. Chica finished inspecting my room before the morning was
い
over.
いなぁ。寮で一人暮らし。しかも部屋を出たらすぐにおしゃれなカフェがあるなんて。
We had lunch at the cafe outside. To be blunt, I do think it's a pretty high-end lifestyle to lead on my own.
オールくんが一人暮らし始めるって聞いたときは、すぐ逃げ帰ってくると思ったけど、これならこっちに馴染んでるのも納得だよ。
Having a convenience store 30 seconds from your front door is pretty sweet, yeah.
すごいなぁ。あ、ここのコンビニあれだ。野菜とかも置いてある小さいスーパーみたいなやつだ。
It's a shop designed so you can put together practically everything you need for daily life after all.
いいなぁ。
Now that I had a third party take a look at my current lifestyle, I guess it was enviable? I was aware of that.
あとさ、オールくん。
Yeah?
一務。お客さんがいるのか。お昼から練習だー。準備運動に走ってこよう。あ、先輩、お疲れ様でーす。
It worked. Got practice later?
はい、走ってきます。本番。
ねえ、この寮、さっきから女の人しか姿が見えないんだけど。まさか。
Don't get the wrong idea. This is absolutely a co-ed dorm.
そうとは聞いてるけど。
Ratio of women is a little on the high end, though. In actuality, the ratio was 1 man to 96 women.
越した途端、こっちに一切連絡しなくなった理由が、だいたいわかりました。
I'm telling you, it's a misunderstanding.
連絡はしてよ。ちょいちょいでいいから。
Yeah.
てか、LINE もよく送ってるのに、絶対スルーするよね。なんで無視するの？
That's 100% your fault. When you ask me things like, are you doing well, or are you eating, all I can ever respond is that I'm fine, or that I'm eating.
それは、ごめん。
Hey, you're not my mother. You've always been this way.
仕方ないよ。オールくん、昔っから子供なんだもの。棟梁くんとか、高藤くんとか、うちのグループで一番手がかかるのがオールくんだった。
Suddenly, Ayaka just holds it. Did you just say Takato? Tell me where he lives so I can beat his ass. You're clearly the youngest.
関係ありません。精神年齢は物心ついた時から私の方が上です。
She was right, so I couldn't exactly argue the point. Jeka had been this way for the longest time. If I were to describe her in one word, it would be naggy. She would meddle in every little thing a person did. You might call her eager to put on the big sister act, or just quick to fuss over others. There had been times that trait of hers had rescued me. Knew she cared and always worried about me. So whenever she was in trouble, I made sure to do whatever I could for her in return.
棟 陵くんなんだけど。
Chica touched on a subject I'd expected her to bring up eventually. She hadn't come here today to clean or inspect my room, but to talk about
合
Torio.
わない？今日3時に待ち合わせてるの。
Go by yourself. I have plans.
もう
She obviously saw through that lie and looked visibly upset with my
いつ
response.
までも避けてたってしょうがないよ、オーロくん。せめてちゃんと話し合おうよ。話し合えば、また昔みたいに。
And what's how they supposed to be? I was glad I brought her to that cafe, as there were a number of witnesses in the foyer. It wouldn't turn into a screaming match, unlike what happened on that one summer day. Can we stop talking about this already? My relationship with Torio and the others is none of your business.
無関係じゃないよ。むしろ、私のせいで。
Stop saying that! You're making me miserable. Mindful of watching eyes, we quietly wrapped up our conversation. How did things go with the band club?
普通、2月に県大会。私、メンバーに入った。ルッコたちも。
I see. What about Mashira?
卒業。3年生だもん。
Makes sense. And Miyama?
あれから話してない。
I see.
じゃあね、また来るから。
Goodbye in another year or so.
もっと来ます。っていうかそろそろお正月だよ。お正月はちゃんと会いに来てよね。
I told you I was going home for a visit.
本当かな？
Chica was naggy till the very end, then headed back. Things got dicey for a minute there, but we avoided any huge fights. Good, good.
おいすー。
Yeah?
私、どんな扱いだった？
I told Chica I invited a prostitute to my room.
最悪かよ！
I'm kidding. I told you you were my classmate.
いやー、第一印象がベッドで寝てるってのは、よくよく考えるとエロいよね。
You jump in my bed every time you visit me, but you should probably be more careful going forward.
はーい。
Still, any space you lay down is kind of hot, so, any space you lay down in is kind of hot, so it doesn't bother me.
知ってる。ベッドにいると、オーロはちょっぴり優しくなるから。
And I completely turned the depressing mood around.
実は、2階からお話聞いてたんだけど。
You shouldn't eavesdrop on people.
じゃあテラスで話すなよ。
I know that. Talking out in the foyer was a great way to avoid a confrontation, but the risk of others listening was much higher. Listening in was much higher. I was fully aware of that when I made the choice. It was out of my hands to some extent.
棟梁くんってのは、オーロの男友達らしいことは分かったよ。で、昔は仲良し、今の仲はいまいちってことも。
It helped that she was quick-witted. Didn't feel like explaining.
ただ、後半はよく分かんなかったな。吹奏部がどうとか。
That part obviously didn't make it across. Then I didn't pry any further and simply gazed up at me. If I didn't want to say so, to say I didn't have to. But if I wanted to spill my guts, that's an expression told me I could. What kind of person? Chica's in the bad club. But this past summer, I caused problems and got in her club's way. I thought that might have put her in a touchy position, but yeah, the club appears to have carried on. All's well that ends well.
野球部が吹奏楽部を邪魔する？なんで？
That scared me. I don't recall mentioning the basketball club with anyone other than Elle ever since I came to Noble Academy.
ああはは図星。
How did you know
ファ
detective?
ッションの勉強をしてるとね、髪型についてもいろいろ調べちゃうものなのさ。
My shaved head gave it away. I regretted showing her that old photo yesterday.
このご時世、坊主頭にする理由は4つ。1つはおしゃれ、1つは髪をいじるのがめんどくさい。この2つは却下。 写真の髪型は伸び出しててどう見てもおしゃれじゃないし、今のオーロは寝癖とかないし、髪が面倒な人種ではない。
I mean, I don't style my hair. The most I do is I fucking like comb it after a shower or right after waking up. And I don't really style it. It's just so it doesn't fucking look like a raven's nest. And even then, I've only started doing it right after getting up recently, and even then I don't do it consistently. Only when my hair is too annoying while I wear headphones.
一つはハゲたん。
I'm not going bald!
ってことは、坊主にした理由は残る一つだけ。
Sports enthusiasts love that shaved look, and it's all a bunch of bullshit.
自分で言うなよ。
Now the coach seriously told us to shave once a month, and we had a pair of clippers in the club room for that exact reason.
え、マジで？体罰じゃん。
We weren't ordered to, but we wouldn't be put on the starting lineup if we didn't cut our hair. I wouldn't call that corporal punishment. Our school was known for its baseball club, and a bunch of alumni would often come watch us practice. Those old farts would whine if our heads weren't shaved, so there was no way out of it.
はあ、軍隊だね、もう。
It was one of the more moronic aspects of baseball, then again, it was an issue that pervaded all sports.
なんで野球部ってそんな坊主にこだわるの？
Because it brings out your desperation.
まさか。
No, that really seems all there is to it. If players with and without shaved heads play a match, the umpire sees the shaved team in a positive light, and rules in their favor a lot of the time.
マジなの？21世紀だよ。
Even if the umpire judges fairly, as long as those rumors exist, the coaches and old alumni geezers will force you to shave. Because that's how they were too. And since our generation was brought up this way, we'll become the same stubborn old men someday too. Once it happens, we'll tell those young players to shave their heads too. We did it and played our hearts out, so they should do the same, and maybe the umpires will go easy on them.
うわー。
Are you going to keep talking about this? If so, I could rant about this subject all night.
いや、そっちはいいや。それより、吹奏楽部がって？
Crap, I should have kept rambling about everything that sucked about baseball. I really want to talk about this. Oh well, as it ain't, so I guess it was okay. During the summer ball tournaments, the band would often play to root our song.
ああ、あれいいよね。テレビで試合やってると、あれ聞きたいだけのために、ちょっとチャンネル止めることあるよ。
The thing is, it's actually super rigorous. Anyone who participates has to get up early in the morning and line up to register. Then they have to carry those heavy instruments around under the blazing sun. When it comes time to perform, you've got managers yelling and giving you orders, and then you have to go on without doing a practice run first. When it's all over, you're told to leave within the next half hour. At the end of the day, the only ones who were able to actually appreciate it are the people watching it at home, like you.
まあ、狙って見るような野球好きは演奏より野球の方を見てるだろうしね。
It's tradition, so it can't be avoided to a certain extent. Sort of like basketball clubs forcing members to shave their heads. Most band club competitions were scheduled over the winter months. Wanna know why? Because they're too busy supporting the sports teams over the summer. They're forced to help others instead of focusing on their own efforts, and that's the band club for you. And I disagreed with that. If the band club had an important event to go to, then I figured they should go there instead of supporting a bunch of baseball players at some other venue. Most of the bigger events at the band club were during the winter months, but if one of the music band members had an important competition to go to, then I believed they should go. She must put two and two together and her eyes went wide.
ルコとか、マシラ先輩ってのは。
Chika was on keyboard, Mashida on drums, and Ruko's on... what was it again? Oh, the bass. You know, the one low-toned instrument that goes boom boom boom. They had a guitarist and a vocalist at one point. Miyama, I think. But she'd already quit the band.
いつ？
Right before I came to Noble Academy. There weren't any other members in that group who could sing and play at the same time. So that group's activities are on hiatus for the time being. Everything could completely fall through if Mashida's graduated.
そのバンドの大事な大会が。
Scheduled around the same time as one of the baseball events. All this happened this past June.
あっちゃー。
That been a stroke of bad luck. Complaining about it wouldn't have helped anyone. All they could do was shrug it off and move on. However, I still couldn't accept how everything turned out as a result.
あの子たちはどっちに行ったの？そっちを優先して応援がおろそかに。的な？
The opposite. They decided to give up on the competition and come cheer us on. That's when Miyama-san retired. She couldn't stomach it anymore. The band or their club. She's in a different band now and seems to be having a lot of fun.
あー。
And I could probably understand how Miyama felt and grimaced. Actually, I agreed with her.
え？
The athletes themselves didn't really care about the brass band cheering them on, since they couldn't listen to it anyway. They'd prefer to have them there for moral support, but it wouldn't have been a big deal if they weren't around.
まあね。応援って強要されてやるもんじゃないよね。
Which was why I said something about it.
Oh.
Looked like she predicted the sequence of events that followed from my expression, and her expression froze. Yep, that's why I quit the baseball club. I told the coach and band club advisor to let Chiyaka's band go to their competition, repeatedly. As a result, I couldn't stay in the baseball club any longer.
なんで俺たちを裏切ったんだよ。みんなで一丸となって戦おうって時に。
最悪だよ。クソ。
They thought I was in over my head and promoted me to second string, which was intended to force me out of the club. Is that their plan all along? I wonder what they told the other club members. Everyone I had considered a friend had condemned me as a traitor. Now that I couldn't take part in the club anymore, it became difficult to attend school anymore. I was truly lucky I had been able to come to Noble Academy. I was very fortunate Sylvia had bumped into me back then, that we were able to reunite. While it would have been worth it if my sacrifice at least meant Chica's group could have gone to their competition. In the end, the band club members weren't allowed to leave. Nothing came of me leaving the club, or Seattle created a rift in the club's morale and they lost the first round of the tournament. Summer ended in the worst way possible for both the baseball club and the band club. All their hard work, as well as all the support Chica's group had given in favor of their own activities, had gone to waste. Well, hell, waste and begin to cover it. Thanks to me, Chica's band couldn't even hold their usual activities.
なんで？あ、そっか。
Couldn't really have a proper band without a vocalist. Apparently singing and playing an instrument at the same time was incredibly difficult. They were having a hard time filling Miyama's shoes. I'd heard they had yet to find a replacement too. If this kept up, the third years also left, their group might evaporate into thin air. I never thought this was how the door to my past, same when I had closed shut, would be opened. Damn it, Chica. She hadn't considered how her presence would impact me and those around her. On that hot summer day, perhaps this was her way of getting revenge for how much trouble I caused all of them back then. Before I knew it, the sun had gone down. Chica's visit must have rocked me to my very core as I spent my time spacing out and dying listlessly in my room. Then I headed out with a simple cheer up and left behind a coffee milk for some reason. Coffee milk! Oh, what was I gonna do about this? I can't believe I was ending my weekend off on a sour note. What should I do starting tomorrow? Maybe I should skip school. Don't feel like doing anything. I don't want to let Sylvie see this brooding look I had.
Ora!
Ah! Ah! She popped up out of nowhere. Where'd you come from?
お忍びでここまで来るのは大変だったわ。さあ、来て。エルの魔の手が迫ってるの。時間がないわ。
Huh? What? I looked over and found that the window was open. She came in through the window? What was she up to? Ah! Just like that, we went out through the window. Ah, my shoes. I guess I did have slippers on. We cut through the brush.
よし。誰も来てない。
This is all so sudden. What's going on, Sylvie?
急じゃないでしょ？昨日約束したじゃない。
Huh?
アップルパイ。まだ温かいわ。冷めないうちに食べましょう。
She escorted me to my seat.
どう？オーロ。美味しそうでしょ？アップルパイ。
Yeah? But even more surprised by how fast you put this together. You made this so soon.
昨日パイの話をしてからいても立ってもいられなくなっちゃって。本当は今日はお試しのつもりだったのだけれど、焼いてみたらすごくうまくできたの。これはぜひオーロにも試してもらわなくちゃって思って。
I love how you just jump into everything head first. She blasted my depression away. I'd eaten dinner, but I might as well enjoy myself, so I prepared tea for the both of us.
どれくらい食べる？半分こ？
Good question. It was a decently sized pie, and eating half of it might be rough. Oh, I know. We'll split it evenly. Cut my portion into another 2 pieces. I'll eat one of the 4 and bring the leftovers home with me.
いいわね。私のパイは冷めても美味しいのよ。期待して。
Yeah. I'd have to try a piece of it cold later and save the rest for Ria. I quickly cut the pie into several slices.
いただきまーす。ほっ。上出来。
Sylvie sounded delighted. Better try a bite myself. Oh, it really is tasty.
なーにマジでって信用してなかったの？でもそうでしょそうでしょ。お菓子作りは得意なのよ。
The apples were cut into various shapes and sizes, giving the pie diverse flavors without relying on sugar. Although some time had passed, the dough was flaky on the surface, yet had a permeating mellowness on the inside. This showed some exceptional baking experience. Most bake sweets often.
クッキーとかケーキとかね。パイはちょっと時間がかかるからあまり作らないけど作ってしまうと達成感みたいなのが大きくてまたやりたくなるわね。
Wow. What do you do after making them? Give them to Elle and the others?
そうね。ほとんど自分で食べちゃうけれど近くにいたら騎士員のみんなやミナにも配るわ。
I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Be right back. I have returned. Again, the fucking mosquitoes in the bathroom can go die in a bonfire.
あ、せっかくこっちまで来たんだからミナにもちょっとお裾分け。これくらいでいいかしら。
She cut off an 1/8 of a piece and put it on a separate plate. They were as close sisters as ever. Sylvie really did love her little sister.
どうかした？
Oh. Captivated by her and couldn't help but stare. That Sylvie seemed to have noticed something.
今日なんだか元気がないわね。
I do?
昨日もちょっとおかしかったけれど今日はもっと何があったの？
Nothing at all. I forced a smile as I stuck my fork into the pie. All in all, today had been a crappy day. A single apple pie had been a major source of salvation. Her response seemed to have bothered her, and she stared me down. Sylvie could probably tell that I was in no mood to talk about it, and wasn't the type to force it out of me. If this kept up, all it would accomplish is spreading my stress to her. Remember what I told you yesterday? That I was going to see Chieko? Long time ago, there were times I tried to act cool in front of her. Tried to protect. I wanted to protect. I wouldn't go as far to say dreams, but the things she looked forward to. A lot of messy things happened because of me, and I couldn't protect her dream whatsoever. That's all I've been able to think about. It started yesterday, but it got worse when I saw her today, and it put me in a sour mood. But you've been a huge lifesaver. I had another bite of pie. It had a bittersweet, pleasant flavor. Humans were so simple. No matter how painful that past was, food always seemed to help you forget.
さあ。
I hadn't given her any specifics, but I bet she could figure it out on her own, so we didn't ask anything further. Exchange?
オーロ、違うわ。
Huh?
ちえかちゃんの夢を守ろうとしたんでしょ？それはカッコつけようとしたじゃない。かっこいいことをしたよ。
But it all ended horribly.
そこは問題じゃない。オーロはとてもかっこいいことをしたわ。
But
オーロ、
Sylvie was looking straight at me. Talk about unfair. A single glance from a beautiful woman like Sylvie was more than enough to shut you up.
私は多分、オーロがかっこいいことを世界中の誰より知ってる自信があるわ。私が保証する。オーロはかっこいいことをしたって。
Stop. Just stop.
照れ屋さんなところはかっこいいというか可愛いかな。さあ、でもちえかさん、オーロにとってそんなに大切な人なのね。
I guess, yeah.
私より古くて長い付き合いなら当たり前か。
Yeah, we've been together for as long as I can remember. Something wrong with that. Okay, Scott says that he hates you. Kira says Boskor sucks. Boskor adds that he hates all of you for no reason. And that seemingly is it. I just decided, you know what, fuck it. Like, tell me something I should tell the viewers. Oh, and Scott hates you for complaining that he is slow. Also, I think Kira immediately deleted the Boskor sucks, like right after posting it, but I saw it in time, so that or Scott deleted it. Speedrun H scenes, third degree burns, let's go! Oh, and Scott says Ayaka is still a bitch. And Kira seems to very much join in on that sentiment, because his reply to that is, hell yeah, fuck Ayaka. And Sut wants me to tell y'all that Ayaka is hot. I mean, and a bitch. There we go. I was about to say, I mean, she is hot, but she's still a bitch. And then Sut added the and a bitch, and suddenly the universe is back how it should be. Anyways. Before I knew it, Sylvie had a look on her face that I'd never seen before. How would I put it?
なんでもない。
However, her usual smile returned in no time. Could it be? I had no clue. I wonder what was going through her mind right now.
オーラ
Oh, the wind was pretty chilly just now. Gave me the chills. More like, so cold.
オーラ大丈夫風邪ひいたかしら
No, I'm totally fine. There's nothing. That was when I noticed my feet were pretty cold. Coming here in my slippers was a bad idea, as the frigid air was practically itching its way through my ankles down to my toes. I think having cold feet makes it easier for your body temperature to drop, right? Yep.
大変キュロちゃんグエハロゲンモード起動
Halogen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Red beam of sorts shone from the robot's eyes, and I felt a sudden wave of heat wash over my feet. Although it felt warm.
どうしましょう
Shit, like a massive like shit show is currently going on in here. Oh, okay, I need to join in on that. They're like fucking fighting over who is the hottest in Kinkoi. Some say it's Aka, but I say it's L. I just couldn't beat the sun chill. That could be bad. Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチ
39.2 degrees.
だいぶ高いね。インフルかも。
I'm sorry. Are there any procedures for when the flu breaks out in the dome?
部屋に隔離以外は特にないけど、あんまり外には出ないよ。頼むよ。
アルコールボトルとマスクを置いていくので、外に出るときは消毒お願いしますね。
I was being treated like I was patient zero of a major outbreak, but I guess his outcome was unavoidable.
先輩飲み物買ってきましたポクエリアスです
Thank you.
あれ私アカリスエット持ってきちゃったオーロポクエリとアカリどっちがいい
I don't know the difference, so please leave me both.
運が悪いね。休みの日なら看病くらいしてやるんだけど。
ちょうど今日が月曜っていうね私休み時間のたびに様子見に戻ってきます
No, it's okay. It'd be awful if I got you sick too.
そうね看病は私がするから大丈夫
No.
なんでいいの風邪をひかせてしまったのは私だもの責任は取るわさあオーロナースシルビーさんに何でも言ってちょうだい
Please go to school.
姫様、登校の時間です。
今日はお休みします
姫様、
年2回の特別休み。今日使うわ。
Hey, Sylvie. She was the reason I got sick, but I'd feel ashamed if she took the day off from school just to nurse me back to health. But Sylvie didn't pay any
い
mind.
いから寝ていて。あ、水分はしっかりとるのよ。
She led me to bed. Al likely knew she'd be fighting a losing battle against Sylvie and simply held her head in her hand, looking helpless. This was how my week started, with the cold and the rather huge luxury of a princess nursing me back to health at my bedside. Shit if it was the flu, or worse yet, if it infected Sylvie. Sylvie was keeping an eye on me out of the goodness of her heart. I just doubted she'd complain. Sylvia?
なに、オーロ。
Why are you sitting on your knees in the corner of the room?
オーロが寝るのに邪魔にならないようによ。本当は、どんな病気も治る万能薬を用意したいけれど、この世にそれがないことは科学的に証明されているわ。病気の特効薬は栄養をとって眠ることに尽きる。
I looked over in Discord, and the first thing I see is just like Nutella, nut and go, and it's Ayak, and then Nutella, but the go is replaced with protecting care, so not protecting care. Also, I request people who know how to mod. Mod Yakuza so Kiryu is Ria, so we can heat move someone as Ria. Heat move the small child. Anyways.
だからせめて、その邪魔にならないようにと思って。
See, I'm grateful. Unfortunately, Sylvie's presence was making me too nervous to even consider wrestling.
おしゃべりは楽しいけれど、良くないわ、オーロ。ほら、ベッドに入って。目を閉じるの。
Right.
目が冴えちゃってても、目を閉じるだけでいいわ。寝る努力をしましょう。ね。
You're like a mom, Sylvie. Close my eyes like you told me. I was in legitimately bad shape, so staying like this was comfortable. Tried to get some sleep. I felt like I could pull that off even if she hadn't told me to. Oh, sleepy.
そういえば、オーロの寝顔を見るの、久しぶり。小さい頃と、ちっとも変わらないのね。かわいい。あ、いけない。昨日は心配で寝つけなかったから。
Oh no.
オーロくんがご病気ですか？
この時期は心配だよね。
あいつがね。ふん。庶民は風邪ひかないって言葉は間違いだったか。
庶民はデリケートな我々とは違うから、病気に強くなるとは聞きますけどね。
まあ、仕方あるまい。貧乏人はろくに栄養も取れないだろ
う。かわいそうに、生まれからして。
なんで笑う？
いや、なんか急に嫌な金持ちキャラ復活させようとしてるから。
最近、オーロくんと一緒にいると、普通の友達として馴染んじゃってましたからね。
エロトークされると食いついちゃうんだよね。男子って単純。まあ、でもオーロ、風邪を心配してくれるような男友達までできてるんだから。もうすっかりノーブル学園に馴染んでるよね。
ですね。
心配なんてしてないよ。
んと、こっちに転校してよかったよね、オーロ。
ところで、冗談抜きに、オーロくんは大丈夫なのでしょうか？人手がいるなら、うちのメイドを看病に行かせますが。
いやー、そこら辺は大丈夫大丈夫。
お姫様が看病してらっしゃるから。
今日、クルスクラウンさんが休んでるのって。
ああ、心配です。
Clack. Did I hear something that came too? It was past 11 o'clock already. Slept for 4 hours, give or take. It's quality rest, in my opinion.
せや。
Started like right out the moment I realized Sylvie was but a few centimeters away.
寝ちゃってたわ。おはよう、オーロ。顔色良くなったわね。
Yeah. What just happened was kind of awful for my heart, though.
まず水分補給ね。待ってて。
Sylvie promptly reverted to nursing mode and stood up.
あ
Also,
ら
yeah. Blanket over her shoulders
あ
fell.
れあ、オーロがかけてくれたの？
No, beats me.
ん？
It sounded like she brought it with her. That means someone came by. One of the black suited bodyguards. Sylvie opened the fridge and retrieved one of the sports drinks.
あら
Yeah?
昨日のアップルパイの残りがなくなってる。
Now I understand.
オーロ食べたの？
Guess so.
さあ、食欲も出てきたならよかったわ。にしてもこのブランケット、誰のなのかしら。
I've got a decent idea of who it belongs to, so I'll give it back to them.
そう。
She made sure I was hydrated and checked my temperature. 38.7 degrees.
まだ高いけど、峠は越えたかしらね。
I hope
お
so.
昼ご飯どう？食べられそうかしら。
If it's something small.
じゃあ待って、ミルクのパンがゆを作るわ。
You gonna make lunch for me? What more could I possibly ask for? Sylvie stood in the kitchen. The porridge was easier than ordinary rice porridge. You mildly sweetened milk with honey, then dissolved bread in it, and you were done.
はい。
But I can eat on my own.
ダメよ。こぼしてやけどでもしたら大変だわ。あ、でもちょっと暑いかしら。はい。して。
Feel like a little kid right now?
ちょっと楽しいわ。
Naja was toying with me. I shouldn't overreact and let it get to me too much, though. I ate it. It's a little hot, but it dealt
お
with
い
it.
しい？
Tastes a little weak. Could you sweeten it a little more?
あんまり甘くしすぎると気持ち悪くなっちゃう。蜂蜜はあくまで栄養補給よ。我慢して。
Okay.
子供みたい。
Oh, shut up.
Ah.
I had her feed me. But then, after a few bites... Oh,
お腹いっぱい？
must have drank too much. Fun sensation you got when your stomach was sensitive, similar to heartburn, was setting in. I called it quits for my meal and laid back down in bed.
さあ、もう一眠りよ。風邪の時は眠るのが仕事だわ。
I know. I wasn't tired, but it was nice to lay back and relax like this. Sylvie set me down and...
あまりはいただいちゃおう。
Hey. She started to eat the leftover bread porridge.
人の残したものを食べちゃうなんて、エルに知られたら怒られちゃうわね。
She's gonna get sick now, I feel. Not exactly the best manners for a princess to exhibit for sure.
でも、おいしい。甘さもちょうどいいわ。
The artist that I commissioned actually properly posted the picture they drew. And that was the noise you just heard. Me getting accosted by my computer about notifications. Because my computer for some reason it shows quietly off in the corner, And for others, my PC just decides it needs to scream at my fucking face. Because otherwise, how would I ever understand? Jesus Christ, what the fuck happened here? Jesus Christ! Never mind if she ate it. At least swap out the spoon. There was an unwritten kiss. Sylvie looked like she was enjoying it without a care in the world. Oh man, this was only going to make my fever worse.
さあ、オールは眠って。
Immersion. Okay, people are telling me to go back to my hole of blonde, so I'm gonna do that. She put her hand on my forehead. The slight chill of her fingers, the sign of fingers felt wonderful against my skin. The gesture of her hand told me to close my eyes, but I wished I could stay like this a little longer. I'm not sleepy at all, Mama.
あらあら、困ったちゃんね。
My joke prompted her to giggle and play
子
along.
守歌でも歌ってあげましょうか。
Please do.
では、古本、坊やー、良い子だ。ドラゴンに乗って、太鼓なんかこう、丸い何かを持って、昔話。
Well, thank you for singing, Miss World-Class Pianist.
日本の子守歌って知らないんだもの。
Got a vague idea of what you want to sing, but that's not a lullaby, it's just a theme song. Please sing something else.
日本の子守歌。あ、ずいずいずっころばしなんてどうかしら。
Yeah, I've heard that's a lullaby in a bunch of places.
じゃあ、行くわね。ずいずいずっころばしごまみそずい。ほにゃほにゃほにゃほにゃどっぴんしゃ
You don't know the
ー。ごめん
song?
なさい。
Oh, well, even Japanese people don't really understand the lyrics.
他には、あ、タヌキの歌があるわよね。少女寺って。
Yeah, the Shojoji Temple one, was it?
あれで行くわ。少女寺の大爆笑。
That's wrong. Stop. That's scary in more ways than one.
歌はやめておくわ。そうね。お話をしてあげる。あるところに、浦島太郎という桃から生まれた身の丈が一寸ほどしかない男がおりました。
That's enough stories too. I close my eyes. Instead, leave your hands just like this until I fall asleep. It's so nice and cool.
はーい。
Those lullabies were as useful as this could be, but having her beside me was enough to help me doze off. I could tell my consciousness was fading fast. It felt like I was sinking into thick magma, and it was the sort of feeling you'd get when you were sick. As it
お
happened,
やすみ、オーラ。起きたら、もっと元気なオーラに戻ってね。
Sylvie's palm was unbelievably comfortable and helped lull me to sleep. By nightfall, my fever had mostly gone down.
衛生部からの報告では、インフルエンザではないようです。
Around the same time, the result of the nasal swab I'd taken yesterday had come in.
ただの風邪。ね。感染は少なそうでよかった。
このままゆっくり治せば、あさってあたりには治せそうだね。
Thank you so much.
あさってまでね。明日までは学園お休み券が使えるからよかったわ。
シルビー様。
I'm feeling better now, so please go to school tomorrow. You only get two off days per year, so it would be a huge waste otherwise. I was too unsteady to stop her this morning, but the fact she used up one of her vacation days for me was more than what I deserved.
私が休みたい時は私が決めます。そのために毎日頑張ってるんだもの。は
Elle couldn't possibly argue with how hard Sylvie with how hard Sylvie worked on a regular basis, leaving her utterly defeated.
それで市松殿、今晩なのですが、ボラル紅茶を残していこうと思います。
よろしくお願いします。
The old man in the black suit, who I was more or less familiar with now, stepped forward. You really don't need to go to all that trouble. Sylvia had practically gone on a rampage, which was the only reason why she was able to stick around to nurse me back to health today. Or so I thought.
ボラル紅茶は騎士だけど、医師の免許持っているわ。頼りになるからいてもらった方がいいわ。
Let's see. Okay then. Would likely inconvenience Elle and the others if my illness, the same one Sylvie had caused, were prolonged. I should take them up on their offer and get back to my usual healthy self. With that, I graciously accepted. Happy to have you.
若い女をナースにつけた方が良いでしょうが、こんなじじいでお許しくだされ。
Nah, not at all. This old man had a sense of humor, so I was sure things would go off without a hitch.
大丈夫よ、ボラル紅茶。若い女性のお手伝いなら、私がいるわ。
は？
お夕飯は何が食べたい？オーロ。パンがゆよりはいいものが食べたいわよね。あ、エル、携帯の寝具を用意してくれるかしら。ふかふかさはいらないから、ちゃんと暖かいのをね。同じ部屋で寝たからといって、私まで風邪をひいたら本末転倒だわ。
いけません!
Unsurprisingly, Elle snapped when Sylvie started issuing orders nonchalantly and acting as though she were spending the night.
相手が市松殿なので、看病までは許容できるとして、部屋に泊まるなど許されません。
でも、風邪をひかせたのは私だし。
You should probably let this one go, Sylvie.
どうして？ボラルはいいのでしょ？オール、お昼の看病の私、どこか良くなかった？
Huh. Strange. Oh well. Huh?
それなら、諦めるけど。
Sylvie frowned and gazed downward. Things were starting to get a little dicey. I complimented her, and now Sylvie wouldn't back down in the slightest. In fact, she seemed hell-bent on staying over. This left me with essentially one choice. The correct answer was to tell her, you aren't cut out as a nurse, so go home, straight to her face. With how Elle was looking at me, she was expecting me to say as much too. Hang on, her staying over was a problem, but I didn't want to play the villain here either. How did I handle this?
お姉様、無理を言ってはいけませんわ。王族が床で寝るなどと。この部屋に泊まるなら、せめてこのゲロを床に下ろして、お姉様が高い位置のベッド。ソルティレージュが許せる最低のラインがそこです。
Out of nowhere, Mina threw in her thoughts from a slightly different angle. Sylvie was determined to stay over, but would feel guilty kicking me out of bed, and looked visibly bothered by the thought.
どうしてもというなら、私のベッドをお使い遊ばせ。今晩は部屋を交換いたしましょう。私がお姉様の部屋を使いますので、お姉様は私の部屋を。
Mina's room was across from mine. Sylvie's face instantly lit up.
神なる様、それは。
なあにエロいな。私とお姉様が部屋を交換するだけの話ですわよ。あなた騎士の分際で、私とお姉様の遊びに割って入るような無礼者でしたかしら。
This scary lady convinced her using her royal authority in a different way from Sylvie.
お姉様は、寝るときは必ず私の部屋にすること。この部屋に入るときは、ボラル紅茶同伴。よろしくて。
そうね。風が移らないようにするにはその方がいいわ。オーラ、寝ているときに何かあったら、電話で呼んでくれれば10秒で行くから。
Sure. If that happened, I'd call the old man instead.
ボラル紅茶。
わかっております。
With that, the knights seemed to have come to an understanding too. With a wink from Mina, she'd led Elle's group out with her. With that, Sylvie could continue nursing me back to health until it was time for lights out.
ジーヤさん。
お久しぶりにございます、妃様。
なんでオーロの部屋の前で突っ立ってんの？
私、 空気の読めるジジイで通っておりますゆえ。
Like, he just started like, oh, none of the others might like where this is going, but I can damn well tell you that these two, like, within the year, will be fucking at least, like, 10 times. That is at least my estimate. And while others may not like it, I do not see a reason to interfere.
お粥って本来はお米で作るのよね。北欧ではお米が手に入りにくいからパン粥になるけど。
There is like what they call risotto in Northern Europe.
リゾットとは違う感じがするわ。あっちはお米を使った煮込み料理という感じだけど、こっちはお米を溶かした感じ。日本人って本当にお米が好きよね。
From my point of view, rice was an essential element to any meal, and it's fascinating how Westerners see it as nothing more than a simple ingredient. It's nice how filling it is. That's all I'll say. No small wonder I'd gotten used to this now too. Sylvie made a rice porridge for dinner. It included a pickled plum on top to resemble the red circle from the flag of Japan.
この真っ白に梅干し一つってセンス、いかにも日本人らしくて好きだわ。
Well, yeah, it is our national
と
flag.
いうか、綺麗な感じ。無駄に手を加えずさっぱりしている感じ。この梅干しというのはくせ者なのだけどね。ちょっと一口。
Sylvie pilfered away an edge piece with her spoon and took a bite. Careful, careful.
納豆は大丈夫なのだけど、梅干しは強敵だわ。オーロは梅干し大丈夫？
I am Japanese after all. I didn't like him enough to go out of my way to eat him, but I did enjoy the cleansing feeling it had on your body when you felt unwell.
じゃあ一口気をつけてね。
Sylvie scooped up another small portion onto the spoon. What's wrong?
いけない。これってなんていうのだったかしら。アンデルセン？
You mean an indirect kiss?
それ。スプーン変えてこなくちゃ。
She was fine being on the receiving end, but was apparently self-conscious when it was reversed. What a weird girl. Swapping them out would be a pain. I took a bite by force.
もう、オーロったら。
What is the taste of an indirect kiss with a princess?
その言い方、なんだかいやらしいわ。お味のほどは？
Sour. What sort of mouth do you have, Sylvie?
梅干しです。
She giggled. I was back to my usual healthy self. However, Sylvie still felt as close as ever. She was more than just a friend, but the closest equivalent I could think of to describe our current relationship might be childhood friends. It sure was strange. I could hardly believe what Sylvie and I... that Sylvie and I had gotten close so easily. My phone suddenly vibrated. Yeah, I turned off the ringer since it was annoying me. It wasn't an incoming call, but a message via Luine.
どうしたの？
Nothing. I think I figured out where my cold came from. The cold apparently came from Chieka.
そうなんだ。
I'm sorry, Sylvie. It looks like you had nothing to do with me getting sick.
いいのよ。私が寒い中付き合わせたのは確かなんだから。それに、原因が誰とかではなく、オーロが苦しんでいるなら看病したいわ。
What a great girl.
にしても、ちえかちゃん？本当に、オーロにとって大事な子みたいね。
Huh?
昨日から思っていたのだけど、今のやりとりでもそうだった。ちえかちゃんに対する時のオーロは、私やエル、レイナに対する誰とも違う顔をするわ。すごく優しくて、でも、ちょっとひねくれた感じ。何も取り繕いのない顔。オーロが1だった頃からずっとの仲だもの。きっと私たちじゃ間に入れない絆があるのね。
Well, yeah. In terms of how long we've been together, of the women I knew, I'd say she was second only to
ちょ
Mom.
っと、羨ましいわ。 私にもそういう人いないわけじゃないけれど、やっぱりね、王族だからあまり深くは仲良くなれないの。その人とはあくまで付き合いが長いという程度で、本当は昔みたいに遊びたいんだけどな。
I had no idea what to look at on my face when dealing with Chica. But I didn't overlook the fact that, in that moment, Sylvie's expression warped into one I'd never seen before. The look I was sure was meant for someone much more meaningful to her than me, someone she'd only played with when we were little. I was there this feeling of almost irritation racing through my chest. What are they like? What's their name?
イロエと言って、4つ上で今は騎士をしているわ。
I see. A man then. How about
でも、もう11ヶ月も会ってないわ。前に会ったのはお正月なのね。不思議。小さい頃はそれこそ毎日一緒だったのに。
I wondered why. I wanted to console that lonely-looking Sylvie in some clever way, but my mouth refused to move. Laziness in my heart might show in my voice. I didn't want that.
オーロが羨ましい。そんな相手と仲良くできる。楽しくおしゃべりやメッセージ交換ができる。そんな人のためにかっこいいことができる。
And then?
よろしいですかな?
That was when the old man came in. He had 2 massive buckets and a wash basin until...
今日は風呂はご遠慮いただくとして、体の汗を落としましょ
う。Right. I was here to wipe me down by the sound of it.
いいわね。私もやるわ、ボラルコーチェ。
Hey now. I expected this, but Sylvie really was eager.
姫様、いくらなんでも男性なのです。レディーに体を拭かれては恥ずかしがらせてしまいますぞ。
それはそうね。
The old man was much more eloquent than Elle. Definitely an adept at handling Sylvie. Were there 3 containers full of hot water? There were 3 containers full of hot water. He instructed me to put my feet in the 2 buckets, then wrung out a towel in the remaining basin. 2 towels to be specific.
ですので下半身は自分が。姫様は上半身をお願いいたします。
Sir!
おい先短い好み。姫様の恨みを買うのは少しでも減らしたいですからな。
You seem skilled at handling her, but had no intention of actually doing so.
さあ、オーロ、服を脱いで。
Wait! Don't force it!
オーロの乳首、かわいい色してる。
Hey. I know I did that. Oh, I do know, because my fucking leg was itchy. It's basically just like going like that, just going that, because my leg was itchy. Stop! In the end, Sylvie washed me all over that day. That was one thing to be anxious about, but I've been too jam-packed today to let it bother me. Fucking adorable. By the next day, my fever had gone down completely. She told me it would be best if I played it safe and took another day off, but
そうすべきよ、オーロ。
No, I'll go to school. If I took the day off, Sylvie would automatically join me. She only had 2 days off of work per year, so it would be a waste to make her use both in this situation. Sylvie had headed back to her estate to get ready for school. The old man stayed behind with me.
朝食の準備ができましたぞ。
Thank you.
夫婦は必要ですかな？
Thanks for the food! Any meal should be moderately filling and easy to digest, so I went with udon. Yummy.
医師免許と同時に調理師免許も持っておりますゆえ。
Who are you exactly? Heck, even if you do have a chef's license in Northern Europe, why do you know how to make udon?
昔香川に住んでおりましてな。
So who are you? The udon warmed my body. Something the matter?
いいえ。姫様が無茶を申してノーブル学園に通い出し、早一月と少しですが、楽しくやれているようで何よりにございます。
Yeah. Gonna think of it. This old man was also there back when Elle nearly took my arm.
日々を、時間を無意に浪費せず過ごしておられるようで何よりです。
Someone had said something like that to me before too. There was no time to waste. I should treasure each and every moment, right? You couldn't have said it better. Back then I was wasting every second of my life. I wasn't shocked after being driven out of the baseball club and failing to help Chica, so I quit school and lazed around all day. Every day is fun and has meaning to me now. I'm grateful that Sylvie showed me the way.
ですがまだ完全に有意義には過ごしておらぬのでは？与えられた立場に甘え、それだけで満足しているのでは？それは無意でないだけで、有意義と言えるかは。
I didn't know what was running through the old man's mind, but I did get what he was trying to say. And that he was most likely teasing me. Sorry if this sounds rude, but wouldn't that cause nothing but problems if I made an effort to make my time genuinely meaningful? Your princess, who is enjoying her current life, will end up at her wit's end. In the end, he never responded. And then, soon enough, it was time to head to school.
おはようございます。お風邪はもういいので？
More or less.
へいへい。病原菌持ってるなら移すなよ。
Just isolate yourself when the time comes.
辛くなったらいつでも言ってね。すぐに早退の手続きをするから。
姫様が付き添うかはともかく、早退の手続きはお任せください。
Thanks, but I'll probably be okay. I'd only taken one day off, and my return to school was as simple as could be. It wasn't like I kept up with my classes anyway. If there was anything I did do during class, it was basically just to gaze at Sylvie from behind. They say beautiful women are gorgeous from all sides, and they are right. She sat up straight, and the way she carried herself was beautiful in and of itself. This was bad.
あら、今日のエキスパートプラン何にする？
Today?
いつもみたいにブラブラして屋上で時間潰すパターンはやめた方がいいよ。今日は風が冷たいから。
How do you know about my gold standard class cutting routine?
暖かいところでゆっくりした方がいいわよね。ねえ、音楽に行きましょう。日向ぼっこしながら私の演奏を聴いていればそれでいいわ。
Relax in the sun? Sounds fantastic.
よろしい。
She took me by the
行き
hand.
ましょう。あら。
Yeah?
も
Even Elle at this point is just like, I give up. Just like, no. Elle, who would ordinarily nag, took my condition into consideration and tolerated Sylvie's forward behavior for the day. I don't feel like it's just gonna be for the day. I feel like even Elle at this point is like, this isn't inevitable at this point. It's the music altogether. And that was when?
あら、クルスクラウン様が殿方とお手を。ああ、でも市松くんですよ。ほら、クルスクラウンさんのお気に入りの。ああ。
Hearing the students we passed by treating me and Sylvie like we were a couple made me kinda happy.
今日は何を弾こうかしら。
Like, it sounds like they're treating them like a couple. But alas, in reality, they are treating them like a pet and its master. Whatever piece you're best at, please.
もう得意なのは大抵オーロに聞かせちゃったのよね。だから新しいの。 みんな、何かないかしら？
なんでもいいですけど、シルビア様、一緒に演奏するなら、私たちのレベルにも合わせ。
シルビーさんったら、ご自分のレベルでみんなを測るんですもの。
いつもしれっとすごく難しい曲を提案するんですから。
だって、みんなと演奏するの楽しいんだもの。もう。
Music hall was filled with laughter. The other girls who picked out music included. Sylvie was there in the center. It was a sight I'd gotten accustomed to at this point. But today was the day I ended up watching closely. Okay. I admit it, yeah. I like Sylvie.
知ってる。
Like, Yuria just over like, finally. I'm totally head over heels for her.
だから知ってる。10年も前から。
She sure was cool. Felt compelled to share these newly discovered feelings for her. To her for some whatever reason, but that may have been a mistake. Yuria took out a cigarette like usual. But then went ahead and put it away. You can smoke if you want. It won't choke me up.
気使ったわけじゃねえよ。うっせえな。
Lydia clicked her tongue and turned away. She really was a nice person.
で、シルビーが好きなのは知ってるとして、なんで急に認めたんだ？ツンキからデレキへの変化は、何かしらきっかけがないと薄ら寒いぞ。
No real catalyst, I guess. They were together all day yesterday, though.
ああ。
Oh, and thanks for the blanket.
うん。こっちこそリンゴパイサンキュー。
So we talked, and it was like really relaxing having Sylvie around. You know how cheerful she is? She's positive about anything and everything, and watching her perks me right up. Everyone should be mindful of her given her position, but they end up adoring her from afar instead. Her smile naturally captivates people. But lately I've been thinking that it's all an act. Actually, I won't go that far, but deep down she's forcing herself to act all chipper all the time. She doesn't want everyone to fuss over her or for them to be unhappy. She's always so positive about everything and is always smiling. And I've gotten closer to her recently, and only happens occasionally, I've seen her get these sad, lonely looks on her face. But that gave me a different viewpoint. That the usual smile is something fabricated, almost like a mask. Persona. Well, something everyone did to some extent. But Sylvie did it on an entirely different level from normal people. I think it's an incredible thing, and I couldn't pull it off at least. People had told me in the past that I often acted like a mother hen to those around me too. I couldn't do what she does, though. I couldn't help feeling down whenever I recalled my depressing past and got worn out by my current living situation. And those sentiments would spread to those around me. So everyone was completely different. When that idea came to mind, I couldn't take my eyes off her anymore. I think that's love.
そこまで言えるなら俺の前じゃなく本人の前で言えよ。
As if I could, that's embarrassing!
チキンが。
He did call him say that people say he acts like a mother hen.
でもどうか？俺もあいつの、ああいうところが好きだよ。
Leah leaned against the fence of the roof with a tiny grin.
前に言ったよな。シルビーは世界一見栄を張ってる。かっこつけてる人種だって。
Yeah. Her phrasing was poor, but she wasn't wrong. Leah told me as much previously.
あいつの一番かっこつけてるところが、あの笑顔だと思う。周りのみんなを楽しませるために、自分ってものをセーブして、制御して、いつも明るく可愛いシルビア王女で居続けてる。かっこつけるってのは、自分をよりよく見せたいってだけじゃない。周りも楽しませるってことだ。あいつはずっとそうし続けてる。この10年間、ずっと救われてる。
Leah briskly scratched the back of her head.
あとお前にもな。
Huh?
イチにも救ってもらった。俺が知り合った誰よりかっこいい男の子に。
Where's this all coming from? It's gonna make me blush.
10年前の話だ。今のお前はかっこ悪い。
Cruel!
お前とシルビーは特別だから。だから、俺が絶対にお前らをくっつける。昔約束したしな。
Right. She was supporting us, and I guess that made me happy. But yeah, to be blunt, do you think I stand a chance? Yeah, I was more on board than I expected when I told her of how I really felt, but this was more so my focus today. A realistic discussion. This is so delicious princess we're dealing with. You have to be pragmatic and look at this realistically. When you fell for a princess, was there any probability it would be reciprocated? If this is an issue of feelings, then yeah, my chances aren't exactly low. If nothing else, I'm the boy she's closest to in this whole academy. It was a safe bet that she'd have taken a liking to me. It wasn't love at present, but she certainly liked me to some extent. I did think I had a chance if things progressed from there. However, that would be assuming Sylvie were just some ordinary girl. When I first enrolled in a noble academy, I could sense a wall between commoners and nobles. I had largely ignored it. But it was now the biggest, heaviest thing standing in our way. I'll cut to the chase. If I told her I love her now, what do you think the odds are it would go well?
そうだな。まずシルビーが受けてくれる可能性は3割くらいだな。あいつガキだから、そもそもそういう色恋関係は言われたとして困るだろう。そしてもし受けたとして、身分の差で価値観が合わず関係が冷え込む確率が7割。価値観の相違どころか、お前とじゃ常識のレベルで感覚が違うんじゃね？そして、そうした気持ちの問題をすべて乗り越えたとして、お前との交際が明らかになった瞬間、ソルティレージュが全力で妨害に来る確率が 100%。
For sure. I knew that.
全部総合すると、うまくいく確率は 30%×30%×0% で、0% だ。
Quit beating around the bush and just spit it out already. That last part makes it sound so hopeless.
1億%無理だ。逆になんでお前ごときがソルティレージュの姫君に消そうした？無駄だってわからないのか？
Hey, young men in love are easily hurt. Leah cackled quietly. I don't know why, but expression was kind of adorable. She put her hands in her chest pocket. I figured she might be grabbing another cigarette when...
ほら!
It was a pendant from before, which used a ring for its topper. She tossed it to me. Is this the ring Sylvie and Ria had made together?
やる。
Huh? But...
つけてみろ。
Huh? I removed the ring from the topper like she told me. Which finger should I put it on? I guess it has to be a mirror to one Sylvie always put on hers, the ring finger. Ria laughed triumphantly. It was a perfect fit. The perfect size for my ring finger.
作った時は完全に勘っていうか、成人男性の平均サイズって型にそのまま当てたけど、ぴったりだったな。さすが俺。
For an adult man.
なんで俺が10年間ペンダントにしてたと思う？
She smiled mischievously. This went without saying, but there's no way a girl could wear a ring this size on her teensy fingers.
最初からお前用なんだよ、それ。将来お前とシルビーが交換するために作ったの。お守りだ。持っとけ。どんなにうまくいく確率が低くても、0% でも。シルビーを一番幸せにできる男はお前だ。それだけは俺が保証する。覚悟決めたら、あとは突っ走れ。シルビーに恋をした？恋に気づいた？どっちでもいい。今がお前とシルビーのゴールデンタイムだ。
Ria saw me off. Headed back home. I did peek into the music hall briefly, but Sylvie hadn't been there. I'd imagine today was incredibly hectic for her after she'd taken the day off yesterday to take care of me. As things stood, she was definitely living in a different world than me. Ria may have given her support, but I still wasn't confident.
レイナ先輩、新聞読んでます。
読むよ。たまには知的なイメージも出したいレイナちゃんだからね。まあ、この後採寸した服にチャコペン入れる下敷きに使いたいだけなんだけど。あ、この地方のニュース。ピアノのチューニングハンマーが品薄だって。
何かあったんですか？
こないだシルビーが使ってるって知られたから、日本中のピアノの子たちが食いついたっぽい。お守りみたいなもんかな。
そうなんですか。シルビア様、ハンマーなんて使ってるんですね。やっぱりお姫様だから、防寒に備えてるんですかね。
うん。チューニングハンマーってのが何なのかから勉強しよっか。
After thinking it over, my position and Sylvie's were depressingly different. Al was occasionally envious of our relationship, and we were obviously close enough it caused problems. The difference between us was almost like an owner and their exotic pet. She and I were that mismatched.
イエロ、何してますの？まただらけて。ちょっとは上流階級の所作を学びなさいと、何度も口を酸っぱくして言ってるでしょう。ほら、お立ち遊ばせ。お食事のマナーから復習しますわよ。今日は間違えたら鞭が飛びますわ。お覚悟なさい。
I'm so blessed.
Huh?
Mine and Sylvie's positions were like night and day. Not much was obvious, however. I now realize how lucky I was. Another few years and I may not have made it in time. All I had to do was change my lifestyle from this point forward and to learn upper-class etiquette, viewpoints, and the like. Luckily enough, I even had the perfect teacher for the occasion. And it could all start at this very moment. This was my time to act.
なんだかよくわかりませんが。ほら、お立ちなさい。マナー講習を始めますわ。
Suddenly, just like within the next week, it was like more high class in general, like in general, how he etiquette than like all of Noble Academy. Like, listen, I give no shit about studies or anything, but I'm willing to work when my dick dictates it. I count on you, Mina.
張り切ってますわね。言っておくけれど、勢いでごまかそうとしても無駄ですわよ。不真面目なようなら鞭が飛びますからね。
Okay, got it. Please don't hold anything back.
はい？
The whip's fine. Let me have it.
はぁ？
Come on, Harry. Mina, the whip. Give me the whip.
なんだか怖いですわ。
This is most definitely my golden time. This is my golden time. What the fuck is happening? Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
お疲れですね。
Really,
最近、勉強に打ち込む姿勢が変わりましたが、そのため
That's part of it. I was hit hardest by Mina putting me through the ringer from the first thing in the morning, though.
なんで急に成績気にしだしたの？
No real reason.
今さらあがいても2学期の成績は変わんないよ。
But I might see some results in the third semester. Set your eyes on the future. I wasn't at the fundamental principles studied behind student life.
急に真面目なこと言うなよ。
レイナさん、オーロ君が成績を上げることに何か引っかかりでも？
追い抜かれたら屈辱じゃん。
Don't call it humiliating. Besides, I've got a long road ahead of me before I overtake anyone, but your grades aren't that bad. They were lower than those in the top ranks like Sylvie, Elle, and Kikuchiyo, but there was no way Reina's grades were bad by any means.
わかってるよ。まだまだオーロよりはバカじゃないって。でも、下に見てるバカタンが急に加速つけて追い抜きに来ると、先を走ってる人間としちゃ焦っちゃうわけですよ。
Makes sense.
わかってくれた？
I knew that you were rude deep down. Just you watch, I'll surpass and look down on you in no time.
でも、最近のオール、本当になんだかお疲れ気味だわ。
カミナル様がおっしゃるには、上流階級のマナーや会話術、交渉術、何より関係性の研究をしているとか。何か心境に変化でも？
何かあったの？オール。
I fell in love. I realized blurting that out would only put her off, and I wasn't stupid enough for that. It's because of you, Sylvie.
What?
The environment here at Noble Academy has rubbed off on me. It's like all the sophisticated cells inside me are aching. It's your fault for bringing me to a place like this.
あらあら。
Sylvie giggled. It was true, it had been her fault. But I couldn't waste the opportunity of taking expert planning classes anymore. Need to acclimate my body to Noble Academy, to this upper-class environment. Naturally, that was pointless on its own. It didn't change the fact that I, Ichimatsu Oro, was a commoner. No, even worse, I was an ex-dropout with no prospects for the future. Still, this made for a convenient assortment of conditions for the current me. Conditions that would allow me to proudly get closer to Sylvie. That point I was getting was...
外交官？
I think that's the best way to get closer to Sylvie. More specifically, I can advance my education and eventually wind up in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If I studied the language of sortilege ahead of time, then there's no strong chance I could be assigned as a third secretary. Japanese diplomats weren't assigned specifically specialized interpreters, and being able to speak a country's language was of great importance when young recruits went abroad. It'd be risky if any competition came up, but sortilege was peculiar in that their official language wasn't English. If I buckled down and studied, it would probably make for a powerful asset. As long as As long as I become a secretary, I'll be a full-fledged bureaucrat, even if I'm ranked third. It's a role where it wouldn't be unnatural if I spoke to a princess, and our social standings would be just close enough to avoid complaints too. Most importantly, people can become secretaries at very young ages. I heard they get stationed overseas all the time, even in their 20s. What do you think?
作戦としては十分だと思う。お前がシルビーの一番のお気に入りなのは間違いないし。で、現実的になれんの？外交官って。外務省ってあれだろ？すごく頭のいい人たちが行くとこだろ？
The way you put it sounds silly, Ria.
じゃあどんな人が行くんだよ。
Well, obviously, super smart people. I get it. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, and that doesn't inspire much confidence. I'm gonna study my butt off.
まあ、頑張れ。
Getting her genuine support was kind of rough. Still, it was an unreasonable path by any means. There was this wonderful power called connections in this world, and I could rely on my relationship with Sylvie until the very end. Noble Academy and civil servants, especially bureaucrats, had extraordinarily powerful connections by their very nature. By merely being a Noble Academy graduate, it would be much easier for me to advance in the government ranks than others. These were the methods of unhanded adults, but I would utilize any advantage at my disposal.
俺としては、シルビーに頼んで執事的なのに雇ってもらって、そこから始まるサクセスストーリー的なのを予想してた。
は？
漫画とかだとそうなるだろ？だから俺としても、それとなくシルビーの周りに専属執事がいた方がいいって話流すなりなんなりしようと思ってた。見た目がもろにヤンキーな強みを生かして、義朝新喜劇的なお姫様に襲いかかってお前に倒される役とかも面白そうとか思ってたけど、まあでも一回相手に頼るより自分の力だけで外交官って方が応援するぜ、1。
Yeah.
執事パターンの方が良かったって思ってる？
Maybe.
いや、でも、執事がお姫様を落とすってなると、結局最後は身分の差がどうこうになるからさ。
Yeah, for sure. The diplomat route seems like the best way to go. It's just a far and away more difficult option.
まあ、どっちで行くかはお前次第として。
What's up? She was calculating
そ
something.
の、外交官ってのになるのは、具体的に何歳？
I doubt you could become one instantly after you graduate from college and enter the ministry. Wouldn't around age 25 be standard?
くっそ遠いな。
You think?
俺、お前とシルビーには明日にも結婚してほしいんだけど。
You're asking for way too much here.
最悪でこの学園卒業後くらいに。
That would probably be tough to pull off even by the skin of my teeth. Marriage was the last thing I wanted to think about post-graduation, as I was far more concerned with how I was going to maintain contact with Sylvie at all. I doubt we'd be saying goodbyes forever, especially given how things were going, but I'd rather avoid having fewer opportunities to see her if we stayed friends.
25で外交官になったとして、その後シルビー様に接近。ゆっくり仲を深めていって、結婚は30歳くらい？
You think that's how it'd work out if all goes well?
持つかな。ったく。
Huh?
だから、そうだ。30歳までシルビーは独身を貫いてくれるのか？
I hadn't even crossed my mind. No, wait. Sylvie wasn't the time to go along with a political marriage. Such an her own family shouldn't inject politics between men and women, and to any greater extent anyway. Even the heir to the throne seemed to intend to marry for love. That shouldn't mean that as long as Sylvie had eyes for me, or in the worst case, Soma, it ought to work out until we were 25 at least.
色へと言ってね。
I had an awful recollection. She did have someone like that, didn't she? I mean, she was closer to her than me if I was unlucky.
執事で行く？
I'll think about it. Darn it.
あら、帰りましたのね。最近、上流の所作を学ぶのに前向きで大変結構。ですが、やや帰りが遅いのが気になりますわね。
I was talking to a friend.
それならば仕方ありませんわね。人間に一番必要なものは、なんだかんだマナー云々より、人との和ですわ。その分の時間は、私がよりスパルタにして取り戻して差し上げます。さあ、席について。今日は晩餐の席での乾杯前のスピーチの仕方と、内容の傾向をお教えします。極めてアドリブの必要な、頭を使う授業ですわよ。集中してくださいまし。
Brain power isn't exactly my specialty.
知ってます。でも頑張って。スピーチは必要な内容を織り込みつつ、現場であったことを種にして、ユニークに膨らませたものが好まれますわ。日本人が一番苦手な分野ですわね。
When Japanese people infuse originality into their speeches, it tends to create a peculiar mood in the venue. But then, forced inappropriate laughter at those moments was a legitimate part of Japanese culture.
さあ、まずはグラスをどうぞ。
She handed me a glass filled with water. Thank you. Can I take a small drink before we start? I'm really thirsty.
よろしくてよ。全部は飲み干しませんように。
Will do. Take a quick drink.
スピーチといえば、国では色絵が大変上手でしたわ。どうしました？
Nothing. Hearing that name that concerned me most right now come up out of the blue choked me up. Better take another drink of water to settle my nerves.
そうだ。色絵に直接教わるのも良いやもしれませんわね。今度日本に来るそうですわ。
Spat out my water. Huh? Japan? Ito is coming here?
ええ。
To see Sylvie?
ええ。
Mina brought out the whip. At this point, I didn't even care if I was getting beat down. I was getting a beat down. Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチ。
I wanna shoot this Etiquette person right now, by the way.
幼馴染が日本に
Like, sure, it's no fiance bullshit, but it's sitting a bit too close for my tastes. Like this development is like making me like noticeably reluctant.
ええ。イロエと言って、私の大切な人なの。男？女？殿方よ。写真もあるわ。はい、これ。
くっそ美形じゃん。美形だと？見せて。うわ、すごい。マストでイケメン。これはもう、イケメンというより、美男子ですわね。イケメンなどという言葉は安っぽいですわ。
あら？おはよう、オーラ。
Good morning.
あのね、オーラ。この間、イロエの話をしたのを覚えている？
Yes, I remember.
あれであの日懐かしくなって、国のイロエにメールを一つ入れてみたのね。そしたら今週末、時間が取れるから日本まで来てくれることになったのよ。お正月には国で会う予定だったから、ほんの少しの前倒しだけど、それでも嬉しいものね。オーラ？どうしたの？苦虫を噛みつぶしたような顔をして。
It's nothing. I'm happy too.
そう。
So did I start considering taking the long-term approach? Did I have a major bombshell dropped on me? He was just an old childhood friend. What was I so worried about? When it came to the relationships between men and women, childhood friends were dull as dirt. Childhood friends only wound up as couples in manga and games. I fell on the same childhood limitation, though. This was rough. Fuck.
興味出てきた。このイロエって人。何者なんだろう。ちょっとググってみよう。シルビーってビキにも乗ってるくらいだし、こっちもな。では、イロエ、ソルティレージュで、あら？どうしたん？予測検索に、イロエ子爵、シルビア王女、結婚と。おー。あ、でも、ただの噂みたいですね。見て、この並んで写ってる写真。こんだけ美男美女だと、結婚の噂くらいマストで出るだろうね。ねえ。
どうされました市松殿。苦虫を口の中で培養しているような顔をして。
It's nothing. Anyway, this is okay. They have stuff like that written online.
人の口にとは立てられませんから。
But isn't this slander against the princess? I know it used full authority of the legend to try the entire internet medium.
さすがに不可能です。それにイロエに限って言えば、そうした噂があっても全く問題ない人間ですし。
I see. Since he was one of Sylvie's older friends. And I'm too that Etiquette person.
ええ。寄進派の子爵ですので、立場上では姫様の護衛を仰せつかっている私の現時点での上司となります。現在はソルティレージュの政治部で外交大使を務めます。この国で言うなら外務省の上層にあたるでしょうか。
You know what? Actually, thinking about it, they did mention one of the like crown princesses took a Japanese man as her husband. He's gonna be that husband. He's gonna be married to that one, and like the entire fucking worry is gonna be unfounded. And I hope that's what happens, because otherwise I'm going to fucking flip a shit.
とても頼りになる、信頼のおける男です。それと私にとって、市松殿？
Wobble wobble. I wonder how you'd go about an assassination.
すげえ結論だな。
Rivals appeared that I doubt I stand the smallest chance against based off of the rumors I've heard. But my adversary is also a knight, so don't you think his sword would be ready for a surprise attack?
普通は闇討ちより真剣での決闘的なのじゃね、騎士といえば。
There's no way an average guy like me could take him on in an actual duel.
だっせー。
I know. So I was gonna search for and find some path that led to becoming closer to Sylvie. Ralphs didn't just pop up like this on the very first step. Damn it. I should give up.
はぁ
Sounds like Superman, and he's apparently super hot. I have a feeling he's a better match for Sylvie than me. You know, like backing down to the girl you love can find happiness. Aren't gestures like that a man's way of being magnanimous? It's fine with me as long as Sylvie's happy.
はぁ
Leah put out her
なん
cigarette.
か青春ものにありがちな悩み方してるから、青春ものにありがちな方法でいくぞ。
Huh? She walked up.
恨むなよ。バカ野郎
Ah! She kneed me in the stomach. Ah! And nailed me with a foot stomp and palm heel to the chest combo. This woman was strong!
友情がゆえに殴る。青春ものにありがちだろ
That's how you want it, then go with a slap at the face or something more invigorating. Don't use legit self-defense techniques like kneeing me in the stomach, preventing me from escaping, then suffocating me.
いいかてめえ。
She grabbed me by the collar.
確かに今のてめえはクソ情けないゴミ虫だ。社会的に立場のある金髪イケメンなんかと比べられたら、世間の評価じゃ100対0で負けるだろ。
Wouldn't you choose your words a little more carefully?
でもお前、一つ大事なこと忘れてんぞ。大事なのは、シルビーの気持ちだろうが。
Good point.
世間がどう評価するかじゃない。大事なのはシルビーが誰を選ぶか。
Yeah.
忘れんじゃねえよ。シルビーが誰を好きなのか。シルビーに一番思われてるのは誰だ
What does she care about? That was, right, I've forgotten who Sylvie
シ
liked.
ルビーに一番思われてるのは、
Person Sylvie cares for.
思われてるのは、俺だろうが
Yeah, she did. Not only was I not even close to becoming some blonde pretty boy, I hadn't even overcome the barrier of Soma yet.
あの二人で作った指輪をまだ持ってるってことは、まあ今でも俺だろ、多分。
Yeah, Sylvie was still in love based on the look I saw her make before. Not high enough up on Sylvie's eternal list to be worth bragging about. I'd love to get over the hurdle eventually, though. Can I tell her that Soma's actually a woman?
めんどくせえからダメ。女ってわかると当時のキャンプメンバーから簡単に探り当てられちまう。
Damn. I've got the trump card, the Joker in my hand, but I've got to take down Soma without playing it.
頑張れ。
The blonde pretty boy would be trouble enough on his own. It's left me even more flustered while I was busy being irritated.
そんな焦るなよ。言うほど悪い状況じゃないって。確かに位置は10年前の時点ですら俺以下だったし、その俺よりさらに親しい枠に金髪イケメンが出てきてる。普通に考えれば二重に絶望だ。ましてお前は金髪イケメンはおろか、相馬くんにすら顔で勝ててない。
I figure it's better than teensy little Kosoma.
かもな。
Don't pass it off like it's nothing. That ticks me
で
off.
もそれは位置の話だ。お前はオーロだろ。よっと。
Leah said her piece before heading off on top of the water tower. I was Oro, not Ichi. They were both totally me. Couldn't wrap my head around it. I headed back to the dome. I felt pretty beat. Maybe I could take a rain check on Mina's lessons for the day.
おかえ
Shut.
り
Take a rain check.
あ、ねえねえオーロ。龍蔵寺って知ってる
The advertising company?
そうなんなんかすっごいお金持ちらしいんだけど。
They were a rich family that was funding the advertisement company anyway.
さっきさ、シルビーの婚約者かもってイケメンさんのことググったじゃん。
I do. I was brutally wounded thanks to
し
that.
たらその、シルビーの婚約者ってトラックで引っかかったんだけどね。その龍蔵寺のお坊ちゃんが、なんかソルティレージュのシルビア王女と結婚するって公言してるんだって。
知ってた？
Sylvie's fiance's planaria or something? Single potential nuisance came up yesterday, and now the list of potential rivals only seemed to be multiplying today. I guess this was normal though. I thought Reynan realized earlier. But I'm gonna be honest. If she did realize and still brought this up, my opinion of her slightly fell right now. The cheerful, cute, sunny princess, Her Highness Sylvia. The men of the world couldn't possibly ignore her. Everyone at Noble Academy was too close at hand and were humbled by her. But once they began to see her in a romantic light, it was a given they'd pop up in droves. And with both status and prestige, that is. And there was me, a guy throwing his hand into the running, who had begun studying to acquire status and prestige. Now that I thought about it, I was disgusted by how lame I'd been. Damn it.
お前は1じゃなくて、
You don't get it, Rhea. It was like my willpower was instantly sapped away. So it's around the time Mina would turn up. But maybe I really should take the day off. What's my phone? I answered without checking who was calling.
あら？
Ah! Hey, what's up?
よかった、通じた。番号は聞いていたけれど、携帯電話かけるのは初めてだから、ちょっと緊張しちゃった。
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. Never spoken to Sylvia over the phone before. Did you need something?
用事というほどではないのだけど、今日のオーラ、なんだか心ここにあらずという様子だったでしょ。気になって。あと、オーラとお電話で話してみたかったというのもあるわ。
Part concern, part amusement. Which was it really? Legitimately both, I bet. This was Sylvie.
電話でおしゃべりってなんだか楽しいわね。オーラ、こうして声を聞くとなんだか大人っぽく感じるわ。
Really? Sound like your usual self. No, enough so that her usual smile would spring to mind if I closed my eyes.
それでオーラ、今日は何かあったのかしら。
Well, nothing. I was suppressed because of your childhood friend. No way I could tell her that.
そう？ならいいのだけど。
Luckily, our straightforward princess took it at face value. I really didn't want to keep the subject going. By the way, Sylvie, you don't use your cell phone at all, huh?
そうね。持ってはいるのだけど。
Change the subject. The incoming contact label updated to Sylvie. That was definitely the number I'd exchanged with her. This was my first call from this number. Not that I'd ever called from my end either.
携帯電話は盗聴や GPS 傍受対策に騎士のみんなに毎日預けているの。だから同年代の男の子とよくお話ししてたらいろいろとね。
Makes sense now. Sylvie was a princess completely sheltered by her guards. That was essentially the same as having finicky parents watching over you all the time. But that's kind of unexpected.
何が？
That you would group me with boys your age. I figured you'd place me in a more, like, gender irrelevant category.
何言ってるの？オーラだって男の子じゃない。だからお茶会に行くのも大変なのよ。夜半過ぎに殿方に会いに行くなどって怒るエルの目から逃れてこそこそと。
Oh, that's Sal. That's how it was. Has she always treated me like a man? Hey, Sylvie.
何？
Do you love me?
何オーラ急に。
Oh,
オーラのこと。
meant as a friend, to be clear.
なんだ、そういうこと。もちろん好きよ。いつも言ってるじゃない。
Yeah.
もう。
Panicked murmur came across through the receiver loud and clear.
じゃあね、もう切るわ。明日また学校で。
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Like so, the call came to an end. I wish we could have talked a little longer. Still, I got a stronger reaction than I expected. I meant it when I asked if she liked me as a friend. Well, to be precise, I planned on asking her that for a while now, so I could hear the easygoing, of course, and loving response. But her reaction just now. Sylvia was flustered. Had a bit of an unexpected first. A reaction that left me delighted.
ゲロ帰っておりまして。
Hey Mina, come on, give me another lesson about upper class manners, etiquette, and behavior.
そのつもりで来ましたけど。テンション高いですわね。
I feel like you should just like tell Elle, problem. I may like her. Come on, hurry up, give it to me!
迫らないで。怖いですわ。だから違うと言ってるでしょ、このゲロ。
Ah, whips hurt! Ah, but these blows will push me even further forward. They'll be a sent to the world of the upper class. Go and strike me some more, Mina!
言い方がすでに失格。
どうかした？
別に。
まあいいわ。それより、ソルティレージの領事館から仕事の依頼よ。
は？
領事館。ひいてはクルスクラウンさんが、龍蔵寺から手を回して依頼してきたわ。ナトリさんは受けたいって張り切ってるけど、どうする？私は断る方を推薦するけど、ナトリさんは張り切ってて、私レベルで説得するのは無理そう。あなたのやる気次第よ。
はぁ、潮時かな。
Fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。最近、オーロが変なの。
もともとそこそこな確率で変じゃない？
そうじゃなくて、最近、どうもよそよそしいっていうか、私のことを避けてるっていうか、
気のせいだと思うけど。
あと、体のあちこちに無知の跡があるわ。
おう、ガチモンで変だ。怖わ。
困ったわ。もしかして私、嫌われちゃったのかしら。
シルビーがオーロを嫌うならともかく、逆はなしなしだと思うけどね。
無修正ってあるじゃん。ほら、モザイクなしの。
Like, you know, we're able to see that stuff online all the time, but is that one for real?
最近、あれを入手したから見てたんだ。
どうでした？
バッチリでしたか？
Not that great.
聞いた。
どうして？
無修正でしょ？
Nah, I know how you feel once you get used to mosaics. When you, like, see the real deal all of a sudden, the first impression that comes to mind is, there's no mosaic.
そんなものなのですか？
というか、市松くんは、しれっと無修正見たことあるんですね。
それもあるんだけど、俺の場合は違ってさ、生で見れたのは良かったのよ。ちょっと感動すらした。
You're such a guy, Zyga.
その子、女として生きることにしたのに、超でかくてさ、悔しいけど、勃起したものはすごかった。
ニューハーフもの？
男の子もの。
You went with that genre right from the get-go? You're such a guy, Saigo.
でも、ふと気づいたんだ。その子、勃起はすごいのに、根元の部分が小さいなーって。
はい。
根元のさ、こう、袋が、妙に小さいんだ。
それって、
モザイクがないから、はっきり見えたよ。縮み切った玉袋に、縫い目があるのが。
ニューハーフの型は取る。そうですね。その部分は男性ホルモンの発生源ですので。
I feel pain right now.
ドン引きだろ？
It's not so much as... Ouch!
想像させないでください。
痛い。考えただけで股間が寒い。
Like the four guys just in the corner, just all holding their crotches, just doubling over, like, ugh.
やっぱ変なのはいつもじゃない？
そうかな。
ねえ、オーロ。
Yeah. Lena called me while we were having our men's only porn discussion and quickly adjourned.
オーロ、最近変なん？
オーロが最近頭おかしくなったって情報が匿名で寄せられたんだけど。
What a horrible tip. Is that true, Sylvie?
そこまでひどい言い方ではなかった風味だけど。
I'd like to say I'm completely normal.
だよね。ちょっと友達とニューハーフの無修正ビデオについて語り合う程度のごくごく普通。大丈夫みたいよ。本人に聞いてどうするの？
So I'm not.
いやー、ねえ、オーロ。この後シルビーと、メロンパン買いに行くんだけど、一緒に行かね？それ、どうかしら、オーロ。美味しいメロンパンのお店があるのよ。
Sorry, I already made plans later with Kikuchi-yo.
そう。まあ、約束があるって言うならしゃあない。それは、そうだけど。最近放課後にお誘いしても、4回連続で用事があるって。それはちょっと多いね。オーロ友達多くないのに。
いきなりシルビアさんたちに出てこられるのは焦りましたね。
こんな話聞かれたら、国辱もんだよ。
You're a typical hot-blooded group of guys, so I think it's your taste in porn that would put you in hot water. Anyway, this might be a good time to get back to studying.
最近の市松くんは急に真面目になりましたね。
There's nothing wrong with bringing up your grades. Kikuchi-yo tutored me.
ええ。
So I'd have you join me all the time.
構いませんよ。庶民の方が生活を向上させんとするならば、それを手伝うのが貴族の務めです。
He ticked me off in subtle ways, but he was a good guy. I'd come to the realization that it was pointless to brood over Sylvie anymore. Thinking about how the future would turn out was a waste of time. The better plan was to bring up my grades however much I could right now. I would become the best match for Sylvie I could.
もう、シルビー、そんな暗い顔しないで。シルビーがそんな顔してると、調子狂うっていうか、みんな気にしちゃうよ。
That evening with Mina. What's the plan for the day?
大体のことは教えてしまいましたわね。逆に何を習いたいとかございまして？
As long as it won't get me whipped or anything. No etiquette at a buffet-style dinner was pretty complicated, so I can't really keep it straight.
では本日はその復習を。ここにお皿があるものとして、まず取るときはどうするんでした？
Predict the flow of people in front of it to be perceived from the right.
そう。よく覚えていますわ。
I remember, but it doesn't make sense. It's a round table, so which way is even the right?
中央から見て右です。立食というものは常に人が円形に動きますので、その流れを乱さぬようにですわ。
Circular. Roll. Like this?
そういうボケはいりませんわ。全体が渦を巻くように動くということです。中心部を起点。人が右回りに。
Wait, based on that theory, wouldn't the people standing in the center of the room end up spinning around in place?
そうなりますわね。
Okay, Mina, stand right there.
くるくるくるー。おバカ！そんなわけないでしょ
But you played along!
部屋の中央は、ダンスフロアなり、階段に使ったり。
Wouldn't people spin if they use it to dance?
なるほど。
Okay, Mina, dance in the center.
くるくるくるー。おバカ
But we were working hard again today.
あら、電話ですわ。
Mina got an incoming call on her cell phone. Could it be? I didn't have one for long.
もしもしお姉様？
Sylvie, huh?
はい？ああ、はい、例の。ちょうどよろしいですわ。今、隣におります。
ね？
ゲロー、お姉様からこの後、例のお茶会ができないかとお誘いですわ。
One of those, Wanted to go, desperately so, but if I was alone with Sylvie right now, I'd feel too weird. Sorry, I'll pass for the day.
何か予定ありましたかしら？
A cold. I think I've got a bit of a cold today.
ああ、そうですわね。12月に入ってめっきり寒くなりましたし。そう、
お姉様もあまり外を出歩くのは勧められませんわ。
ええ、ありがとう、ミナ。オーロによろしくね。
また夜中に抜け出すおつもりだったようで。
ええ、でも、ダメになっちゃった。
あっさり認めないでください、もう。どうかされたのですか？
そういえば、様子が変わったのも先週のあのお茶会。わがままに付き合わせて風邪をひかせて平気な顔してたんだもの。呆れられるわよね。
はい？
いえ、こんなこと初めてだから混乱してるみたい。
シルビア様、よろしいですか？
何エキスナ。
はい。実は、例の件、龍蔵寺から返事が来ました。
金色ラブリッチェ。
はい。
だって、この髪、金色だから。
Yeah. Back in the day, Sylvie's personality was completely different. Bit of introvert, or maybe just quiet. A young woman who perfectly embodied the image of a princess. She was just as naive when we played back then as she was now. But back then, she seemed to lack confidence in herself. What's so bad about golden hair? Don't cry. Well, still, the only time I ever accidentally made her cry. Still, why did you cry? I didn't remember. Something about Sylvie being separated from people she cared about when she returned to her country. And what else? She said something about the color of her hair being bad. I wonder how having blonde hair and being separated from those dear to her were related. I don't remember that. All I could remember, like I said, don't cry! I love that color. Your blonde hair is really pretty and I like it a lot! Yeah, it is pretty. I do like it. Was that she smiled in the end? I was pretty of a berry packet in those days, wasn't I? Looking back on it now, that may have been pretty cool. Description I couldn't even remotely give myself these days. It was naturally something I could only say because I was a kid. But still, the Ichi from those days had occurred to me. If I had to say which of them pulled off being cool. Yeah.
ありがとう。国に帰っても、あなたのこと、きっと忘れない。大事にします。この金色でもらえた、このキュロちゃんも。
Yeah.
ずっと、大事にしますね。
Woke up. Huh? What the? Just a dream about Sylvia from when we were little. And wasn't that part of the end majorly unsettling? It was like, what was it exactly?
先輩、おはようございます。
On my way. My invite to Radio Calisthenics came in, so I didn't have time to dwell on it.
おはようございます、シルビア様。
おはよう、エキスナ、ボラル紅茶も。
おはようございます。昨べは憂鬱そうでしたが、多少さっぱりとされたお顔ですな。
さあ龍蔵寺さんがうまくセッティングしてくれたのが嬉しくてね。
あの件。しかしシルビア様、あの件のせいで来週、龍蔵寺の方にご挨拶に行かねば。
それくらいはするわよ。お願いを聞いてもらったんだもの。礼儀だわ。それに
まだ何か？
ちょっとだけいい夢が見られてね。
どんな夢です？
小さい頃の夢。私がお姫様になる少し前、人生で一番大変だった変化を大切なお友達に応援してもらった時よ。
あの時の
どうも姫様の人生は日本に来る時が転機となることが多いですな。
そうかしら。そうかもね。もしくは、彼に会った時。
My wrist's starting to hurt again. I've been taking my classes seriously recently, but...
ですので、確率を導く時の公式は極めて基礎的な公算を繰り返すことで。
I'm sorry about everything I went in one ear and that the other. I was staring straight at Sylvia in the seat ahead of mine, but precisely at the hair cascading down her back. My eyes were captivated by the long golden hair that practically cloaked her back. I took a good look at her. Now that I took a good look, her hair was gorgeous. The expression honey-colored clicked perfectly. Every individual strand had a subtle pigmentation to it to make them see-through, but combined with her golden locks emitted a beautiful radiance. Golden hair. From a global point of view, blonde was the most popular hair color, wasn't it? It was a color seemingly considered symbolic of beautiful men and women since the dawn of man. Black or dark hair made the most sense, as it was necessary to block out ultraviolet rays from the sun. Blonde hair strongly defied that conception. It only came about in regions with minimal direct sunlight, such as those in northern Europe. A variety of hair, rare enough you could even call it idiosyncratic. However, there were many who were captivated by it, even the Japanese. And again, black hair was nice in its own way too. But I did think this golden blonde hair was just as beautiful. So... why had Sylvie cut it off? I couldn't remember. I wanted to have gotten the wrong idea and asked Mina about it this morning.
お姉様が髪を？ああ。昔一度ありましたわね。急にジョキッと切ってしまったことが。
Did something happen to her?
知りませんわよ。私当時はお姉様とあまりお話ししませんでしたし、気になるなら本人にお聞きになって。
Ask her. That was easier said than done. But yeah, that probably was the wisest choice. For whatever reason, right now, Sylvie was... so you must have noticed me watching and suddenly turned around. She gave me her usual sweet smile, as if she were saying yes. That happened so suddenly that I looked down on reflex. Oh crap. The second our eyes met, I looked away. Some exceptionally creepy behavior right there. But things up to me. Though Sylvie I was dealing with, things would be fine as long as I looked up and smiled back at her. She would smile away one tiny moment of rudeness. She would. It was no use, she turned away. Everything ended on a rude note. What the heck was I doing? It was partially due to how flustered I was after realizing how I felt about her. However, as of late, I'd found it difficult to even talk to her. What could I do about this? Well, this was Sylvie, so I bet she wouldn't let this much get to her, but still.
ほら、やっぱり様子が変。私のこと嫌がってるのかしら。落ち込んじゃダメよ。あの企画のことを知ったら絶対にまた仲良しに戻れるはずだわ。こっちこっち。
久木さん、授業中に携帯をいじらない。
すいません。でもなんで私だけエルチもいじってたのに。
真面目なカバレロさんがそのようなことするわけがないでしょう。
罪悪感チクチク。
The dicey mood between us lingered all throughout lunch period.
ねえねえ、クルスクラウンさん。何？
As expected, I just kept following Sylvie with my eyes. I didn't want her to leave, nor did I want her to approach me either. I was being really selfish, I know. For that matter.
この前顔見てファンになったからググってて知ったんだけど、イロエさんってソルティレージュの人が明日日本に来るって本当？
My jealousy was the one thing on full blast. With that, this hopeless situation continued.
本当よ。イロエ、私の、そうね、 幼馴染。いいなぁ。会いたい。一目でいいから、あのレベルのイケメンを直に見たい。会うだけなら。エル、どうかしら。
今回の日本訪問はほぼ休暇に近いですので、懇談程度ならスケジュールを作れますよ。
オーケーみたいよ、メゴちゃん。いいのマジで？おっしゃー。明日、いつ頃行けばいいとかある？そうね。じゃあ、どうかしら。ついでにうちでみんなでお昼ご飯でも食べない？なんかすごいことになってきた。今月末に企画してることの下見にもちょうどいいわ。
クルスクラン様のお家に？
ねえ、それってうちらも行っていい？もちろん。50人までなら招待できるわ。
規模がさすがは王女様。
でもおしゃー！メゴちゃんが来るなら、レイナも来るわよね。うまいもんが出そうだしもちろん。ちなみにお昼ご飯ってのは？一応、イロへの日本での初めての食事だから、日本のものでラーメン？寿司にしよう。この前オーロが食ったっていうマグロのすごいの。ああ、お寿司もいいわね。そうしましょうか。
わかりました。大間に連絡しておきます。
Things that escalated quickly.
それで、オーロ、どうかしら。
は？
ほら、オーロ、この前のお寿司気に入ってたわよね。明日なのだけど。
She put me on the spot. Wanted to eat the sushi, and there was no telling how many times I'd get to eat such a luxurious meal in my lifetime. Having in who would be the primary focus of that lunch party. I'll take a pass this time. Invite me next time, okay?
わかったわ。
Still didn't have the nerve to meet this Iroe guy. After I turned her down, Sylvia and I forced some uncomfortable smiles. The awful ambience lingered. Maybe I turned her down the wrong way.
レーナ、なんかあの二人変じゃない？市松くんはともかく、クルスクラウンさんがああもあっさり引き下がるなんて。
確かにいつもなら、どうしてもダメって食い下がるよね。
あれ、反則ですよね。可愛すぎて。同棲相手に鼻血出そうになったのは初めてです。
まあ、いろいろもろもろあるんだよ、人生は。オーロ、
Yeah?
明日は、諦めるとして、来週の水曜日はどうかしら。授業の後、放課後、時間が欲しいの。夕食、一緒にしたいわ。献立はこちらで決められないから、オーロに会ってほしい人がいるの。
Sure. I quite understand what was going on, but the way she urged me on was incredibly intense. Not an agreement, mostly on reflex.
よかった。
Oh! Sylvia drew in close and squeezed my
な
hand.
んだ、いつも通りか。
あの天然小悪魔、クルスクラウン様らしいですわ。
あれもやられると、マストでドキッとするよね。
Ended up caving in next Wednesday, huh? The day of the week was irrelevant, but would I end up meeting Iroe when the time came? I had to prepare myself emotionally by then. But his circumstances weren't especially as kind to me. Oh, if only had I made plans with her the next Wednesday to make matters worse.
明日時間はありますわね。私たちの屋敷へ行きますわよ。イロへと言って。あなたが目標にすべき紳士のマナーを心得た男が参りますの。一度会っておくとよろしいですわ。
Right. Whenever I managed to escape, another bombshell kept getting hurled at me from another direction. But tomorrow I...
ないでしょ？
Right. This girl had a handle on my schedule.
ちょうど良い機会ですわ。私としては完璧に仕込んでいるつもりですが、騎士員の者たちにもあなたを査定させます。私が磨きをかけた男が、どの程度上流階級に通用するかのテストにもなりますわ。
The top it all off, Mina was excited for entirely separate reasons. Now that it came to this, there was no way out. I owed her for everything she had taught me lately, too. In the worst case, in the worst case, this etiquette inspection itself would only result in being laughed at if I messed up. I was fine, but either way, Sylvie's childhood friend. So to avoid embarrassing myself in front of him. I do not like the story right now. Back in depression. So Loveriche has lived diplomatic relations with Japan at best, but that was only for around the last decade. Although there may have been exchanges between both countries, surely that brought about some level of tension between their people too. As a result, a few residents traveled back and forth, and only a single embassy in Tokyo had been erected as a foreign assembly hall. Additionally, there was a severe lack of a consulate or otherwise, like a standard office building in one of the bigger cities like Osaka and Nagoya. However, a single consulate had been built several years ago here in Hamamatsu. Well, I bet it was a villa explicit for Sylvie's family to live in. With that said, the Vienna Convention, or something like that, was seemingly in effect, so it wasn't a place Japanese residents could enter at a moment's notice.
Irashai!
But you could obviously get in if invited by a princess.
いらっしゃい、Ayaka。来てくれたのね。
みんながどうしてもって言うんだもの。
んなこと言って、いつになく素直に来たくせに。
ちょっと下調べしたかっただけよ。
レーナもいらっしゃい。あら、そういえば結構久しぶりね。春夏はよく来たけど最近は少なかったかな。もっと来てくれればいいのに。私みたいな庶民にはでかすぎて落ち着かないんよ。そして。
Sorry for showing up after what I said yesterday.
大歓迎よ。
Just cause, for whatever reason, Sylvie seemed overjoyed that I came. Oh well, it was great as long as she was happy. It was great, but...
で、その、イロエさんは？
That was what had me concerned.
ちょうど今到着したところです。イロエ。
In a doorway imposingly opened with a clang.
はじめまして。
うおガチのイケメン。
An unmistakably beautiful man walked through the door. He was a little over 180 centimeters tall, and despite how thin he looked, his chest and upper arms were moderately muscular. A real lean yet toned type. His hood had been doctored, and that chiseled face would be on the body of a pipsqueak. But he had a belly that bulged out like dorayaki.
久しぶり、ヒロエ。
ご無沙汰しております、シルビア王女。イロエ・ディ・カバレロイスター、推薦いたしました。
The handsome man respectfully went down on one knee and bowed his head. He waited for Sylvie to signal that it was okay to get up, and finally stood. What was that? I'd never heard of this.
あれは騎士としての忠誠の挨拶。あなたは覚えなくて結構。
I wasn't expecting her to wear a dress, but that was terrifying. I thought it was some crazy form of etiquette that I hadn't learned yet. Wait, Caballero.
おや、言っていませんでしたか？イロエは私の兄です。
There goes... unless it's gonna be a case of, like, she says older brother, but it's... stepbrother. Because... sister married him or something. Wow, big brother of Sylvie's most trustworthy imperial knight. However, that does still completely diffuse the situation, because that means they're also siblings. I didn't forget about that. Don't worry. This isn't gonna change the fact that I'm gonna have depression for the rest of the until this is fucking resolved. Elle was a knight, but was also the daughter of a high-status family, which would make her brother another member with that same pedigree. Now the success just sunk even lower.
数年前までは、歴代最年少で騎士の名を襲名したと、国で評判になった男ですわ。その後すぐ誰かさんが記録を更新して、話は廃れましたけど。
私の叙勲は、色へのおまけのような側面が大きいですので。
You two really are high-ranking elites. I was used to a monstrous list of qualifications at this point, so this new information wasn't all that surprising.
11ヶ月ぶり。約1年ぶりね、ヒロエ。
はい。シルビア王女におかれましては、お変わりなくて。
もう、ヒロエ。こんな席なんだから、そんなにかしこまらなくて結構。いつもみたいに、シルビーと呼んで。
そうかい？じゃあ改めて。久しぶりだね、シルビー。
色へ、立場をわきまえてください。
いいじゃないか、エル。今は公務外なんだ。
まったくもう。
エルもこのくらい気を緩めていいのに。
できません。
相変わらずだな。シルビーは堅苦しいのが嫌いなんだから、もっと器用に接するのも大事だぞ。他はともかく、僕たちの仲なんだから。
ねえ。
まったく、あまり慣れ慣れしいのは困ります。いくら色へとシルビー様のご関係とはいえ。
うわぁ、親しそうね。
Into the conversation hit even harder, but then his high-quality introduction of my heart was being chopped into tiny pieces. Like I said, it doesn't fucking matter that I know that they're related. Because the way the story is framing it, sure as fuck isn't fucking helping. Enough about his face and stuff.
どう？はじめまして皆さん。話には伺っております。皆様、シルビーのご学友とのことで。城ヶ崎様に、加賀様でよろしかったですか？
知ってくれてる？
お話は伺っていたので、事前に写真で確認させていただきました。
あら、豆ですのね。良いことだわ。
Even earned Chogazaki's goodwill within 10 seconds of meeting her.
それで、
He came to me. Calm down, me. It wasn't like he was trying to pick a fight or anything. Give him a clearly spoken greeting, and it'll all be over. No need to antagonize him. As long as I let this play out smoothly.
オーロ睨まれてる？
Yeah, because he's I feel like the entirety of Sortile is already like, okay, we know that she obviously kind of likes him, so we gotta be prepared for either of them to try to make this an official, like, relationship. So we're going to scrutinize the fuck out of him. So he's just over here like, is he, like, he's gonna be over here like, is he a worthy husband for my dear little sister? While he's just standing there like, why is this random bitch glaring at me?
あら。
君が一、オーロ市松くんだね。
Yes? Huh? What kind of man?
話には聞いています。シルビーには随分なことをしてくれたようで。
I do not recall. After subjecting me to an unconcealed glare, he walked away. Okay, time out.
チャージドタイムアウト。市松ですわ。
What's going on? Does he hate me from the get-go?
おかしいですわね。あなた何か色へを怒らせることで
Was
も
that like how Mina, like, immediately just slid in from the side, immediately playing along? I've never met the guy before.
紳士の態度について、色へに教授願おうとしたのに。これ、でもどうにかなるでしょう。
Despite her confusion, didn't seem interested in helping me resolve the matter. Damn it. I guess I was flying solo for this one.
さあ、みんな、ご飯にしましょう。お寿司ができているわ。しゃー
And so the lunch we were promised began.
うおー、うめえマグロ何このトロ。
かなりいい状態で空輸しているわね。さすがソルティレージュ。テレビ局とじゃ贅沢の規模が違うわ。
All the ladies were overjoyed.
それで市松くん。君はどんな経緯でシルビーと親しくなった？いや、聞いてはいるのだが、シルビーやエロイナの言い方では、 色々と齟齬が見られてね。君からの意見も聞きたい。どんな経緯で？
Food in my mouth suddenly lost all flavor.
マナーを覚えたか見ようと思いましたが、よく考えたら、お寿司の食べ方など私の方が知りませんでしたわ。
お箸は使わずに手で食べるのがいいのだそうよ。
城ヶ崎殿以外は皆手で食べていますね。
ところで、さっきからイロエがずっとオーロのそばにいるけど、男の子同士気が合うのね。よかった、仲良くなってくれて。
初対面からこんな接し方で気分が悪いかもしれないのは分かっている。
Huh? This was a sudden shift. Seemed to have maintained a degree of composure, but he was self-aware and still picking a fight, and that was a problem in its own right.
だが、シルビーのことが心配なんだ。小さい頃は大事な妹だったから。
Huh? So? But that didn't mean I'd done anything to... Huh? Hang on, was? It's not about the way he phrased it, it was just now bugging me. So he seemed to think of him as a big brother, so I understood why he referred to her that way. But said Sylvie was a sister when she was wrong. He made it sound like he didn't think of her that way now. She made my heart grow cold.
今は立場が変わったとはいえ、心配だ。血のつながった兄としては。
イロエ
Elle barged in with an expression that looked extraordinarily menacing. So...
なに
どうかしまして？
Doesn't sound like the others had heard, but I most certainly had! Elle, what is he talking about?
イロエ
Elle grimaced and scowled at her brother. Honest to God, I just like to think that, like he's just like, what the hell? What is he talking about? Just like, she's just like, fucking, just smacks him back to the back of the head. Must not have wanted that information to get out.
彼には言っていないのか？シルビーの婚約者には知っていただくべきと思うのだが。いや
Okay, so Sylvie actually came in and drop-kicked the man. Here came another furious woman, and the pretty boy was sent flying. Huh? What's going on? My name is Sylvie's fiancé, not this honey with a body.
ごめんなさい、違うのオーロ。イロエは昔から私が清掃の具にならないようにって誰と結婚するかにずっとうるさくて、それで小さい頃のことがあるからオーロに責任を取らせるべきだって、これも誤解なんだけど。
Sorry, could you explain everything to me from the beginning? None of this made any sense.
もうイロエの天然ボケは治りませんわね。
It's just a case of like, you know what? Both of you are fucking idiots, so I'm sure you get along. You'll get along.
我が兄ながら情けない。
あなたも大概ですけどね。イスタ家の血かしら。
神なる様。
はいはい、失言でしたわ。ゲロ、この後残りなさいな。話したいことがありますわ。
We only have plans for lunch, so everyone dispersed a couple of hours later. Only I stuck behind.
もう、イロエったら。
申し訳ありません。日本でのことは文面で聞いたばかりでしたので、てっきりオーロ一松殿はすでにシルビーと婚約まで済ませているとばかり。
こら
だって再会してすぐに学園に転入させたとか、一松殿もそれを喜んでいるとか、シルビーの書簡には大好きなオーロがどうとかばっかりで。
He was knocked out cold. So you actually could chop a man in the back of the neck and knock him out in real life.
円髄とかが非常に危険なのでおすすめしませんけどね。
This was a dangerous subject to bring up all of a sudden. My blood pressure mainly. Firstly, is the dude you knocked out cold really Elle's brother?
頼りないうちの兄です。
But earlier.
そう。もうご想像の通りですわ。
私にとってもお兄ちゃんなの。昔ね。
So you said, but,
私、元はイスタ家の人間だったの。
Huh? And...
エルは私のお姉ちゃんよ。
シルビー様。
お姉様、
ご冗談とはいえ。そうね。これはもう口外してはならないことだわ。
There must have been some bigger meaning behind it, as they were complaining over a single word. Now that you mention it, you two have the same hair color. Iro and Sylvie all had blonde hair, while Mina was silver-haired. If I split them up by lineage, then it would be crystal
この件に
clear.
ついては、あまり詮索しないでください。私たちでは口外できないことも多いのです。
Right. I'm sure it would make sense to me, even if I did hear the specifics of their situation. So Sylvie was born into Elle's family, then put up for adoption? And you weren't a princess from birth?
10年前遊んだ時は、一度もお姫様だなんて名乗ってないのよ。
Here I thought I'd forgotten a massive piece of information, but you weren't a princess then. Sylvie certainly looked like a princess when we were little, and I probably would have been more careful around her if she were one.
ねえ、オーラ。覚えてる？私が幼女に出ることを言うのは2回目だって。
Huh? When?
やっぱり覚えてなかった。10年前、私が日本に来たのは、この養子縁組の手続きが落ち着くまで、私を一度国から遠ざけようとしてのことだったの。
Wow. First I'd heard of it. Those two were scowling. Her being kept at a distance generally meant that there was some deep, dark meaning behind it, right? Only Sylvia had a carefree smile. She had the feeling, and that's how we met. I was lucky you were put up for adoption then, huh, Sylvie? The comment seemed to have irritated Mina and Elle, but Sylvie seemed pleased and smiled sweetly.
当時は煩わしかったけど、結果ラッキーだったわ。イチとトーマくん。それに、たくさんのお友達ができたんだもの。それに何より、あのキャンプのおかげで自分のことが好きになれたわ。この髪の色が。
Oh yeah. Do you hate it? Your hair?
はい。
Why?
だって、この髪、黄色だから。
What's so bad about golden hair?
だって。
Don't cry. Back then, Sylvie hated the color of her hair. If her new adopted family all had silver hair, then she would stick out like a sore thumb. That more or less cover it? So?
あのキャンプのおかげで私、変われたの。髪の色がどんなでも、私は私だって。この金髪は魅力的だって何度も言ってくれたから。
Sylvie brushed her hair up into the air. Silky smooth hair fluttered apart, with its sun-like radiance.
私の人生を変えてくれた1週間だったわ。だから、人生で一番感謝してる。
Sylvie?
相馬くんのことは。
Dia and I had complimented her golden locks all the time when we were kids. I could tell Sylvie was referring to one of us over the course of the conversation, but that clearly wasn't.
あ、もちろん、オールにもよ。私の金髪、綺麗だって何度も褒めてくれたわよね。思い出すと照れちゃうくらい。
I probably said it more than I should have. I said as much to make her stop crying, but I probably was hitting on her in my own childlike way. She was awfully adorable.
それでね、国に帰って、イロエとエルにだけは行っちゃったの。あっちで好きなことできちゃったって。
突然左手薬指に指輪などし始めるから何事かと。
I see how that happened. Golden ring, huh?
あれは怒られたわね。特にイロエには。
当然です。あまり意味が分かってなかったにしろ、これから王室に席を移そうという時に婚約指輪ですから。
イロエは激怒しておりましたわね。可愛い妹を清掃の具になどさせるものか。シスア家には渡さないと。
危うくイスタ家とシスア家で内紛になりかけたわ。ソルティレージュが真っ二つになるところだったわね。
That sounds very bad. It's terrifying to hear you say that so casually.
その際、シルビー様にこの指輪を渡した日本人は誰なのかと大変な騒動になりました。
日本での生活を調査したところ、一なる少年が
お姉様と親しかったと分かり。
往路一松の名を、イロエが危険視したのはその時からでしょうね。
Sortilege had had a mark on my name since that far back.
縁があるわね、私たち。
It wasn't really how carefully we'd been about the whole thing, especially since I'd all but forgotten about it, and Sylvie could only recall the name Ichi. Still, I can't believe that ring turned into such a big deal.
表だってつけられなくなったのは、それが原因よ。まったく困るわ。私と相馬くんにとって、とても大事な約束の印なのに。
Incidentally, Soma, or rather Ria's, ring was currently hanging around my neck in pendant form as we spoke. Oh yeah, I probably should ask her about that. What sort of promise was it? It had been mentioned before that there was some promise surrounding this ring.
作った時、相馬くんと約束したの。これを将来、結婚指輪にしようって。
Now it was all coming together. Sylvie intended to wear it when she and Soma got married, while Ria was encouraging Sylvie to use it at our wedding instead.
聞きたいことは以上？
Yeah, I was genuinely satisfied. If I had to pick anything to bring up, though, didn't he fly off the handle a little too fast? Hiro stood up.
一松殿。失敬。取り乱しました。しかしこれも、貴公がかつて我が国の第9王女であり、当時は自分の妹でもあったシルビーをかどわかしたためだと思っていただきたい。
I'm telling you, I haven't done anything to her. Nobody was a kidnapper, as that title should be reserved for Ria, but, Soma.
しかし10年前のシルビーには、日本でよほどのことがあったはず。でなくば、あれの説明がつきません。
Not really, that ring was just part of a camp event. It was an accessory made from piano scraps. Clearly not something worth all this fuss. Oops, I thought.
指輪のことだけじゃない。あの長かった髪をバッサリ切ってしまうなど、よほどのことでしょう。
He was right. It was something else I didn't know if I recalled at the time, Sylvie. Cut her hair just as she was about to leave.
ああ。
This comment must have jogged Sylvie's memory as she smiled wryly and touched her hair. Long hair looked wonderful on her, and its golden radiance and ample volume made it stand out all the more. Her long hair long enough that it would be a devastating loss if it were ever cut. What must have happened for her to chop so much of it off? Hiro and I, as well as Ella and Mina, simultaneously turned towards Sylvie. Why had she cut her hair? This appeared to be the one thing that even Ella and Mina, her older brother, her older and younger sisters, hadn't heard. I thought it was going to list him and himself, himself and Iro as well. Sylvie's answer
Nice.
was to hold her index finger up in front of her nose.
では、一松殿にこっぴどく振られたシルビーが、泣きながら過去を断ち切るべく髪を切ったわけでは。
Buddy, you got too lively a fantasy.
ないわ。
Imagination.
失礼ね、イロエ。そんな風に思ってたわけ？
申し訳ない。その時日本語の勉強として見ていたドラマで、ちょうどそのような展開があって。
Did they even have cliched dramas like that a decade ago? Sound like we'd cleared up the misunderstanding. Good. That was a difficult day. I don't feel depressed anymore, that's for sure.
憂鬱って？
Oh yeah, because you... Never mind, I couldn't say it in front of her. All the information I learned today, this was naturally what made me happiest. That Itoe, Sylvie's closest childhood friend, the tall, handsome, blonde guy, more trustworthy than anyone, was her biological brother. They may not have currently been part of the same family name, but you could safely say it put him in the most reassuring category possible. That was one rival down.
なんだかニヤニヤしてますわね。気持ちの悪い。
Don't be that way. A man's heart was a complicated thing.
よくわからないけど、オーラが嬉しそうでよかった。よかった。
Huh? For some reason she was gazing straight at me. Wasn't sure why, but it made me blush. Turned away out of shyness.
そうだ。 ねえ、オラ、お昼のお寿司をあまり食べていないわよね。
Yeah, I didn't. Things I've gotten so intense with Etiquette that I couldn't really taste the food.
夕飯もここで食べていかない？できるわよね、エル。
はあ、ですが、マグロはもうありませんよ。
そうなの？困ったわね。
ああ、ちょうどよろしいですわ。エロいな。適当に見繕って、フランス料理をコースでお願いできますかしら。ゲロ、ちょっとてんやわんやしたけれど、テストを始めますわよ。
I see. That was part of the deal, wasn't it? The entire reason I came here today was to see how well my etiquette was compared to Etiquette.
いいわね。私、コース料理って待たされるのが苦手だけど、オーロとならお話も弾むし、ちょうどいいわ。
And with that, my return home was postponed a bit longer. Ended up in their care until nightfall.
ソルティレージュは、欧州でも主にスパニッシュの影響が強い文化圏にありますが、
Good, better than French.
建国以降、あらゆる国との関係をバランスよく築いており、文化もまた混然としておりますわ。お料理はやはりフランスの影響が色濃い。フランス、中国、トルコ料理はそれぞれ個性的ですものね。幸いというか、フランス料理は今日、世界的に見ても極めて高い評価を受けております。
The French themselves surely sure as fuck aren't held in high regard, though.
マナーを覚えるのであれば、まずはフレンチからですわ。
Hold on, most disliked country. What's the most disliked country in the world? Wonder if like someone actually made a fucking. Okay, there's like a 15 ranking. 15 Qatar, 14 Israel, 13 Romania, 12 Kazakhstan, 11 Ukraine, 10 Turkey, 9 China, 8 Colombia, 7 Algeria, 6 Saudi Arabia, 5 Russia, 4 Nigeria, 3 Pakistan, 2 Iran, 1 Iraq. How the fuck is France nowhere there? How the fuck is France nowhere in there? That list is falsified. I can't get a hold on it. It's squeezed. The blade can rage when the knife scraped against it. I can't put this for the fork.
どうしたのミナ？表情が暗いわ。
私、先生としての才能はないようですわ。
市松殿、落ち着いてください。
Yes, sir!
サラダはこのように折りたたんで厚みを持たせるとフォークが刺さるようになります。
I get it like this. Is this right? Something about this image is fucking hilarious. Just him like, ah, yay! While Mina's in fucking tears.
ミナ？悲しそうだわ。
あれ、つい昨日教えたことですのに。
まあまあ。オーラは日本人だから、やっぱりお箸の方が扱いやすいわよね。
To be honest, yes, forks are so... Why forks?
落ち着いてください。
お箸もあったわよね。
ダメです！使えるわね、ゲロ。フォークも使えるはずですわよね。
Yes. Mina, who had acted as my teacher until today, appeared zealous. Felt like I was being treated like a little kid, but I had to make it work somehow.
続きをお願いしますわ。お次はスープ。これならできますわね。
Yeah. Eating soup was easy enough, but it was one thing I didn't need formal instruction for. Cream-colored soup was eventually placed before me, and when I scooped the broth with my spoon...
正解 ないですわ。
You don't drink but eat soup, right? And slurping is a non-starter.
そんなに硬くならなくていいのに。日本に来てからパンが美味しくなった気がするわ。
北欧のソルティリージュに比べ、良い小麦が手に入るのでしょう。
Sylvie happily munched on the bread that had been brought out for her. Yeah, this was the right time for bread to be served. Everything is lying down. The fuck? Things are seemingly going kind of wrong. Everything is slowing down, help. Hold on. Ah, there we go, things work now. I really need to check fucking Task Manager real quick. It's using up all the fucking got the sound capture tray is on for some reason. Stop that. OBS is using so much of the CPU, this is really getting worrying. Can't just close down Discord proper, since that is actually using quite a bit as well. Anyways, I don't know why that just suddenly lagged that much, but hey. Let me think, it was implied to dip it in the soup and eat it, put butter on it. Whoops. Alright, first cut the bread into bite-sized pieces, then came the butter. Next came the main course, which consisted of fish and meat dishes. This part was a piece of cake. You simply cut the dish into bite-sized pieces, then brought them to your mouth.
ミナったらオールのママみたいよ。
確かにひな鳥を見守る心境ですわ。
And a strict one at that. Sylvie giggled.
神なる様も随分と市松殿とは親しいご様子で。
It happened between the fish and meat courses, so there was no time for idle chatter. She's been taking good care of me after all. Common sense would suggest having a princess wake you up every morning, all while wearing a maid's outfit was impossible.
私もミナみたいに寮に行きたいな。
姫様。
わかってます。
神なる様、何かご不便は？
ありませんわ。煩わしくない生活というのも楽しいものよ。
Luckily, that same maid seemed to be free of any hardships.
ねえ、オラ、寮でのミナはどんな感じなの？
I'm not sure how to answer that.
馴染めているかしら。ほら、私もミナもちょっと遠慮されちゃうでしょ。
That does happen to some extent.
気にするほどでもありませんけど。
There are a few girls who talk to her though, and she's getting along with Akane, who's the same age as her. Wouldn't you say she's fine?
ええ。クラスで仲の良い方も何人か寮におりますわ。
よかった。
Sounds like she'd been worried, and she looked positively relieved by our response.
オールとレイナがいるから心配はしてなかったけどね。
Oh, hey, Mina. You don't interact with Reina at all.
お姉様のお友達とは存じ上げておりますが、それくらいですわね。
Pretty much just a first and second year in the same dorm then. If a busybody like Reina wasn't sticking her nose in Mina's business, then this means she wasn't all alone.
ねえ、寮でのミナのことは分かったとして、オーラにとってのミナはどう？
Huh?
あら。
That was a relatively difficult question to answer.
ミナのこと、どう思ってる？
Oh! She's told Domina. If I had to describe her in one word, I'd go with Domina.
それは無知だけのイメージでしょう。
Her personality definitely suggests she was a bit of a dominatrix, though.
まったく失礼な男ですわ。人を女王様だなんて。
なぜ怒っているのミナ？あなたはもともと王女じゃない。
いえ、お姉様。この男が言ってる女王様というのは、日本でいう下世話な。とに かく気に入りませんわ。撤回なさい。
Ah. But we're just talking about my impression of you. Besides, I think it's a great thing. I feel extremely blessed to have such an adorable, sadistic young woman coming to wake me up every morning.
は
The thing of getting the whip first thing is something I can't get enough of.
あなた、そんな風に思ってましたの？
You've whipped me into shape.
おやめなさい。女王様と呼ぶんじゃありませんことよ。何を怒ってるのみんな。
Keep seeing something out of the corner of my eye and it's starting to piss me off a bit. Sounded like something stuck to my glasses or something? I don't know. I managed to score some payback for my daily whippings. Well, anyway, it's been fun having Mina around. Now back to the top. Jump.
ミナのこと、どう思ってる？
She's a little
そう
scary,
か
maybe.
しら。
よくわかってるじゃありませんの。このカミナルル・プルテア。常に高貴であり続けるがゆえの威厳は身につけているつもりですわ。
Nah, it's not so much majesty. You just get mad at the drop of a hat.
それはあなたがすぐ怒られることをするからでしょう。
Nah, you get angry a little too easily.
確かにミナは誰にでもはっきりと言うタイプだから怖がっちゃう人もいるかしら。
Whoops.
侍従たちの間では、カミナル様のお相手をするのは若い者だと精神的に厳しいので、ある程度年を重ねたものをつけるようしていると聞きますね。
初耳。
そういうところも可愛いんだけど。
フォローになってませんわ。
Our conversation only made her more depressed. Well, anyway, it's been fun having Mina around. Yeah, it has been, I suppose, but we're going back.
オーラにとってのミナは、ミナのこと、ど
I
う
actually
思っ
went
て
back
る？
too far. She's cute. I mean, she's obviously cute.
やねー。ミナってほんと可愛いの。
She's obviously got a cute face, but everything she does is adorable too.
わかるわ。小動物的なね。
小動物？
I agree, she's quite majestic, but her little feet go pitter-patter whenever she jogs and it's super cute.
お菓子とか作ってあげると、すごいちょみちょみ食べるのよね。
Oh, I've never seen that.
実はすごい猫舌なのよ。熱いものを作るとき、しきりにフーフーしてるの。
Wow.
もうやめてくださいまし。
Well, anyway, it's been fun having Mina around.
さあ。妹とオーロが仲良くなってくれて、私も嬉しいわ。
I think of her almost like a sister myself. Feel free to call me Onichi anytime, Mina.
また。あなたたびたびそれを言い出しますわね。
What a cute younger girl to call me Onichi, and I'm sure 99% of Japanese men feel the same way.
日本男児の。せっかく日本に来たのだ。日本人のことを勉強したいのだが、その、お兄ちゃんと呼ばれたいというのが、日本のスタンダードなので。
99.9% of men sure feel that way.
市松殿、この男は騙されやすいので、勘弁してください。
99.9。ほぼ全員に共有する感覚とは驚きです。ソルティレイジュでは、兄に相当する言葉を呼びかけるときに使う習慣はないのですが。
Sounds like modifying how siblings refer to each other is unique to Asia. Just like I'd learned from watching American movies and the like. It was normal for siblings to call each other by their first names. Yeah, like that is like something that's so funny. Like when you read a book and siblings refer to each other by like, "Hey, big bro," or like, "Hey, little sis," or "Hey, sis," or something like that. You can tell immediately that the author is probably an only child. Because real siblings don't fucking say like, "Hey, bro," "Hey, sis," which is like, "Hey, Daniel, jackass! Get the fuck over here, you asshole!" Anyways.
せっかく日本語を覚えたのだ。体験してみたいな。エロいな。ちょっと呼んでみてくれ。
ん？
Ah, that's great. What a stroke of luck that his beautiful sister was seated beside us.
よくわかりませんが。お兄ちゃん？
He has been awakened!
どうされた色や。すごい、似たーっとしていますが。
いや、なんだろう。これまで感じたことのない感覚に襲われた。
That single word allowed him to experience a newfound appreciation for his sister. That's amazing. Try it on me next, Al.
私が市松殿に言うのは、齟齬があるかと。
Guess you've got me there. I'll be nothing short of roleplay Vel, who practically irradiated the aura of an older woman called me Oni-chan. On second thought, I'd like Mina to say it. Mina! Lady in question refused to play along. If you do it, I debate any order for you give me from now on.
別に呼ばずとも、私が望めば、あなたには身を粉にして付き従っていただきますわ。
Scary.
お兄ち
Where did that come from, Sylvie?
ゃん、オーラが喜んでくれると思って。お兄ちゃん。あれ？オーラが、晴れ渡った草原を眺めるような無垢な目をしているわ。
I'm totally devoid of emotion when it comes to how you call me Oni-chan just now, but your kindness makes my heart feel sunny. It's that sort of look.
残念。
I really like it if it were Mina.
私に兄と呼ばせるということは、ソルティレージュ王室シスアに対する配信とも取られかねませんわよ。
Ugh, the real family's nitpicking and extends this far.
そこまでうるさく言うつもりはございませんけどね。今お姉様が普通にお兄ちゃんって言っちゃったし、私にそう呼ばせたかったら、シスア家に入り込むくらいの器が必要ですわ。
Mechanism?
人生の器です。例えば、お姉様と結婚して、本当に私の兄になるとか。
Ah. Get married to Sylvie. To be perfectly blunt, that actually was my current goal, so it was pretty hard to laugh. Please don't steer the conversation in right directions. Sylvie's going to laugh at me. Or so I assumed, but as I forced a smile and turned towards Sylvie... Huh? Sylvie's face had turned bright red and she quickly looked away. What the...
それでみんな、寮では...
Sylvia acted flustered for whatever reason and tried to change the subject. And then... Rattle. Accidentally hit the table with the elbow. The knife plopped to the ground. Sylvie forced a smile as if she were silently admitting her mistake, and her face returned to its usual color.
お願い。
はい。
With a quick flit of her hand, a chamberlain promptly collected the fallen knife, and another attendant brought a new one. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, that was right. This is the way it's done. You're not supposed to pick up anything you dropped yourself, are you?
よく覚えていましたわね。
You returned to the subject of etiquette. Yeah, I had seen this on TV before, but it was unpolite to pick up dropped items during multi-course meals in particular. It's maybe the piece of etiquette that disagrees with me the most. From a commoner's sensibilities, you'd pick up something you dropped on your own.
日本人は責任感が強いから、そういう人が多いそうね。
Putting etiquette and whatnot aside, it's more out of reflex. Having someone else pick up what you dropped would just make me feel arrogant.
その気持ちもわからないではないですが、考え方を変えるのが良いかと。食事中は卓の上が全て、卓の下を見ることは避けるべき、と。
I see what you mean. I guess it was easier to accept if you perceived it that way. That is educational.
いえ。
At some point or another, I'd gotten used to carrying on a regular conversation with Itoa. Still feel bad if we were to drop something, though. It's something that's drilled into us commoners.
あまり変わらないとは思うのだけど、基本的にはこれと同じよ。ねえ、お水をお願い。
かしこまりました。
Sylvie raised her hand, and the servants immediately came out with the pitchers.
これなら普通でしょ?
No, speaking as a commoner, I'd still feel bad. If commoners want water, they'd go get it from the sink themselves.
はあ、私たちは食事中に厨房に入ろうとしたら逆に叱られますわよね。
それこそ例のない行為ですからね。
Yes, we really are just from... Whoops.
そう考えると、
Yes, we really are just from two
オール
different
と
worlds.
こんなに仲良くなれた偶然にもっと感謝したくなるわ。
Conversation had veered in a less than pleasant direction, but nobody seemed diffident or hesitant by it. We were having a fun meal together. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I think I was doing a great job. Then
私も水をお願いします。
はい。
Ito held out his glass too. That was when I
あ
realized.
ら、そういえば、イロエもお水なの？
はい。は
ワインにしたらどうかしら。ジャパニーズワインがいくつかあるそうよ。
しかし。
シルビー様、この席でアルコールというのは、ちょっと。
Weak. Everyone here but Ito was a student after all. It'd be pretty dicey if you were the only one to drink. But Sylvie
いい
said...
じゃない。今日のイロエは休日なのだから。ねえ、リストを持ってきてあげて。
承知しました。
Sylvie pushed the subject forward of her own accord. Ito smiled wryly and didn't argue the point further. However, he didn't appear to dislike
そ
alcohol.
ういえば、ジャパニーズワインは初めてです。
They've got wineries in Japan too.
日本のお酒は世界的にファンが多いので、海外用に様々な種類を作っているようです。
Oh yeah, Japanese a Japanese rice wine boom. I think I heard of something like to that tune before. I had heard that Japanese wine, beer, and whiskey were popular across the globe.
ジャパニーズワインも欧州で評判になっています。ただ味は良いのですが、値段が非常に張るとかで、ブームというほどではありませんが。
Japan does have pricey land costs to deal with.
山梨という銘柄のワインが良いと聞きました。
Yamanashi isn't really a brand, it's just the name of the place it's made.
面白いのよ、イロエ。山梨はね、山がないという意味の言葉なのに、山ばかりの場所にあるの。
おお、不可思議な。
I used to hear jokes like that back when I was a third year in elementary school. The wine came out.
良い香りです。ジャパニーズワイン、侮れませんね。
Seem to like it?
ねえ、エル。
No.
ダメです。
No surprise Elle would step in to stop you, Sylvie. Have you never drunk before, even once?
外交先の習俗によっては飲まなければならないこともあるので、一口二口は練習していますが、公務を外れて飲むことはありませんわね。
Weak. Just 10 preparations must have been complete as the plates of our fish course were taken away. The main course, our meat dish, came out.
さあ、最後の一踏ん張りですわよ。
Yep. Once it was over, that would only leave dessert. The dessert options were endless, and it would be impossible to guess which would be served in advance. Additionally, there were no real restrictions to speak of in terms of proper dessert etiquette. As far as my etiquette test as a whole was concerned, this meat dish was my final hurdle. I took my knife and fork. Whoosh. The meat we were served, I believe it was sheep or something, was fairly sizable, yet soft like gelatin. It could easily be cut with a quick slice of your knife. After it was cut into bite-sized pieces, I grabbed it with my fork. Turning one's fork in an inward fashion was essential. I brought it to my mouth. Mina nodded her head, seemingly in approval. I was right. Gotta keep this up. When I was done eating, I collected my knife and fork and placed them at the right side of the plate.
よろしい。
完璧よ、オーロ。
Thanks for that. Alright. I was too nervous to enjoy this very delicious meal. But now I could help myself to dessert. I cleared the game.
大したものです、市松殿。感服いたしました。
Not at all. I helped myself to the freshly poured glass of water to settle my nerves.
シルビー様も、明日は負けていられませんね。
Oh, he accidentally grabbed the wine.
そうね。和食のマナー、作法だったかしら。間違えないようにしないと。あら、
お姉様、明日は何か？
ええ、ランチに誘われているの。
Took a drink.
龍蔵寺さんに。
ああ、婚約者の。
Spat it out everywhere.
大丈夫で？
教えてなかった私も悪いけれど、水を吹き出すのもマナー違反ですわよ。
Fiancé?
あちら
が。落ち着いてください。
Water went down my windpipe. I had to calm down. I reached in Ito's direction as he rubbed my back and grabbed his glass.
あ、それ。
The water I drank was bittersweet and astringent. I don't want to taste this way. I emptied the glass in my hand in a single gulp. But purple droplets remain inside. What was this? What was this? Thud. Oxygen pushed back into my lungs as it had gone deprived in my coughing fit. What felt like burning steam rose from wherever I had swallowed in the same moment, and made my lungs felt like they were on a fire. Felt so lightheaded?
水を、あと横になれるように。
I could hear Sylvie and Elle's voices, fading out further and further into the distance. So now I regret going into the scene instead of ending it after they explained the whole the whole her brother situation, because now I'm gonna be fucking down again. Huh? I don't recognize that ceiling. Wait, ceiling, I guess. No, what is that?
天蓋です。
Ah, there's Arabian-like roofs attached to beds, right? What's with this bed?
ソルティリエージュの領事館が客間に採用しているベッドは全部これですから。
Wow. I feel like I should apologize.
いえ、ご気分は？
I'm okay if a little thirsty.
はい、お水。
I took the drink and sobered myself up. How long was I asleep?
夜7時前に昏倒して、そのまま眠ってしまい、今朝8時過ぎです。
I was asleep for 14 hours. I really am a lightweight.
カミナル様がマナーは良かったと褒めていましたが、最後の最後で迂闊でしたね。
Never would have thought I'd mix up the drink, then wind up falling flat on my back over a single glass of wine. Beyond careless, even in my opinion. But it was just a bad set of circumstances. I was choking at that. If I were to ask why I choked...
あら、よかった。起きたのね。二日酔いなどなってませんこと？
Right.
よかった。もう、昨日は心配したのよ。
Sorry.
一応寝ている間にお医者様にも見てもらったわ。エル。
衛生班長のカステパラシオより救急報告。処置の必要一切なし。ただ
よかった。
I'm sorry this turned into such a huge ordeal.
まったく。マナーの方はよくできてたと思えばあの始末。お願いのない男ですこと。
Were you also worried about me, Mina? Oh, something to be grateful for. Anyway, enough about me. About what you said yesterday.
そうそうエル。時間どうかしら。
ギリギリですね。隣町のホテルなので時間はまだ。龍蔵寺殿はお待たせするとうるさいので。
ごめんなさい、オーロ。今日は用事があるの。私、もう行かなきゃいけないわ。
She had a lunchtime appointment with the Ryuzoji person. I heard as much yesterday, but it wasn't as surprising.
昨べデザートに出るはずだった木イチゴのグラッセ。オーロの分は残してあるからね。
Sylvie left before I had a chance to squeeze in any more questions. The handsome blonde guy who had been watching this play out from the sidelines walked over in her place.
おはようございます、市松殿。お加減いかがですか？昨夜は申し訳ない。自分が気を抜いて酒など頼んだせいです。
Back.
姫の大事なご友人に一服盛るなど、私としたことが。
He really was a good guy. Mina?
はい？
About this Ryuzoji? He's Sylvie's fiancé? I mentioned this much before. The way this person was introduced was far more troublesome than Irue, who was only a childhood friend.
急に様子が変になったと思ったら、そこを気にされたんですの。
Mina shrugged her shoulders, seemingly exasperated.
紛れもなく、お姉様の婚約者ですわよ。
And immediately, this route is fucked for me.
現時点では。
What do you mean?
あちらが日本のマスコミ向けにそう紹介したでしょ？何日か前にニュースになっていたはずですわ。
Yeah, that rings a bell. I was so preoccupied with loathing Irue at the time that I hadn't paid much attention to it. Don't tell me that was when they were engaged.
ご心配なく。お姉様は了解しておりませんわ。龍蔵寺様はお姉様を婚約を前提にしていると発表し、こちらは公式に否定しない。するとどうなります？そう。非常に安価で抜群の広告になりますわ。広告会社の龍蔵寺には願ってもない効果ですし、我々としても ソルティレージュが日本で知名度を保つ助けになります。公式に否定するのは3日くらい日を置いてでしょうね。
That's kind of an underhanded tactic, huh?
猿芝居と言われれば否定はできませんわね。ただこちらも現在、龍蔵寺がマネージメントするとあるスターと交渉を行っている最中。あまり邪険にはできかねるのですわ。なんでも、これはあなたには言わないようお姉様に注意されてましたわね。まあとにかく現在婚約を否定しない間柄、つまり婚約者ではありますが、お姉様に結婚の意思はございませんわ。
I see.
ほっとしまして。
な。
隠さずとも結構ですわ。見ていればわかります。あなたがお姉様に化粧していることは。
As plain as day, that ain't it, too. You know, it'd be impossible to hide it from Mina, who was even more involved in our situation, but still.
身の程を知らない男。ですがまあ気持ちの問題ですもの。仕方ありませんわよね。お姉様があんなに近くにいれば、誰だって好きになってしまいますわ。
I wish she wouldn't bring it up so much.
お姉様はあんなにお綺麗なのに可愛くって。
Honest to God, I have this horrible feeling. Where Sylvie is like in a similar camp where she wants him to marry someone, but isn't like herself moving to marry him or something like that. It's just that for her, it's not quite the same as for Rhea. So I have this horrible feeling that it's going to be a case of like, oh yes, we're going to introduce you to Mira Bishop, but you're going to have to accept the fucking like the fucking engagement, and she's going to be tempted to say yes because she feels that it would bring about a situation favorable to Odo or some bullshit. Mina went off on a mini brag spree over her sister. Mina, you really do love Sylvia a lot. And the reason Mina snagged at me so much was because I was a close male friend of Sylvie's and desperately needed some etiquette training. I think that's roughly the reason for it anyway. She was a pretty big sister lover herself.
当然ですわ。今言ったばかりでしょ。お姉様が近くにいれば、誰だって好きになってしまうと。
Ah, no, if people did seem to be attracted to Sylvie unconditionally.
決して安寧な境遇で育ったとは言えないのに、いつも笑顔を絶やさない。私にはとてもできませんわ。
Don't drop just a touch. Mina was probably thinking about Sylvie's adoption. I couldn't ask about this in front of Sylvie, but something about it weighed heavily on my mind. She was the 9th princess, so why did they want to adopt another when they already had 8 other children? I thought about it thought it through logically. She's a hostage, isn't she? Mina nodded rather indifferently.
誤解なさらないで。シスア家とイスタ家が争い合っているとかではありませんわ。でもシスア家とイスタ家は、ソルティレージュで最も力のある家同士。もし関係が悪くなれば、国全体にとって足かせとなります。そうならないための布石。といったところですわ。布石に使われる人生がどんなものかは、私には想像もつきませんけど。
Definitely. Although she did seem to lead the carefree life you'd expect from a princess. I'm sure it came with vows and neither of us could imagine.
だから私としては、もうさっさといい異性を見つけて結婚して、落ち着いちゃってほしいですわ。イロエが心配するよ。婚姻が清掃の具にならないうちに。チャンスって顔してますわね。改めて言うけど、身の程をわきまえなさいの。
Fortunately enough, in the eyes of Mina, her sister, I was apparently out of question as Sylvie's partner. Damn it. Mina was right, and there was no point arguing that fact. I had to hurry up and become a bureaucrat.
今頃お会いしている龍蔵寺様でしたっけ？あの方でも良いやもしれませんわね。なかなかお仕事のできる方のようですし、生まれも悪くないとか。スペックは足りていますわ。もちろん本人の人格を見ぬうちは判断できませんが、選択肢の一つに置くくらいなら。
Hang on a sec, Mina.
なんです？
You brushed me off like I was nothing, but you consider this random guy to be a better candidate than me. You're so mean, Mina. It doesn't matter what she thought, but she had intentionally ranked that guy high with me in the running for Sylvie's affections. Pretty frustrating for
生
whatever
まれと
reason.
はそういうものですわ。人間は生まれた時、すでに違うのです。
Does the saying go, heaven does not create one man above or below another? Doesn't the saying go?
縁は作りませんわ。人が違いを作るのです。
Argument.
まあもちろん、あちらの男もあなたには勝っているだけで、お姉様の相手として不足には変わりない。お姉様が最後に誰を選ぶかは分かりかねますけど。
お食事はいかがでした？
美味しかったわ。ですわ。食事は美味しかったのだけど、お話が長い。それも自分と自分の家の自慢ばかり。会食をするくらいなら、どんな人間でどんな経歴かくらい、事前つまんない。オーロに会いたい。いけないいけない。最後までニコニコしてなくちゃ、エールに怒られちゃう。和食には馴染みがないのですが、今日のものは素晴らしかったです。
それはよかった。今日のために日本中から料理人を募って仕立てたのです。
まあ。
まず、前菜の青菜はですね、龍蔵寺の誇る。
また始まっちゃった。その話、食べてる最中も聞いたんだけど。
というわけで、楽しんでいただけたなら何よりですね。
大変美味しかったですわ。
龍蔵寺の強みは何といってもこの情報集積力です。日本の町工場レベルの技術力転用も龍蔵寺にかかれば手のひらの。
それは素晴らしいです。
技術投与ではないか。
それで龍蔵寺さん、例の件ですけど。
ああ、もちろん。コーディネーターの名取に話は通してあります。
ありがとうございます。私、国にいた頃から彼女のファンで、お会いするのが夢だったんです。
そうだったのですか。なら、早く言ってくれればよいのに。
本当に、ありがたいです。
本来、一方的にマスコミ向けに婚約を喧伝するような無粋をする相手とは近づきたくないが、龍蔵寺を間に持たねば、彼女に接触できない以上、しばらくは仕方あるまい。シルビー様はそういうところ気にしないし、厄介なことにならねばよいのだが。
It will. You never assume in the worst case that this Zoji guy ranks more highly than I do. Is he alright in terms of personality?
そうですわね。お姉様の知名度を利用したプロパガンダ。やり手ではありますが、後先を考えてないと同時に少々やり口がお行儀よくありませんわ。どんな性格なのでしょう。
どうされました？
いけない。あくびが出ちゃった。昨べはオーロが心配でずっと起きてたから。
潤んだ目。間違いない。僕に気がある。落としてやる。落としてやるぞ。ソリティレージの姫様が引っかかる。まして、こんな美人。うっしょー！絶対手に入れちゃる。どんな手を使っても。
どうかしたエル？
あ、いえ、今何か音が。気のせいか。金色ラブリッチェ。
Oh, fuck it. If I'm gonna keep playing, I'm gonna keep playing for the fucking 10
Ohio,
hours in order to get past this point, and I'm just gonna fucking end it here and try to, like, spend the next hour or so just swimming in memes in order to forget what the fuck happened, because it's starting to piss me off. They had the gall to not just, like, fake out, like, they had the gall to fake out fiancé a second time, which is already getting old, but then they pulled out actual fiancé, then fake that out, and then they're gonna make it fucking blackmail. I've got half a mind to drop this game just because of this. This kind of shit is exactly the reason that I despise above... Like, the exact thing that I despise above all else. Like, if you want to make me absolutely want to fucking curse your game, that's how you fucking do it. Sylvie-Route, I don't care what they do after this. If that's the route they're going, like, oh no, he's gonna be blackmailed and then something happens and everything's gonna be okay, I don't fucking give a shit. It's gonna be the worst round in the fucking game for me. I'm fucking out. Bye.